Hey guys, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Hey Jaloon, good morning to you. Oh no, you're sick. Oh no. Joining the sick crew. Oh no. You know what? Mine kind of came and went last night. And then this morning it's been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like right now, my nose is not running. Everything seems normal. But 5 minutes ago, it was pouring. So I don't know. Yes. I'm going to put another trigger warning ticker across the bottom of the screen here in just a few minutes. Thank you for that reminder, Steph. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, everything from sickness to Wi-Fi. Yep. Oh, thank you. Yep. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up on your way in the door. And I always forget to say this at the beginning. I always wait till the end to say it. But if you're catching this on the replay later on for the replay crew, I would love it if hold on a second. Oh, yeah, Steph, I'll do that. I can do that. I would love to do that. But yeah, the replay crew, if you are watching on the replay, I would love for you to hashtag replay in the comment section down below. Yes, ma'am. Mm. Oh no, not the Wi-Fi, as long as that don't happen to me. Yeah, how is the kitty cat doing? Hey, Rebecca, good to see you back this morning. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm hoping it's just allergies to Loon. Really? Ugh. I hope that's all it is. Worse in the morning, get better through the day. Yeah, well, mine was just like back and forth. I mean, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Kind of like QB, the bouncing ball, you know? Hmm. So Steph says, Jenny, can you show a picture or video of Calla from the panel chat? Yes, I can. I would love to. Uh, or send some silly emojis, right? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, she's napping on the computer chair while you diamond paint. Aww. She'll follow me as soon as I get up, though. She's settling in perfectly, right? Hold on. Let me run over to the panel chat, and I will. I need to pop the link in over there for you guys, too. And I will steal some photos and a video and share them with everyone. Hold on. Computer is running so slow right now, man. Stop it. Mm. Okay, here's the link. Let me send that there. Let me run up in here and find a video. Um, oh, hold on a second, you guys. I'm hearing audio in the background. Hold on, let me add the stream. And then let me go over here and make it bigger. Okay, volume's all the way up. We're live. Just checking, just checking, just checking. Can you guys hear my ding and ding ding dings? Mm. Not those kind of ding dings, Jaloon. Sorry. My little notification sounds. my computer and my phone are going ding, ding, ding. Oh, God. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, Lordy. I have to scroll forever, man, to find. Okay, there was one. Let me find the other one, the one where she was eating stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, hold on a second. I've got 50 things going all at once. Hold on just a minute. Okay, let me remove this for a second. And I'm gonna mute that for just a minute. Okay, now if I can share this window. Exasperated? No, never. Okay, let me. Okay, can you guys see this? Oh my God, this is Steph's cat, okay? This is so stinking cute. Oh my God. Okay, now watch this. Okay, I'm going to hit the play button. I don't think that there's any audio. If there was, I don't think you can barely hear anything. But this is Steph's new kitty. Kitty, kitty. Watch this. Steph said she got straight there as she went done a walk through the house and then went straight to the food bowl. Oh my God, it's so cute. And then, hold on, there was another one. Hold on, let me download this one. Looks so cute. And then in this one, you can see her like literally licking her chops. It's so funny. Window, this one. Okay. Watch this one.
Hi, Carla. Hi, Carla. Hey, baby.
Mm.
Good girl. Look at this pretty girl. Oh, yeah.
God love, she's so cute. She's like, I'm home now. I want all the food and all the hugs and all the loves and all the pets. Pet, 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 pet me, pet me, pet me. Oh, and then there was this one. I forgot about this one. Hold on. This little picture. Oh my God. And her name is Calla, like Calla Lily, right, Steph? Um, okay, yeah. Look at this. This picture of her. Oh, whoa, that made it huge. She's so sweet. Oh, God, love it. She's a cutie. She is a cutie. She's smaller than I thought she was going to be. How old is she? Hmm. How old is the baby? Oh, I'm going to come back over here and share this tab so we don't miss anything. Let me turn the audio back on. Okay. Hmm. Oh, she loves Aiden and Matt too. Oh, she rubs against their legs. Oh, she's a year old. Okay, so she's a baby. Morgana, I feel okay this morning. Um, Not too tough, not too bad. I mean, like my itchy, runny nose kind of goes back and forth. Like right now, it's dry and I don't feel icky, but like earlier this morning, my nose was pouring. So I don't know. I say that and then literally it starts like it just started running again as soon as I said that. I still have my roll of toilet paper though on the desk, so yay. Uh, have you guys answered the poll up in the chat yet? There is a poll in the chat. Yeah, for toilet paper. Yay. Let's see what the poll is at. Let me see. Looks like we have 5 votes in the poll. Okay. So I'll keep that up for a while because it's early and we don't usually have a larger group coming in till a little bit later. So, oh my goodness. Um, Shalhoub says I might fade fast, still before 6 a.m. my time. Oh, okay, Chaloon. No worries. I've been up since like 5:30. Um, I think I'm gonna go in there and grab my diamond painting. Um, I might do that. I might go in there and grab my diamond painting and work on it for a while today while we're listening. Steph says, I hate how half my comments don't show up if I have it up on 2 devices. Oh, I don't know. I know yesterday I was trying to say lots of different things in the chat. Um, and StreamYard kept giving me like a red X. It wouldn't let my comments go through. When it said something about YouTube may see it as spam. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is my flipping channel. Thank you. If I want to spam my channel, I can't. I give myself permission. I don't know. That was weird. A little blip right there. Oh, you know what? I wonder, I just got a notification about Franklin Tyrone Tucker, the Treehouse murder defendant. Today, there's something going on at 9 a.m. I think he was supposed to have a hearing today. And I don't know if, because the judge recused himself, if that is still a go. They should be, Steph, but I don't know why the live view is up on the screen right now. Hey, JB. Good morning, doll face. How are you? How are you this morning? Googly moogly. Oh, there he is. There he is. There's James Crumbley in a suit and tie, looking all dashing. He looks much more well kept than Jennifer did. Jennifer looked plumb frazzled. I actually felt bad for her because she, like, if you look at her compared to during the trial compared to um before the whole thing happened, she definitely um went downhill. He looks a mite nervous. I can see him doing a little bit of the jaw clenching. Mm.
All rise. Court is now in session. The Honorable Shirley Matthews presiding.
Okay. Is this the same judge? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know if this is going to be the same judge or not. Come on, cameraman, get it together.
Your Honor, calling People v. James Crumbley, case number 22279-989-FH.
Thank you. Good morning, Mark East on behalf of people.
Good morning. Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Lives on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Good morning. Mr. Crumbley, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, you can be seated. I was here last night, and I have a few rulings for you. The first would be about, I believe, about Exhibit 45, 52, and 62. And those all have to do with texts from the shooter to Jennifer Crumbley during.
Can't hear you, Judge.
When the defendant and his wife were also taking photos of themselves at a horse farm together. At least that's what the metadata and the GPS shows. So I reviewed 62, 52, and 45. And the court finds that those texts would not be admissible because they are between the shooter and his mother. There's no information whatsoever, with the exception of the fact that dad is with his wife, as demonstrated by pictures and texts and GPS and metadata and all those things, all those tools that are being used by the prosecutor's office.
I don't know, Steph.
To track people's movements in this case. So they are together, but there's no evidence whatsoever that dad was on the receiving end of that text. And in fact, I know that in both 52 and 62, the statement from Jennifer Crumbley appears, "Where's your dad?" So I don't find that there's enough support believe that Mr. Crumbley was aware of these texts. He could have been aware of these texts. We just don't know. And because of that, those texts will not be admitted. And that also makes, I think, some of the information at the horse barn inadmissible. Clearly, if Mr. Crumbley were to testify, or if it became relevant, I can see the prosecutor saying, well, do you raise horses? Did you spend a lot of time with your wife horseback riding, whatever it might be? So the pictures of the defendant and his co-defendant at the horse farm might be relevant and might come in for other reasons, but the texts between the shooter and his mother will not be admitted because there's no evidence that the defendant knew about those. So that's that. I think you then asked me about Exhibit 78. Exhibit 78 is in conversation. I don't recall if it's Instagram or
It's text.
text. And it's between the shooter and his friend. And it's a text that says, hey man, times have gotten rough ever since we left. I don't know if you're dead or you moved away, but I hope you're doing well. I'm about to do something really bad and there's no turning back. So I'll probably never be able to see you again. I hope the best for you and I'm sorry for anything I've ever done. And that's dated November 30th, 2021 at 8:21 in the morning, the date of the shooting. And it's to the shooter's friend who's been previously not identified by name, but identified in this case. So I read a series of cases, including the case submitted by the prosecutor in this matter, to indicate that there is an exception in this matter. But there's not, but this is not hearsay evidence. But I read a series of cases interpreting that issue. And one of those is People versus Stubble. I think it's 149 Michigan at 42. In that case, hearsay testimony was given by a prosecuting witness to testify that the defendant had approached her several times to discuss prostitution. And in that matter, the challenge to the evidence concerned the witness's testimony that one of the older men propositioned her friend. So this text in Exhibit 78 is offered by the prosecution under 8033. 8033 applies as an exception to the hearsay rule if the declarant's state of mind is at issue in the case. That's also stated in People versus Lucas 360 Northwest 2nd 162. Also a Michigan case. This one's from 1984. People versus Lucas. That also says the court's ruling that the testimony was admissible under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule pursuant to MRE 8033 was also error. Only when the declarant's state of mind is an issue in the case is evidence of his state of mind admissible. In Lucas, they asked about the state of mind of the deputy in the case. And in that case, they determined that the state of mind of the deputy, who was one of the officers in the case, was not at issue. Then there's People versus Fisher, 449 Michigan 441. I believe that's a case that the prosecutor relied on. That case also says talks about statements and marital discord. In that case was the issue. I believe it was a murder, husband and wife. And in that case, Fisher says, in the case at hand, marital discord, motive, and premeditation are all at issue. Thus, the statements of the victim wife are admissible to show the effect they had on the defendant husband. They were found admissible under a state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. I'm not going to admit People 78 because the defendant's, although the defendant's state of mind in this case might be admissible, the shooter's state of mind is not at issue. We all know the shooter's state of mind on November 30th of 2021. Additionally, there were requests for Facebook messages. I believe those are 160. 161 was ruled on, am I correct?
Yes, Judge. I think it was 118, 153.
I think, was it 133?
Oh, I'm sorry, 118, 133, and 153.
All right. So I'm not going to roll on 133 right now. There's something else I want to look into, but I find that 118 prosecutor notes 801C. I believe that that entire chain is hearsay and does not fall under any hearsay exception, so I will not be admitting under 118. Sorry, Mr. Keys, did you say 153?
Yes, Judge, 153.
Right, I have 133, but I'm gonna pass on. I'm gonna have to look at 153 again.
It's the last text in 118, 153. They're the same text conversation. One is just a different portion of it. It's the last text. It's the text from Jennifer Crumbley that says Ethan, don't do it.
All right.
I think it's just them right now. Hopefully, they get the audio stuff situated, staff, because all I hear is her mumbling too. So,
Thank you, Judge. Just want to recap, make sure the record's clear. The court's ruled on exhibits 45, 52, 62 today, 78 today as well. Yesterday, 308, 321. Those are two different photographs ruled inadmissible yesterday. We redacted photographs 258, 259, and 260. They were an issue. We gave a copy to the defense counsel this morning. We agreed to limit exhibit 80 yesterday. That's the DoorDash text message conversation to just the 26th to 30th of November. And the rest were ruled to be admissible yesterday.
Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court's reserve on 133 and
133 and 153, and you're rolling before openings for those.
I do not, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, Mr. Keys, did you indicate 118 was also not admissible? Was ruled on
I
today?
should have, yes.
Okay.
I also wanted to ask you, there was some discussion yesterday that members of the media have requested a copy of the questionnaire that was provided to the jurors. I don't have a feeling about it either way, but if you agree to release it, I will. If you don't, I won't. So I don't.
I really don't have an opinion. Now that the jury's impaneled, I don't see an issue. Why not?
The defense also does not have an opinion on it, Your Honor.
All right, so anybody who wants one from email, the chambers, and we'll give it to you. All right. So we're adjourned.
One more issue. When we approach her.
good morning, Lee. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I get it, Steph. I know. I couldn't hear anything she was saying. But when they were making their appearances, I could hear the attorneys. So maybe the viewers over at the Law and Crime channel will tell them to pick it up a little bit. The headset is because he has hearing loss, Lee, so he's wearing it just for his own benefit. Okay. Mhm.
Are you ready?
I'm sorry, can we one more?
Sure.
Just briefly, I'm sorry, related.
You guys can-
I certainly hope his lawyer is much less dramatic than Jennifer's was. Right? I got my coffee this morning, Lee. You got my coffee.
Okay, I'll give them some instructions.
Right, JB? If she stands up in her closings and says, "What would whatever my name's initials are do?" then I'm done. Oh my God. I think whenever the judge starts her reading of the, I always call them jury instructions, but like the law instructions and stuff like that, whatever that's called at the beginning before opening statements, while she's doing that here in a little bit, then I'm going to run and grab my diamond painting and work on it while we're listening today. So, yay! I am feeling a little better, JB. My nose is like fine one minute and running the next, so it's like not like constantly running like it was yesterday, which is good. So, yay for that. Every time I say it though, then it starts running a little bit. And just an FYI, I've got the volume all the way up. Um,
I guess
on the
I'm
stream.
going
So
to swear you. All right.
hopefully.
Can you all raise your right hand? Members of the jury, you've been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I'm going to ask you to swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. Here is your oath. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in this action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you're discharged by the court and from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced and in accordance with the instructions of the court. So help with that. Thank you.
Just in case if you're having trouble hearing or anything, you might want to use some headphones or earbuds,
I
something.
have to give you some initial instructions, and then you're going to hear things too, all right? And don't try to write down what I say because I speak way too quickly, and because you're going to get a full copy of these instructions when you go to the jury, all right? I'm going to explain to you some of the legal principles you'll need to follow during the trial. tell you the elements of the charge. The defendant is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. The prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt, which may be established under either or both of the two theories. The first theory of involuntary manslaughter is doing a grossly negligent act causing death. To prove this charge under the first theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, in count 1, that the defendant caused the death of Madison Baldwin. In count 2, the defendant caused the death of Tate Muir. In count 3, the defendant caused the death of Hannah St. Juliana. And in count 4, the defendant caused the death of Justin Schilling. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by his minor child. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the defendant's act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act. Second, in doing the act that caused Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. Gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, we must find each of the following 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That is, he knew there was a situation that required him to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when, to a reasonable person, it must have been apparent that the result was likely to be serious injury. As previously noted, the prosecutor has alleged 2 separate theories of defendant's guilt. The second theory is gross negligence in failing to perform a legal duty. In the second theory, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. The legal duty charged here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent their minor child from intentionally harming others, or prevent the minor child from so conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of harm to others if the parent knows that they have the ability to control their minor child and knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and his failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Madison Baldwin as to count 1, Tate Muir as to count 2, Hannah St. Juliana as to count 3, and Justin Schilling as to count 4 were directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control his minor child, so as to prevent him from intentionally harming others or from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others, knowing that he has the ability to control his child, knowing of the necessity and opportunity to do so. There may be more than one cause of death. It is not enough that the defendant's act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find that the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act or failure to act. With respect to the alternate theories, it's not necessary that you all agree on which theory has been proven, as long as you all agree that the prosecutor has proved at least one of those theories beyond a reasonable doubt. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not
Hey,
guilty
Margaret. Good
unless you're satisfied
morning.
beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is
Charging
made up of parts
instructions.
called
Okay,
elements.
there we go, Lee.
I describe
Yes.
some of those to you, and you'll hear them over and over again, and they'll also be in your jury instructions, the written set that you get at the end. Every crime is made up of parts called elements, and the prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that's reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. I want to mention that you see cameras in the courtroom. I don't want you to be concerned about those. The video cameras and the still cameras will not be taking your picture at any time. So I want to make sure you know that. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement. The prosecutor gives their theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but she may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes theirs, or she may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents their evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has a right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of their evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence, but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, they are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witness you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You're free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the witness's disability, race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in the case? When it's time for you to decide the case, you're only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in this case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. Sometimes I assume if I'm confused about something, someone else on the jury might be. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. If you can't hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I'll rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinion about the facts of the case. The lawyers and I will definitely have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay no attention to these interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it's time for you to decide the case, I'll send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case amongst yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are here. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals, even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you're a juror and that you're not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. I mentioned before that it's helpful. I guess I'm hopeful and it's helpful that you wear your badge because that sort of alerts people in the courthouse that they shouldn't be chatting you up, okay? All right. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth. The lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow these instructions. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it's crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you must consider has to meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now, well, really yesterday, and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It's your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence that you see and hear in the courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, or radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event in this trial. If it's necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you're not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media, websites, or in any other matter. If you discover that a fellow juror has violated my instructions, please report it to my court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. You must give them to my clerk when you leave each evening. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. It is possible to replay a witness's testimony upon your request. I think I mentioned this to you yesterday. However, you would be required to hear the entire witness's testimony. You can't fast forward to a certain part and all yell, aha, okay? It's not fair to both sides. You would have to hear that entire witness, all right? There's more than one defendant involved in this matter. You should consider only the evidence presented in this defendant's trial. Each is entitled to have his or her case decided on the evidence and the law that applies to him or her. You can see that there are 15 of you. We have you in 2 different jury rooms just for comfort. After you've heard all the evidence in my instructions, we will draw lots to decide which of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 12. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is my duty to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. I'll definitely be giving you more instructions throughout the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you'll hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I'll give you additional instructions about the rules of law to apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you'll go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It's important for you to maintain an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. All right, so we're going to hear openings. Prosecutor.
November the 30th, 2021, James Crumbley's 15-year-old son walked out of the boys' bathroom in Oxford High School holding a 9mm handgun. James Crumbley's son walked out, he pointed, he aimed that 9mm and fired it 32 times over the course of the next 9 minutes. He fired that weapon at teachers and students. Killed 4, wounded 7, and terrorized the entire community. James Crumbley bought that gun that his son used to kill as a gift for his son 4 days before the attack. James Crumbley failed to secure that gun in a way to prevent his son from accessing it. Anna was 14 years old. Madison Baldwin, she was 17. Tate Muir, he was 16. Justin Schilling, 17 years old. These are the 4 students who never made it home that day. What happened inside that school was truly a nightmare come to life. But it didn't have to. That nightmare was preventable. There are 3 people in this world who are criminally responsible for the deaths of Hannah, Madison, Tate, and Justin. The shooter who committed murder, no doubt he's responsible. But so are his parents. But not for murder. They're responsible for their gross negligence, for involuntary manslaughter. Because that nightmare was preventable and it was foreseeable. The shooter's case is done. The shooter's mother, Jennifer Crumbley, her case is done. You're here to decide the level of gross negligence of James Crumbley. And you will learn throughout this trial that he was the adult out of anyone in the world in the best position to prevent these kids' deaths. You're going to learn that those kids would still be alive today had James Crumbley seized any one of the tragically small and easy opportunities given to him to prevent his son from committing murder. Any one of them. These were opportunities that were literally given to him, yet he disregarded. During this trial, you're going to hear about events from the spring of 2021 to December of 2021. November of 21 is the critical time period, especially November the 30th. But that earlier evidence is going to give you some context into the family life in the Crumbley household. It's going to give you some context to learn that the shooting didn't just happen out of the blue. The shooter didn't snap. What happened was foreseeable, especially to his father. I'm going to talk to you about some of the evidence that you're going to see in this trial. And we'll start with this. This is a 6-hour 9mm handgun. This was the firearm purchased by James Crumbley as a gift for his son on November the 26th, 2021. This is a picture taken by the shooter, found on his phone, the day that gun was brought home. This is a Instagram post from the defendant's son. The next day, November the 27th, 2021. That's after his mom took their son to the shooting range to practice with that gun. Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to new sights, LOL. This is a post from Jennifer Crumbley, the shooter's mother, the defendant's wife. That same day, November the 27th of 2021. Mom and son day testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye. You're going to learn that it wasn't just those 2 extra magazines for the handgun in the plastic case that came with it when James Crumbley made that purchase. You see, he was given the tools to make that firearm safe. He was provided a cable out. It was provided by the manufacturer, by Sig Sauer. It went to the firearm dealer who sold it to James Crumbley. It was for that gun. This is what it looked like the day the gun was purchased, November the 26th, 2021. This is what it looks like now. Still in its original packaging, still with both keys in the lock. It was never used. The decision that James Crumbley made to buy that gun as a gift for his son was made even though he knew that his son was in the midst of total and complete social isolation and had been in a downward spiral of distress that had been going on for some time. You'll see evidence that as early as spring of 2021, the shooter had expressed to his one and only friend that he had asked his father for help. He told him to suck it up. That was in April of 2021. You'll learn that instead of receiving help or intervention of any kind, James Crumbley instead began to take his son to the shooting range, even buying himself a 22 caliber Kel-Tec semi-automatic pistol, and his son a different gun, 22 caliber 2-shot Derringer. That was June of 2021. They would go to the range together on a consistent basis over the next few months. We have evidence of a number of trips, and you'll see some of that. Some of this background is going to shed light on what happened in November of 2021. This is a pivotal month in the Crumbley home. As I said, the shooter had one and only one friend. That was no secret. James knew about that. You're going to see evidence that the shooter and his friend would communicate with each other throughout the day and throughout the night. The level of data on that text message conversation alone dwarfs everything else on the shooter's phone. You'll hear evidence that there were over 22,000 text messages in just 1 year between the shooter and his friend. Those two shared quite a bit with each other. This is the friend that the shooter confided in when he asked his father for help. That friend was taken from the shooter at the end of October 21. He didn't just move schools and go to another town. He was taken out of state without warning, without notice, and without a way to communicate. The impact on the defendant's son was severe. His entire social connection was severed, and James was there to know about it. You see, he wasn't working at that time. From November the 1st to November 9th, he didn't have a job. And when he did work before that, it was from home. When he did get a job on November the 10th, it was for DoorDash, where he could set his own schedule and decide when he did work and when he didn't. It was also during this month of November that the defendant's son began to write in a journal. Some of that is going to be permitted to be shown to you, and Judge Matthews decides what you see and what you don't see. The portions you'll see is that the defendant's son wrote about how he was begging his parents for help, how he's begging for a more powerful 9mm handgun to commit the school shooting, and how he's able to obtain access to the murder weapon. Again, this evidence is important for you as background to what happened on November the 30th, but it also gives you a glimpse into the level of knowledge possessed by James Crumbley when he made the decision to buy that 6-hour 9mm handgun for his son on November the 26th. And then, just as importantly, what he decided not to do the morning of the shooting. You see, James Crumbley was afforded what might have been the easiest, the most glaring opportunity to prevent the shooting. A full 3.5 hours on November 30th before the first shot was ever fired. Because he was shown this. This is a math worksheet. These are drawings and writings from the defendant's son, November 30th, 2021. One of his teachers saw him doing this, took a picture of that, and sent it to the shooter's counselor. The counselor came down and took the shooter out of class, brought him to his office to find out what was going on. You will learn it took that counselor all of 20 minutes to decide that immediate parental intervention was required. He made that decision even though he had about a fraction of the knowledge possessed by James Crumbley. You see, this drawing, as well as an altered version created by the shooter, were both sent from that counselor to Jennifer Crumbley, who shared it immediately with James Crumbley before they arrived at the school. The severity of the situation wasn't lost on James and Jennifer Crumbley either. They expressed their concern about what they see here, the words "help me," blood everywhere, a picture drawing of a gun of a person with 2 bullet holes in blood. They expressed their concern about that drawing to themselves in Facebook messages. This is Jennifer Crumbley, she's in blue. Call now, all caps, emergency. This is November the 30th, 2021 at 9:33 in the morning. Followed simply with emergency. Then she sends her husband, James, the defendant, both the original drawing as well as the altered version of it that the shooter created. That's at 9:38 in the morning. James Crumbley's response, "My God, WTF." And then he says what he was actually doing that morning. "Vet not here. It's McElmurray's for Curious Horse. Still waiting on the vet." You see, James and Jennifer Crumbley spent quite a bit of time away from the home, tending to their horses. That's what he was doing the morning of the shooting. Jennifer Crumbley, he said he was distraught about last night. James, we talked about it this morning. You talked to him? Jennifer, can you call? I'm heading to his school. I'm very concerned. That was at 10:04 in the morning. Unfortunately for everyone, they kept that private concern to themselves. They didn't share it with the school council. Despite what they knew, despite what they thought, James Crumbley and his wife, neither one of them, mentioned anything about the gun being purchased for him 4 days before the shooting. James Crumbley didn't say a word about how that picture of the gun that his son drew looked identical, that you will see, of the 6 Sauer 9mm. They didn't say anything about the prior request for help. James Crumbley didn't mention anything about the severity, the real circumstances of the shooter's friend being taken from him. They didn't just fail to inform in that meeting, though. They also failed to act. It was recommended at that meeting that James and Jennifer Crumbley get help for their son then, immediately, that day. And they were provided with a list of resources with mental health providers that would fit any budget, any insurance plan, or even no insurance at all. But they didn't. James Crumbley didn't do anything. Jennifer Crumbley didn't do anything. Neither one of them called. They didn't take him home. The reason given to the counselors that they had to work. But James didn't mention that as a DoorDash driver, he set his own schedule. He didn't mention that he hadn't even signed in for the day for DoorDash yet. He was at the vet. Or that as a DoorDash driver, he was able to just put his son next to him in the car. One of the most glaringly missed opportunities. Instead of seizing that incredible opportunity that was before him, James Crumbley spent the next 2 hours driving around town making deliveries, never once bothering to stop by his house, which was just a mile away, to check on the whereabouts of the gun that his son drew. Even when he drove by the house to do so, never once. The gun that he knew was kept unsecured. That is until after the Oxford School District sent out an email blast to all district parents of an active shooter situation. You'll learn that that email reached James Crumbley about 1:10 p.m. And by pure happenstance, James Crumbley was at the exact location that parents of Oxford high school students were told to go in case of emergencies. Their reunification point was the Meyer on Ray Road next to the high school, directly adjacent to it. By pure coincidence, he happened to be at the exact location where hundreds of people were scrambling to get to. But he didn't stay. That's when he went home. That's when he went home to look for the gun. And that's because he knew. You will hear that there was one and only one person who called the police that day to identify their kid as the suspected shooter. It was James Crumbley. This nightmare, these murders, were preventable by him, foreseeable by him. During this trial, you're going to hear from between 15 and 20 witnesses. I do need to tell you that you won't hear from the shooter. Neither side is entitled to call him to the stand. You won't hear from Jennifer Crumbley. Again, neither side is entitled to call her to the stand. But you will hear a lot about what happened in the days, the weeks, the months before the shooting, specifically November the 26th to November the 30th. Again, those are the critical days. What happened from the 30th, from the time of the meeting to the time that first shot was fired. You're going to learn that throughout the investigation, investigators obtained information from social media accounts, from cell phone forensic analysis. They obtained banking records. They obtained GPS pings. So you're going to be able to put together a bit of a digital footprint of the Crumbley life. You're also going to learn what James and Jennifer Crumbley did after the shooting. Evidence will be presented to you to show that the defendant and his wife withdrew as much cash as they could. They tried to liquidate their assets. They were found hiding from the police in the city of Detroit in an art studio on December the 4th, 2021. That's after they were charged with these crimes. Which you will never hear, and I want to make sure this is clear, you will never hear any allegation that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do on November the 5th. that he bought the gun knowing what his son was going to do. If he bought a gun knowing his son was going to commit mass murder, then he'd be charged with murder.
Hey, Kel. Sorry if I scared
There is no
anybody.
claim that
Hey,
James
good
Crumbley
morning,
gave his
Kel.
son that firearm, hoping he would murder poor students. So then the question becomes, how is it that a father can be held responsible for the intentional acts of a teenage son? And the answer to that question is twofold. It's 2 reasons. First, it's important to remember that James Crumbley is not charged with murder. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter. Murder, or aiding and abetting murder, is an intentional crime. Involuntary manslaughter is rooted in negligence. It is by definition causation of an unintentional killing. Second, it's because it takes a rare and specific set of circumstances to rise to the level of involuntary manslaughter when there are multiple causes of death. A rare set of circumstances. Those rare circumstances you will find present in this case. It takes gross negligence. It takes causation of death. And it takes that other person's acts to be reasonably foreseeable. Those are the 3 elements that must be proved. And that's what Judge Matthews is going to tell you. You will learn that the law says
Hey, good morning, Joanna.
that in this
Good
situation,
morning.
there are actually 2 different ways to
Good
find
morning,
this defendant guilty of
Henny.
involuntary manslaughter.
Good to see you guys this morning.
You're able to pick either because the law allows you to do so. Involuntary manslaughter is committed when someone's actions or inactions are grossly negligent, or their failure to perform their legal duty as a parent was grossly
Oh,
negligent.
and there's Emma catching
That
everybody
gross
coming in
negligence
this morning.
caused
Good morning,
death,
everybody.
and not the cause. It was a cause of death. And that's important because the judge is going to tell you that there may be more than one cause of death, such as this situation, as long as that other cause was reasonably foreseeable to him, to the defendant. Not to everyone else in the world, but to him. The father who bought the gun, the father who raised the shooter, the father who knew what was going on in his life, the father who suspected him as a school shooter, well before his name was made public, well before anyone from the police department told him it was his son. The law allows multiple people to be held responsible in this case. And that's going to come to you from Judge Matthews. Gross negligence is the failure to use ordinary care to avoid a known danger, even though it was apparent to a reasonable person that serious injury would result. It's the willful disregard of danger. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we were here. James Crumbley's willful disregard of danger and his failure to use just ordinary care, when he was the one who knew the background, he was the one that knew the origins of this drawing. Him sitting in that counselor's office, looking at this drawing, and then not only staying silent, but then his failure to act, right there is his willful disregard of danger, right there. You're going to hear a lot of evidence and arguments in this case. It's important that we all understand that you're not here to decide on parenting. This case isn't about parenting. It's not illegal to be a bad parent. It's not kids doing kids things. We're here to talk about a preventable mass murder. No one will ever suggest to you that every parent can or should be held responsible for everything their teenager does. That's not the law. No one will ever suggest that to you. But in a situation where the father was in a position to reasonably foresee what the son was going to do, because the father armed him 4 days before and was shown a clear statement of intent of what the son was going to do. That is when a rare set of circumstances is present in these specific set of facts. James Crumbley is in charge with what his son did on November 30th. James Crumbley is charged with what he did. and what he didn't do on November the 30th. That is a very important distinction. That is what the law allows. That is what we were asking you to do. This case is not about guns. It's not about even how all guns should be stored in the home. It's not about gun laws. This case is about this gun for this kid with these issues, not secured, when shown this picture. That's what this case is about. When this kid was begging for a more deadly weapon, that's why we're here. I ask that you listen to the testimony, you review the evidence, and you follow the law. If you do that, you will undoubtedly reach a fair and just verdict. If you do that, you will find that James Crumbley is one of the 3 people in this world criminally responsible for what happened on November the 30th, 2021. You will find him guilty as charged.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Ms. Lehman, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The events of November 30th of 2021 undeniably changed people's lives in ways that most people could never imagine. 4 children lost their lives. Families were destroyed, and a community was terrorized. But this case is not about what happened inside of Oxford High School. This case is about what happened outside of Oxford High School. The prosecution alleges that James Crumbley was aware that his son was a danger to others, and that he failed to protect other people from his son. The prosecution alleges that James Crumbley had knowledge that his son could and would hurt other people, and that he failed to protect those people, that he failed to take steps to protect others. And ladies and gentlemen, that simply is not true. You will hear evidence in this case of what occurred inside of Oxford High School. You will hear the prosecution's version of what they claim James Crumbley may have known. You will hear that a gun was purchased on November 26th of 2021 by James Crumbley. You will hear what kind of a gun it was. It was a handgun. You will hear how it was stored. You may hear where it was stored. You will hear whether or not Mr. Crumbley's son knew where that firearm was. Pay attention also to what you don't hear. Pay attention to that you won't hear that James Crumbley knew that his son knew where that firearm was. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley was not aware that his son had access to that firearm. You will hear testimony that access was not allowed in James Crumbley's mind. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not hear that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do. You will not hear that James Crumbley even suspected that his son was a danger. That math homework that the prosecution is putting up on the screen, you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about what other people thought about that. People at the school, including James Crumbley. There's going to be probably quite a bit of discussion about that piece of math homework, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear all about it. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley did not know what his son was going to do. He did not know that his son could potentially harm other people. He did not know what his son was planning. He did not purchase that gun with the knowledge that his son may use it against other people. You will not hear that he did that. The prosecution told you that. The prosecution just told you you're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that James Crumbley purchased that gun with the knowledge that his son was going to go harm other people. But what the prosecution wants you to believe, the part that's not true, is that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do and knew that he had a duty to protect other people from his son. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not true. He didn't know. You're going to hear about James Crumbley's relationship with his son. There may be other witnesses who testify about that, about how James interacted with his son, including on the day when that math homework was shown. You're going to hear from other people. They're going to tell you, in their own words, what they observed about James Crumbley and his son, about what they observed about his son, about any concerns they may have had. Other people, not just James Crumbley, but other people with additional education, additional training to evaluate.
Oh, hey, good
situations
morning,
like this
Gail.
and
Good to
evaluate
see you this
individuals.
morning.
You're going to hear from those people.
How are you doing this morning?
And they're going to tell you in their own words what they thought about the math homework, about Mr. Crumbley's son, about Mr. Crumbley's interactions with his son. Yes, James Crumbley was a DoorDash driver. We all know that. It's been said multiple times. Ladies and gentlemen, being a DoorDash driver doesn't mean that your job is any less important to you or other people than any other job. It doesn't mean that you don't feel that you have a duty to go to work. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're not aware of an immediate, imminent danger, why would you do anything different than what you normally do? You wouldn't, because you don't have any reason to think you need to. So ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the evidence. You've heard a lot of questions in the last couple of days from both the prosecution and myself. You probably have an idea where each side lands on these issues. But you're going to hear the evidence. You're going to hear from people other than us. And you're going to be able to hear in their words what they thought about those days from November 26th to November 30th of 2021. And their feelings.
Yeah,
what
he
they
had
observed,
hearing loss, Kel.
any concerns that they may or may not have had. The prosecution has asked you repeatedly to follow the law. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Please do follow the law. And I'm confident, we are confident, that if you do that, if you follow the law, that you will find James Crumbley not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Should I give you a little break?
We had a little break.
I'm gonna give you a little break, so you might have to do a little bit of setup in the courtroom, and then you're gonna hear it first. So, for about 10 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
Councilman, I approach briefly when the jury's out.
Mic off, Your Honor.
Can you turn the microphone?
Okay, so I missed what just happened. What just happened? I literally turned around and texted husband a quick second, and then all of a sudden, poof, everybody's standing up.
We're breaking down, right, Judge?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get rid of some paper.
What is going on? Is he sick or something? Stand by a moment while I run this back on my phone and see what happened. Did I miss something? Did they give them a break? Are they on like a maybe that's all it is, Kel. Maybe that's all it is and I'm just misunderstood. I don't know. I'm gonna run back and look that real quick.
They'll probably like move
Move
it,
it back.
yeah,
Okay.
like around, turn it around.
Put my
maybe.
mic here and then they moved it. I was like, it's kind of behind them.
They should. I don't know. I guess I can't give you an
It's kind
answer.
of a crash.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I rewound it. She did finish, and literally, like, she finished her opening, like, within seconds while I was texting back and forth with Dale for just a split second. And then all of a sudden, I turn around and look, and they're putting shackles on him. I'm like, "Did something happen?" But no, she finished her opening, and they just said, "Let's have a quick break," and then they were gonna do some kinda setup, I guess, for the first witness. So, all is good, all is clear, everything's fine. It was kinda sussy for a minute there though, right? Holy cow. I don't know how long she said they were gonna take, but right, Kel, it was the abruptness of it that made me think something was wrong, but ugh. So they're just on a quick break, Joanna. Yeah, they're on a break. They're on a break. Hold on. You guys ready? Here we go.
We were on a break. We were on a break. We were on a break. We really were on a break. We 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 really were on a break. We were on a break.
We were on a break. If you guys missed it lately, we have a new soundbite addition to the Crime Cafe. You know how what QB's favorite phrase is?
I hate it here.
Hmm. Okay. Those chairs look super comfy, huh? We were on a break. JB says, I went back trying to find out what's going on. Yeah. Apparently nothing. Yeah, they are, Lee. They finished their opening statements and they just said they needed a quick break for uh before they start with their first witness. I heard someone say something about doing a something to they needed time to set something up for the witness or something. So they're on a break. Hey, SRB, good to see you this morning. How are you, dear? How are you, SRB? It's good to see ya. Their coffee started working, right, Margaret? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Hey, SRB. Remind me, are you into the like Delphi? I always forget. If anybody missed it yesterday, we were just doing a peeping in on another trial that was just kind of off the cuff for the day because, you know, JB and I were both kind of feeling poopy and didn't have it in us to continue reading that massive document. So um, we had found out yesterday, though, while we were trial watching something, that we had um, some breaking news in Delphi. They have yesterday, I can't remember what time it was. It was probably midday, maybe. Um, but yeah, they came out with the defense is like, yo, we want this whatever Indiana rule something B. I don't know what the rule was called, but anyway, it basically says that they have to have the trial within 70 days. Um 70 days. Um Oh, poor George was sleeping on his back and just rolled off the bed. Poor boy. Oh no, Joanna. Poor George. He's probably like, wait, who pushed me off this bed? Oh. Okay, you do try to watch the Delphi stuff, but I got lost this week watching coverage on the missing kiddos. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff going on. This little Sebastian, and then the Elijah View or Vu, however you say his name. Yeah, and then there's all kinds of details coming out on um, sweet little Madeline Soto. Ugh, so much stuff with kids. So much stuff with kids. It's hard. So yeah, SRB, we started deep diving Delphi. I don't know if you've been in here any of the days we were doing that, but we started like from day one of the timeline back several days ago, and we've broken each day into a part. So I've got like part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Um, and we finally got into the Frank's memorandum. And yesterday would have been day 2 of reading the memorandum. But because both JB and I were kind of feeling under the weather, we decided not to because it's just constant reading, you know. And I didn't think anybody would want to hear my nose sniffling all day, so. Your heart's breaking for all of them. I know. It's awful. Awful. And I just saw a scroll across my screen a minute ago. Apparently, Kayla um, from the Harmony um, situation, the Harmony Montgomery, she's the Kayla, the stepmom. She's apparently, I think today, if I'm not mistaken, supposed to be in front of the parole board or whatever. So we'll find out if she'll be getting out soon. You had a stomach bug yesterday? Ugh, no stomach bug here. But man, my nose, I woke up like sneezing and snotting. It was awful. I feel better today, but like I can still feel a little bit of like a burning, itchy in my nose, like I want to sneeze. I don't have any allergy medicine, so I have kids' allergy medicine. I guess I could take some of theirs, but oh, mm. Caught one of the days you were on Delphi. Great coverage, and I'll have to go back and listen to them. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the back and forth weather is what my problem is for sure. I don't feel like it's any kind of like bug or anything, but I do feel like it's um, uh, yawn just kind of popped up. I do feel like it's weather related. Joanna said it's always hard to hear about children. Look at these teens. I mean, these are the good kind, not the eye rolling brats. Mm, sad. So sad. Goodness gracious. I need to turn my phone on Do Not Disturb. Come on. They were on a really long break. Mm, I'm going to have a coffee refill soon. Oh, and also, for anybody that has missed it, I think it was Kel that brought it up yesterday. Um, March 12th. Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. I just got a tweet. Um, this comes from Kathy Russin on Twitter. It says new. Kayla Montgomery was granted parole this morning. She will be released in May. Well, well, well. I have mixed feelings, not gonna lie. And early allergy season, right? I know. I think I might have some Benadryl in there, but I really don't want to take Benadryl because goodness knows I'll be like, so. But what I was going to say before I mentioned this about Kayla Montgomery, Scott Peterson on March the 12th will be having a status hearing. Assuming in regards to this whole retrial situation. So I'm anxious to hear about that. I'm really anxious to hear about that. Another thing I saw today that was going on, if you watched the, was it Piketown, Ohio? The Wagner family. They like single-handedly, well, not single-handedly. It was kind of it was kind of a whole family affair, where the dad and the boys went and killed like this whole family. Yeah, that was Billy Wagner, who is, I think it's the dad they're talking about. He has something going on in court today, but I don't know if they're going to air that or stream it because they never would stream that whole, like, well, they streamed it, but I think that they did it like a day behind or something like that. And they wouldn't, they gave them the option to be viewed on camera, like the mom, Angela Wagner, and then the boys, Billy and, or George. And then what was the other guy's name? I can't remember all their names, but yeah. Just a few hours from you. Wow, SRB. Margaret, what are you gagging about? Oh, about Kayla? Yeah. Joanna says, poor long suffering. He put one diamond painting in the wrong box. Now he's on a search. I'm staying in my room. Oh, no. And he's probably like, how many of them have you gotten shipped out, Joanna? How many have you gotten shipped out today? Oh, and Margaret, you should have a package soon. It has been packaged up and it's here in my hand at the current moment. Hold on and I will show you. Don't look at my hair. Don't look at my face. Don't look at me. But got your package ready to go in the mail. So, that's going out today. Yeah. So Kayla Montgomery has apparently has been paroled and she will be getting out in May, it said. That's what my phone just told me. Oh, hold on. I saw another Delphi update. Hold on. You guys, I'm telling you what, true crime, all these stories are just busting at the seams, man. Hold on. Excellent breakdown by Kara of why Nick McClelland accessing the defense's ex parte motion for expert fees is such a big deal, and beyond that is completely unethical. I don't know what that. I'm not understanding those words. Mm, yeah, there's something going on. Something wonky. The state has filed its third request for Richard Allen's mental health records. The state's first two requests have been denied by Gull. Nick McClelland filed a third request for the private HIPAA-protected clinical notes, medical health records, or mental health records of Richard Allen, likely in hopes of weaponizing the state. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. Looks like there's some hubbub going on, and I don't know what it is. JB, go check out Delphi and see what's happening. There's obvious movement today. Motioned. I'm not sure. It looks like today the state filed a motion for leave of court to subpoena third party records, third request for mental health records. So, yeah, I don't know. I expected after yesterday's defense's motions and stuff that today was going to be like a woohoo kind of day with Delphi. So, Joanna says you have to, you think you know, then your mind's blown. Okay, looks like we have James Crumbley back in the courtroom. I hope that they have fixed their audio issues. I hope that someone has told whoever is in charge of the camera there today that, dude, you need to tell the court to turn their microphones on. The only one that I've been able to hear at all has been the defense, whoever she is, his lawyer. She's the only one that I have been able to hear. She seems to be less annoying, SRB. Yeah. I said earlier, if I hear her say, "What would like WW insert my initials here do?" then I'm dead. Like, just dig me a hole because come on. She doesn't seem to be nearly as annoying. I'll say that. But we haven't really seen her in action yet, other than her opening statement. So, and she's not like saying, I'm sorry, every 2 seconds, or flipping her hair, or looking at herself in the camera, or in her, like in her phone's camera. Oh, she's fixing his tie. He was having issues with his tie earlier. He was trying to fix his tie so that it was like, I don't know. Earlier when he was sitting there, I saw him messing with his tie. It must have been something not right with it. Margaret was less annoyed. Yeah. Less annoyed. We were saying too, I don't know what you guys think, but I mean, and he is a male versus his wife, Jennifer, who is a female. But I was just thinking that he looks way less haggard than Jennifer did. I mean, there's not much to a man other than an outfit and his hair. But Jennifer, I don't know, Jennifer's face, she just looked tired, exhausted, and worn down, you know? Um, and people kept saying things like give her a hairbrush, do something for her hair, because her hair was all over the place every day. I mean, don't get me wrong, my hair is all over the place too. 99 times out of 10, 99 times out of 10. That made 0 sense. I was trying to say 99 times out of 100 and 9 times out of 10. So, most of the time my hair is a train wreck. But if I'm in court, you know, why can we not hear anything, y'all? Okay, now they've got it on. Okay. I agree.
Margaret calling people versus James Crumbley, case number 222799989 FH.
Thank you. Good morning, Marquise, on behalf of people.
Karen McDonald, on behalf of the people. Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
I'm ready for the jury.
We are, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. I'm asking who's the first witness?
Molly Darnell, Your Honor. May I get her in the hall? Oh,
Yes, Margaret. Her name was Jennifer.
You swear.
The mom's.
The testimony about to give is a police officer. Could you step up and have a seat? And would you state your name for the record, spell your first and last name?
Molly Darnell, MOLLY DARNELL.
may I proceed? Good morning. Can I call you Molly?
You can.
Okay. And Molly, I know you testified a couple times, so keep your voice up.
Mhm.
And if you want me to slow down or you don't understand the question, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living
I'm an educator.
and where are you employed?
I'm employed at Oxford Community Schools. I've been there since the fall of '98.
So that would be your whole teaching career?
That's correct.
Okay. What is your role now?
My role now is I am a virtual teacher with Oxford Virtual Academy. I'm a mentor teacher for middle schoolers.
All right, so do you go to the high school now?
I do not. No.
All right. Can you tell the jury what your role was and which building you worked at on November 30th of 2021?
On November of 2021, I was the International Baccalaureate Coordinator for the Middle Years Program, which was a 610 program, as well as the English Language Arts coach, which was a 612 position.
Okay, so you didn't have, did you have instructional contact with students, or was
I
it
did
more
not.
teachers?
No, I worked with teachers, predominantly the English Language Arts department, but I worked with many other teachers throughout the 612 curriculum. It was it's a coaching job. So instructional curriculum, that type of what's happening in the classroom at that point in time.
When was the last time you had a traditional teaching schedule?
A traditional teaching schedule might have been 2015. I'd have to really go back and look at my resume to know that.
Okay,
But in the fall of 2020, I did have a classroom. We went back face to face. And so we pulled all of our instructional coaches out to teach a few hours of the day so that we could spread students throughout the building and get students back instructionally.
okay, so after COVID, the coaching, faculty
We moved back into our.
started to take more teaching assignments so that you could spread kids out.
Correct.
Do I have it right?
Correct.
Okay. On November of 2021, were there kids in the school that you knew? And if so, how did you have contact with them?
There were kids that I knew from the class that I had had the previous year. There might have been, having been in the district for a long time, there were a lot of teachers who had children that were in that building. So I know a lot of them too.
I'm glad you brought that up. Does Oxford have a lot of faculty who send their children to the district?
Yeah, I would say many of our faculty send their students through Oxford schools, yes.
Okay. And the kids that you knew in that building that day, did you also know them from middle school or you just knew?
Yeah, just knew them from knowing their parents, or if I had them in class the year before. But there might have been a kid in passing that I met here or there. But for the most part on that year, I had no contact with students other than, if like a kid wanted to stop in and see me, or if we met in the hallway or.
Okay. But did you have a traditional classroom on?
I did not. I shared an office. It was like a half classroom.
So was the classroom turned into two offices or an office?
Correct. It was a classroom turned into two offices. It was in one of the instructional halls, the math science instructional hall. And I shared it with two other coaches in the district.
Okay. You're the first witness. So the jury's not seen a map of the school.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna put that up in a minute.
Okay.
It's already been admitted. There's no objection to that. But before I do, can you just generally describe how the school is laid out? It's a fairly new building, correct?
It is fairly new. The main part of the building was opened, I think, in the fall of '98, the year that I started with Oxford schools. And then I think it was the fall of '04 that we started, that it became the high school. So it's a fairly new building. There is like one main hallway that kind of runs up the center and it hugs into the courtyard. It almost reminds me, like if you opened it in a map, you would see it almost mirrors itself in many ways, especially the area that I was in.
Okay, and your hallway was the hallways organized by subject matter?
Yes, we had like our foreign language hallway, our English language arts hallway, we had our math section, social studies, and then science wrapped around the side. Our electives were on the outskirts of the high school.
And how did the students and the faculty refer to bathrooms and exits? How did they describe them from one to the other?
It might have been like the exit by the staff parking lot. That's how I knew them.
Okay.
I know that there are numbers on all the doors. Numbers are not my thing.
It's really interesting. Where's this? Is there a senior
There is a
leisure
senior,
area
yes.
at Oxford?
Yes, so right up that main corridor, which is like, I said, if you folded it, there's like this one main hallway. Right in the center of the building is considered the senior window. And that is right in front of our courtyard, one of our courtyards.
And the hallways go subject matter. Did you typically find upperclassmen, lowerclassmen, or it was all mixed in all throughout the building?
Well, many of the seniors did hang out in that area, or kids throughout the building. There was no area specific for like freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors.
All right, I'm going to show you now and the jury what's been admitted and marked as People's Exhibit 9.
Can I get this?
Yes, it should.
Can I do
You just take 6 seconds.
Yep. Oh, okay.
That was on the last. It'll take a second.
Perfect.
See it?
Thank you. Yep.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
This is a map of the high school. And so you see where it says media center in the middle and then court right below it. when we were talking about that senior window,
right there?
correct? So that senior window is just south of court. Like that's the senior window, that window that is on the south end of court. No, go back. Yeah, right on like the south end of court. Sorry, south.
Okay.
Maybe I'm directionally
I
challenged.
think.
I'm sorry, I am.
Everyone has
I'm gonna
this.
wanna go north.
Okay, so what,
I guess it would be east.
what was the number for your classroom?
My number is 222.
Okay, and we'll. Right there?
Correct.
Okay. And then what's in the middle area right there to,
Actually, sorry, I'm not 222. I'm 224.
okay,
I was right next door to 222.
do you see 224?
You can't see the number, but you can see between 226 and 222.
222.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a bunch of names written in that. That was all the coaches,
right.
myself and the other
And
coaches.
to the left of that, what is that area?
The other room on the other side.
That. Yeah, that. What is this area? What's in there?
That area on the lower end is the science labs. On the upper end, there is I can see a bathroom to the right, a student bathroom. And
And the senior area is up.
it's up
In the
top.
middle?
Yep, it's right there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I want to draw your attention. To around 12:50 on November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Did you have any kind of teaching assignment on that day?
I did not have a teaching assignment on that day. It was a Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Um,
Can you tell the jury about the Oxford lunchtime schedule? Because it's a little confusing.
We run a 7-period rotating schedule, which means that kids meet for 6 class periods a day. The lunches have a split hour, so they have an A, B, and a C lunch. If they're A lunch, they go to their class the second half. If they're a B lunch, they go to class, have lunch, go back to class. And if there's a C lunch, they go to class, then they go to lunch.
Okay, and about how many minutes is passing time generally?
I want to say it was 8 minutes.
And what did you typically do during passing time?
During passing time, I might have gone out in the hall and chatted with a colleague or two, checked in on something. That is also a time it's like the time that teachers need to get things done. So there might be a quick interaction. I might, see a kid in the hallway passing by. But pretty often, like it was just standing guard outside my room or standing outside my room.
Okay. At around 12:50 that day, do you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, a student that I had in the fall of 2020 wanted to chat. And so she came in and we chatted for a few minutes. And then she left.
Do your, as a general rule, do you keep your door open or closed?
Open.
All right. And your classroom, as we see in the map, was smaller. What was the layout of the classroom? Were there traditional student desks in there, or can you explain to the jury what the classroom was?
If you walked in straight ahead, you would have seen my desk. To the left of that, you would have seen one of my colleagues' desks, and then just on the wall, like closest to the hallway, there was another coach's desk.
What is at the back of the classroom when you go in the front? The wall you're facing, what is that?
There's a large window that leads out to the courtyard.
Once the student left, what did you do?
There was a few minutes left during passing, and so I walked around to my desk and opened up my laptop.
All right, and we're going to
and
see
check some emails. Yeah.
Okay, and are you facing the door, or
I'm facing the door. Correct.
All right, and what happened next?
I'm sitting on my laptop, reading through an email. The door's open and I notice a group of kids running by. It was a movement that I had never really seen before. They were moving, like there was a hyperness to the voices. And it was almost like they were pushing forward, like trying to move as fast as possible.
And that seemed unusual to you?
That was very unusual to me, yes.
Okay, why was it unusual?
I have never seen a group of students move like that before.
Because of their speed or the way that they're,
I think it was all of it. There was a speed to it, the tone of voice. There wasn't any like, my first instinct was that it was a fight, but a fight, because it was the only thing that, was the closest to what students would be moving quickly or swiftly to, especially in that large group of kids.
did you stay seated or did you get up?
I got up. I exited the classroom or the office and moved about
In the hallway?
into the hallway. I moved into the hallway to see like, well, what's going on?
Okay, if you look at the map, which direction did you turn? Did you turn
I
towards door
turned
4?
towards door 4.
Okay.
So I turned towards door 4.
What did you see in the hallway?
I see, so the hallway kind of bends. So I come out of my office and I'm closer to that 221, but not fully there, right? I'm closer to 221 and I'm looking and I can see all these kids rushing out of door 4, which didn't make sense to me because, again, I'd never seen this happen.
So that's what you saw.
Mhm.
Did you hear anything at that point?
It was silent. There was no noise.
Was that unusual?
Absolutely unusual.
Okay.
At that time, yes, absolutely.
And what did you do next?
I moved back into my classroom, trying to understand what's happening. And I walked back into the classroom and I'm thinking, okay, could there be a prank? I doubt there would be, and so it's probably 10 seconds, if 10 seconds. And I hear 3 things really close together.
Okay. What did those 3 things sound like?
One was an announcement, the bells chiming in an announcement of our principal coming over the PA and saying, we're moving into lockdown. This is not a drill.
Okay, when you, as a faculty member for this many years, what is lockdown? What have you been trained to know about that? What does that mean?
So we're trained in the Alice protocol, which means we have to use our senses to figure out what's happening. But with all of those students and with what I was hearing, the 2 additional things that I was hearing was like a loud pop, 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 and then multiple doors slamming. I moved to shut my door and lock myself in.
I want to stop for a minute.
Mhm.
What is your experience with firearms up until this point?
Up until this point, my experience with firearms is limited. I have, however, shot a weapon I have in my life shot a weapon.
Okay. Have you been to a range before? Is this a hobby that you have?
It is not a hobby. I have been to a range.
Okay. When you heard the pop, 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 what did you think?
I thought in my head, I could have mistaken them for lockers slamming easily. They did not sound like gunshots to me, but I'm not really, I've been to a range once. I've not I don't really know what a gun sounds like.
Okay, so what, you said the three things, the announcement,
The announcement, the pop, pop, pop of a weapon, that I now know, and doors slamming.
okay. What did you do?
I moved to shut my classroom door because when I had come back in, I had not shut it. So I shut that classroom door, and we have a night lock next to all the doors.
Can you tell the jury what a night lock is?
A night lock is a device that slides into the door.
Where do you slide it?
You slide it in the bottom of the door, and it keeps the door. So on my office and all of the rooms in the building have glass partitions on the side. So if someone were to shoot out that and try to get in, it would keep that door from being opened.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 10. Molly, what is that?
That's the office that I had.
Okay, so that's your door open.
Yep.
All right, and where is your, this is not a pic, is this a picture that adequately reflects the normal,
No,
like, okay,
this was.
we're gonna get to what's, why that's like that, but where is the desk that you were sitting at?
Straight ahead, there's that tall lamp. My desk was. Anyway.
The other way?
Yep.
Okay, so, you said you approached the door, you shut it,
I did. I shut it.
and then where was the night lock?
It is in this photograph. You can see that bag that's mounted to the wall. It was, yep, that's a blood bag that we keep in all the classrooms. And then, or like a medical bag or whatever. And then just in front of that, you can't even see it. It's so close to the door,
Okay,
was the night lock.
okay, and I think I might have interrupted you. What is significant about the night lock and why is it used in a lockdown?
It's a measure, it's an additional measure of barricading yourself into a room if need be.
Can you open the door if the night lock is installed?
You cannot,
What about if you had a key to the door?
wouldn't matter. You cannot open. It's like, it keeps that door from being opened. You would have to remove that metal frame in order to get that door off.
Okay, and how do you, so the person from the inside has to disengage the night lock, is that?
Yes,
That's do I have it right?
Yes.
Okay, so, you close the door and you get the night lock, and then what happens? Did you see anything in the hallway as you approached your door?
No, I didn't. I shut the door. I can hear that door shutting. It's completely silent. And I grab the night lock. And I look down at it because depending on which way your door opens, depends on how it goes into the door. And I see in my peripheral vision some movement. And so I look up, and in that moment, I see someone wearing dark, baggy clothes.
And are you seeing him through that window right there?
Yes, it's
Okay.
through.
You describe the person.
The individual is wearing a hoodie, baggy clothes, a mask, and there was a skull cap on, or like a.
So were any parts of this individual's face visible?
I did not see any. Only his eyes, and he was wearing glasses.
Okay. Had you ever seen this person before?
No.
All right, and when you looked through the door, where was this person? How was he faced? Was he facing you? Was he to the side?
At the moment that I locked eyes with him, we were standing square to one another.
Okay, tell the jury about locking eyes with him and what you saw.
So I lock eyes with this person, and I see some movement coming from the side of him, and I realize that he's raising a gun to me. I remember thinking in my head, there's no orange tip on that gun.
What does that mean?
I had heard somewhere in my past that BB guns have an orange tip. And my body reacted and I jumped.
You're
To the
motioning,
side,
you're
yes.
motioning that you jump to the
I
right.
jumped to the right, so I'm jumping this way in the room.
And at this point, the door's closed.
The door is closed, yes,
Is there a window on the other side of this door or just what we
No.
see?
just what you see.
All right, you jump to the right and then what
I
happens?
jump, I'm turning and I'm jumping to the right, and then I feel my shoulder move back. It feels like I've been stung by hot water.
Okay, you're pointing to something. What-
Yeah,
can
on
you
my
just-
arm,
On your left arm,
yes.
okay.
Um,
At this point, did you manage to get the night lock in already?
no, the night lock's in my hand.
So he could have just opened the door.
The door was locked,
Okay.
like the lock was
Okay.
on it, right? I look behind me and I see, you can see the bullet hole in the glass leading out to the courtyard. And in my head, I remember thinking a BB gun can't do that. Oh, the instinct in my body was that I had to barricade this door. But I'm afraid to go back to the door to put the night lock in.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ma, I have to stop you for a second. When you, after you locked eyes and you see a gun, do you hear anything?
Nothing.
Okay.
Oh, well, sorry,
That's okay.
there were, it's totally silent in the hallway, but I do hear 3 loud pops. They were, you could feel the force like coming, like the way the door hit, it was very forceful, but the sound did not match the force.
What do you mean by that?
It was like higher pitched than the power of what was happening through that door.
When you jumped to the side, you said then you looked and saw the bullet hole, and then what did you do next?
There was a filing cabinet over on this side of the door against the wall, and so it's like a longer one, and so I grab it and I'm trying to move it, and I'm realizing I can't move it, but I know I have to get back and barricade that door.
Okay. You were shot that day.
I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jury and show the jury where you were shot?
Yeah. I'm gonna remove this. Is
That's
that okay?
You can step down if you want to. It's okay.
Okay. So you can see it's kind of like on the back side of the arm. It's not straightforward. Like you can't see the scar when I'm standing straight forward. So he caught me when I'm jumping on this side. He pinches me.
And are there
There's
two?
an entrance and an exit wound, and the line in the middle is where the bullet cauterized my flesh.
When you were trying to move the filing cabinet, at this point, did you,
I'm okay.
did you know you were shot?
I did not know.
Okay, were you feeling anything physically?
No, there was nothing physical. I was so focused on, I have to barricade this door. And when I realized I couldn't move that filing cabinet, I still had the night lock in my hand. And so I got down on my hands and knees and I crawled the length of the door and I dropped the night lock in. And it made that like ting sound when it hit the ground. And then I went.
Talk to me about why do you say that it made a sound? Was that significant to you?
The only thing that I have to go on right now is what's happening in my space and what are my senses telling me. It just sticks.
Was there anything, could you see, smell, or hear anything else outside of your door?
There was a smell of a cat, like a cat gun might have smelled like, or, but I'm not going back towards the window, right? I'm just dropping that in. And then I grab the rolling cart, which is also against that back wall, and I push it, and that's what you see in front of the door.
So that piece of furniture is the rolling cart?
Yes.
Okay, and you could move that?
Yeah, it was really easy to move. It was just a push.
Okay. At this point, did you know you were shot?
No.
Okay, what happens next?
I'm concerned that he's gonna come back around to those windows. So I know that I need to hide in that room,
Did you say those windows, the front ones or the back ones?
the back ones.
Okay.
In the back. So I'm trying to, I've barricaded the door. I'm trying to make myself invisible in that space. So I go back to that large filing cabinet and move it just enough so that I can crawl behind it.
We can't see that here because it's to the left, so would you be able to see, would somebody looking in the window next to the door be able to see you?
No, the cabinet was quite large and it was wide. They would not have been able to see me behind that cabinet.
Okay. At this point, did you realize you had been shot?
I knew I could start to feel blood rolling down my arm. And
What kind
I
of?
don't think I was admitting that I was shot, right? It's not some, it was so far out of what I knew to be what happens. And so I just knew that if I was bleeding, I had to put a tourniquet on. But I can't get back to that bag that has medical supplies in it. So I removed my cardigan that I was wearing that day. And I used one of the sleeves to tie around my arm, put part of it in my mouth and the other part in my hand, and I just tightened it around my upper arm.
Are you feeling any pain at this point?
No.
Okay. The person that you saw raise the gun and shoot at you, did you, looking back then now, what was your impression of his use of the firearm, if anything?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. She's already testified she's not very familiar with firearms. I think that she would be speculating about his use of this.
I do want to acknowledge she's testified twice before, so I do know, I'm trying to, this is difficult. Even though it's her third time, it's very hard for her. And so I'm trying to get her to answer my questions.
We'll describe what you noticed about him.
His feet were about hip distance apart. His shoulders were square. And he raised that gun right up. It was probably a second from the moment that I locked eyes with him.
Okay, just for the record, you're raising your arm at shoulder level. Was it 2 arms or 1?
I don't know. I just remember seeing the one arm and my body instinctually moved.
Okay. So after you tied the tourniquet, what did you do? Were you hearing any announcements? Did you have a phone with you? Did you have a way of communicating with anyone?
I had my cell phone. The thing that I know to do is to barricade and listen. So I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I know that if we're in lockdown, 911's been called. There's a phone on that desk, but if I reach for him, he's there, he'll see me. And then I'm worried about what's happening in the front office. So I don't want to call up there. And I text my husband, I love you, active shooter. Within a few.
Did you let anyone know that you had been shot?
No, not at that point. Within a few minutes, I receive a text message from my daughter, who went to school in a neighboring district. Through social media, she had heard that there was an active shooter at Oxford High School. She said, "Mom, are you okay?" And I said, "I'm sheltered in place. I'm safe. And I love you." And I'm just listening to what's happening outside, trying to distinguish what's my next move.
What are you hearing?
Absolute silence. I'm hearing nothing.
Were there any announcements?
There was another announcement that came on at one point, and it was to remain in lockdown. There's a hallway text thread that we have that there's no one texting on that,
Do
but
you
there,
mean the teachers
Yes,
in that
in the
hallway have
hallway.
a group text?
Yes.
Okay.
No one's texting on that. But in the other part of the building, my language arts team says, I'm hearing there's an active shooter, and I said I saw one.
Do you say, "and I've been shot"?
I did not say that I was shot.
Okay, is there a reason you're not telling anybody that you've been shot? Is that because you didn't want to really understand it, or?
I think that there's definitely a part of me that was in denial about what was happening in that moment. I also think that what I know is that building has to be secured to save the most amount of lives. And telling anyone that I'm shot when I'm not, when I do not need help, is not beneficial.
So you didn't want anyone to help you?
I did not need emergency medical attention at that moment. Or at least that's what I felt.
Okay. How long do you think you were in that classroom behind that cabinet?
I'm in there for about, I would say 20 minutes. And I'm sitting on my bum. And at one point I hear footsteps in the hallway because my back's facing that hallway. And I think they're starting to evacuate those rooms. That was the decision. That was the moment I decided to text the teacher next door to me. She's in room 222. And I just said, no one knows right now, but I've been, I think I used the word hit. I've been hit in the arm. And then I did say, I hope there's no one else. She then alerted. I believe she called 911, and there was another teacher in the room with her, and he alerted the front office.
So at some point, did somebody come to try to help you?
It was pretty quickly after I sent a text message to them that Kurt News, who was our assistant principal at the time, that he shows up at my door knocking, Molly, are you in there? And from behind that filing cabinet, I said, yes. I've known Kurt since I started in Oxford, but I didn't trust that was Kurt in that moment.
So you didn't want to open the door?
I did not want to open the door. It felt safer to stay in there. And then a few seconds after, there's police officers at the door, and they're like, are you injured? And I said, yes. And so they asked me to, I think I said, do you want me to, I kind of like crawled out from behind, and I was like, do you want me to take the night lock out? And they said, yes. Do you want me to open the door? And they said, yes. And I'm still on my hands and knees at this point. They reach up for the handle. And that door swings open, and they grab me from under my arms. And they pull me up and out of the classroom. And I can see Kurt standing on the lockers, like against the lockers.
I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as exhibit 11. What is that, Molly?
That's them at my door. And that's them walking me out. You can see that there were multiple police that were around that door when they pulled me out. And then the two escort me out door 4. We get outside of door 4 and the one says, I'm gonna put a real tourniquet on you now. It might hurt a bit. And then,
Is that what's happening right through the window? You can see in the video?
Yes.
Okay.
and then they said, we're gonna call and see if there's an ambulance available for you. We need to know if someone needs it more than you.
Okay, when you came out, we see somebody there, an officer with a weapon. Were there anybody else? Was there anybody else in the hallway? Were there any students?
There was no one in the hallway. It was completely silent with the exception of a walkie or two that was going off.
And what information did you have at that point about the shooter? Or did you know somebody, if they're still in the building? Did you know if there were victims? What did you know?
I have no idea about anything, but when he says, we're gonna see if there's someone else, I think it was the moment that I knew that there was someone else.
When you got outside, what did you see or hear?
There's a helicopter flying above the building. There's a couple snowbanks.
Did you see any students?
There were a smattering of people throughout the parking lot. I honestly couldn't tell you if they were students or parents.
Okay. Eventually, did you get into an ambulance?
I did.
And where were you taken?
I was taken to Lapeer hospital, the hospital in Lapeer.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
We get to Lapeer and I asked to walk in. I felt like if I could walk, I wanted to walk. And so they supported me to walk me into the hospital. And as I'm walking in, the hallways are lined with doctors and nurses. Like they were prepared for a disaster.
Okay. What did you learn about your injury that day?
It was through and through. It was clean. They ended up doing a chest x-ray on me in the hospital to make sure that no debris from the bullet came in. And that was probably the first moment that I cried because it felt like I had made a mistake in the classroom. And then I had actually put my life in danger. I didn't know if I was hit somewhere else.
What do you mean by means?
I didn't know if I was hit somewhere else. I couldn't understand why they were doing a chest x-ray on me.
Were you released that day?
I was. My husband came up to the hospital to come get me. We went home that night.
At some point, were you informed or shown where those shots landed?
Yeah. He was aiming to kill me. Those shots were intended.
Okay. I want to back up. When did you learn where those shots landed other than you knew it hit your arm?
My husband was my nurse at home, taking care, cleaning my wound. And at some point when, I'm holding him out, I realized That's a heart level. And he was aiming.
Okay. How many inches is it from your heart, Molly?
I would say about 6.
Okay. At some point, were you shown the picture of your door that depicted? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was?
Yeah, I saw that photo in your office.
When you came in months ago to talk
Mhm.
about the testimony. All right, Molly, I'm showing you what's been in as Exhibit 12. Is that the classroom, your classroom door?
It is.
Okay. And the pink rods, do you know what those indicate?
The bullets that came through the door.
Okay, and when you saw that in my office, what did you say?
He was aiming to kill me. That's a shot to the head and to the chest.
Nothing further.
Can I ask you to tell the jury what Alice is?
Oh, thank you. Alice is a protocol that we follow. If I could remember the entire acronym, I would tell you, but it's like we have to listen and make alert. We have to make a decision. Are we going to lock down in place? Are we going to flee the scene? Or are we going to have to go on the attack that like someone would come in the room? So it's just kind of dependent upon the situation and what decision we choose to make in a situation like that.
So you cross his name?
Nothing wrong. You should be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, you can step
Thank
down
you.
when you're excused.
Our next witness involves the exhibits that we spoke about earlier today.
Okay. So we have a little setup here. We are ahead of schedule. There are certain things that need to be set up for your review, so we're going to take that time. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
He's had it with that tie. He's like, forget this tie. I'm done with it. Okay. Had they done cross at all yet or no? I just ran for a potty break and they were in the middle of direct. So, let me rewind it. Oh, did they didn't do cross? Like she said she didn't have any questions, or maybe Morgana. I didn't think about that. Morgana says maybe they make him take it off. Oh, okay. No cross. They let her go, says Steph. Okay. All right. Well, are they going to take a break in between every witness? I don't know. If you guys can hear something in the background, I turned my diffuser on. I don't know if it sounds like water dripping. I don't know if you can hear that or not. My microphone isn't close to it, but it's over there on the edge of my desk. And I put some of my, here, I'll show you guys what I'm using today. Hold on, and I will show you. So I'm using this essential oil today. This is, I use Young Living, but this is called Clarity. Sorry, I'm like right on the microphone. Whoa. But it's called Clarity. And it is just a spicy, I don't remember. It's a, it's got a few, it's a blend of oils that's got in it. Let's see if I can read it. But it's good for like concentration, you know? And because I'm struggling with multitasking, right? So this has oils of basil, cardamom, rosemary, peppermint, coriander, geranium, bergamot, lemon, jasmine, Roman chamomile, pomarosa, and ylang ylang. So there's a lot of different oils in this blend, but it's really good. It smells spicy. Like, I don't know what's in that combo that it's giving me like a black pepper kind of vibe. Smells like a spicy like black pepper. Anyway, I've got it going in my diffuser back behind the computer there. So it'll help keep me like, let's go see what they are doing. I don't know. Did anybody rewind it? I guess we could rewind it, right? Let's rewind it and see what they said they were going to do, because, and then we can always go right back live. I just want to see if they said how long they were going to be.
I'd say about 6.
At some point, when you
Hold on, let me go back here and mute myself real quick. SRB says, man, I hope not. Oh, about the breaks in between every 2 seconds. I know, right? Can you see my toilet paper? This is what I was using to blow my nose. Sorry. I like hardcore, like everything's in the background. Sorry. Let me make sure I ain't got nothing else hiding back there. Well, I mean, kind of maybe. Stuff that nobody's got no business seeing. Potentially, maybe. Yeah. Oh, well. It is what it is, right? Okay, I'm back. So, oh, thank you, Kel. You're awesome. Thank you for that. Lee says, I think they are setting up something. I thought I heard the lawyer say something it was going to take a while to set up. Okay, maybe. I'm going to mute myself, though, and turn my camera back off. And go and start this back real quick and see what we can find out.
You shown the picture of your door that depicted, okay,
Yeah.
do you remember when that was?
Yeah, I saw that photo, in your office.
When you came in months ago to talk
Mhm.
about the testimony? All right, Molly, I'm showing you what's been in as exhibit.
It is.
Okay, Rob, okay.
Yes.
Like someone would come in the room. So it's just kind of dependent upon the situation and what decision we choose to make in a situation like that.
So you cross his name.
Nothing wrong. You should excuse your.
Yes, you can sit down when you're excused.
Our next witness involves the exhibits that we spoke about earlier today.
Okay. So we have a little setup here. We are ahead of schedule. There are certain things that need to be set up for your review, so we're going to take that away. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, that's all they said was just something for the setup. I'm like, well, daggone, can't, right here now. They didn't say how long, so I just went ahead and pushed it back to live. Let me double check again. Yeah, the red light is on right here, which means we're live. So, yeah. All right. I know, right, Morgana? I got my toilet paper, man. Yes. Oh. All right now. I am I've been watching and looking for more of the Delphi news. So let me keep up on that. The tab that I had open for that though was like keeps like going back to the main like news feed on Twitter instead of like what I specifically wanted it to be on. So I have to keep going back and looking again. Okay, there's nothing new. Same information that I already had. Um, Sorry, I'm just reading something here. Hold on. So there's this big post on Twitter from, hold on, let me go see if I can find it. And I'll share it with you all. Let me tap in the search bar up here. Okay. Here it is. So this is on Twitter here. We're just taking a little bit of a sidebar ourselves while they're on break. But this is the Weineke, I don't know how to pronounce that, law office. And I think part of their crew actually went to the Supreme Court with Richard Allen's attorneys at that time. Back a few weeks ago, if you guys remember that little party they had at the Supreme Court of Indiana. But so that's who this law office is. But it says, we are blessed in Indiana as criminal defense attorneys because we have very liberal discovery rules. We can depose witnesses, subpoena records, and consult with experts generally of our own choosing. And when we do consult with experts, we do not have to disclose to the prosecutor who we consulted with or what they said. Okay. Rather, we need only disclose expert witnesses if they intend to testify on behalf of our clients. As a public defender appointed directly by a court, this can create a quandary. What if I need to consult with an expert, but I don't want the prosecutor to know just yet? How can I alert the court I need funding to hire that expert without the prosecutor finding out? There is an exception to the no ex parte rule in this circumstance. Public defenders seeking funds for a consulting expert can file a motion ex parte asking for the funds. Generally, these motions are handled by the courts in one of two ways. Either the motion is filed on paper and delivered directly to the court, and the clerk notes the filing on the docket but does not otherwise scan a copy into the docket. Or the motion can be placed on the docket but access locked so that no one can view it, not even the parties. Why the secrecy? What's the big deal if the prosecutor sees the motion? Well, a couple of reasons. One, in many cases, it may reveal the client's defense strategy. But second, consider this hypothetical. The state has an expert who is new and inexperienced, but thinks your client's fingerprint was found at a crime scene. You decide to consult a very seasoned, very experienced fingerprint examiner. Your examiner agrees with the state's expert. In most cases, the state will never know this. Okay. But if the state knows who your consulting expert is, the prosecutor can depose your expert to see what the expert found, and now the state can use your own consulting expert against you. The state's case just became stronger. This is why the secrecy is necessary. It's not the client's fault he cannot afford counsel. If he could, he would never have to file a request for funds with the court. Allowing him to file it ex parte places him in the same position he would be in if he could afford private counsel. Last night, in the Delphi double murder case, the prosecutor filed a motion seeking Richard Allen's mental health records. The prosecutor listed one of the reasons for the request as his review of the ex parte motion filed by the defense. The prosecutor even quotes the motion. How did he obtain access to the motion? Does this change anything for the defense? Can they still consult with this expert? And then there's quite a few comments. Let's see who we have. Do we have someone joining us? Who do we have? Let's see. Hey, Brenda. Hey. Brenda, that's okay. Really, they've only had one witness. They've been taking a lot of breaks. The only thing you've missed is opening statements, which were pretty short, I think. And the first witness, who was also one of the first witnesses, if not the first witness, in Jennifer Crumbley's trial. So, if you remember her testimony, then it's pretty much the same thing. But hey, Brenda, good to see you. So basically, what we were reading is about concerning Delphi. So they're basically saying that they feel like the prosecution has information that they're wondering how they got it, so to speak. Mr. Tweet here replies and says, could it be the defense simply informed the prosecutor of this? Would there be any reason for them to inform him? And then Winnicke Law Office says, it's possible, although it begs the question that if you were going to give a copy of the motion to the prosecutor, why file ex parte? And then someone says, goodness, is Judge Gold sharing information? Somehow Nick found out. Someone says, just another day in the continuous cycle of Delphi's corrupt DA. With all Slimy Nicky's, they call him Slimy Nicky, underhanded moves, one might conclude that he's not all that confident in his own case. Wonder why that might be. A rush to judgment, perhaps? A possible not so guilty defendant? Someone says pretty clear this was not to be distributed to the prosecutor. When will Andy and Rosie file an objection to this? This needs a response like yesterday, and it does need to be answered how Nick got the ex parte information. If the defense didn't, and I can't see why they would, give him access to, can he be held in contempt or removed from the case? Sheesh. This sounds like a train wreck waiting to happen, man. I don't know. They're getting all kinds of... Oof. Brenda says, I'm filling your chat with all the love. Well, thank you, Brenda. We take it. We take it. We take it. Yes, ma'am. We take it. We take it. We take it. So, yeah, I can't read that. That's too little. I don't know, you guys. Sounds like it's getting pretty hairy to me. What about you? What say you guys? Oof. What do you all think? I don't know when this was submitted. I'm looking at what I was trying to understand on, hey, Lisa. Good morning. Brenda says, QB, did I understand your comment when you first came in? Praying hands, praying hands. JB, I can't tell what this, what I was just showing from that Winnicke Law Office. Hold on. The prosecutor listed one of the reasons for the request as his review of the ex parte motion filed by the defense. I have no idea. This is crazy. Mm-mm-mm. So confusing, man. I don't know, you guys. Having to pull off some of my toilet paper to blow my nose. Hold on a second. I gotta blow my nose. Okay, I'm back. Oh, okay, JB. No worries. And what medicine are you taking? Did you get you some medicine finally? Some cold medicine or allergy medicine? You know, I did a whole Walmart pickup order, or I placed the order today. I haven't picked it up yet, but I forgot to put allergy medicine on there for myself. I have Sudafed. I do have Sudafed. However, QB has scared me about taking it because QB said that if you're not careful, Sudafed can cause a sinus infection. Is that what she said? I'm like, I don't want a sinus infection. It's not been that long ago since I had to take antibiotics for some kind of a head and chest cold, remember? Ugh, no thank you. I saw a head moving around in front of the camera a minute ago. Feel like I'm getting ready to sneeze again. Brenda says, what were you thinking? Can you add on to your order? I might be able to. I don't know if I'm past the time yet or not. Let me go look. Um, I think it's too late. Uh, It's okay. I think I've got Mucinex in there. I could probably take just the Mucinex to help. But yeah. I also ordered some have you guys ever tried they're called the brand, it's an ice cream brand. Um it's an ice cream brand, but it's made with Greek yogurt. It don't taste like Greek yogurt. It's really, 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 really good, okay? But it is the name brand is Yasso, Yasso. It's so good. I used to eat that a while back. And since I've gained weight, I'm gonna have to go back to to my little sweet treats being a little more healthier because they're like 100 calories for one ice cream, and they're very yummy. And they have like a few different flavors, but the one that I ordered is the cookie dough, chocolate chip cookie dough, and they're really, really good. Really, really good. So I'm excited about that. However, something that I did also order, you guys. So Steph and QB and JB have all been talking about this. I don't know if Morgana's tried this. Morgana, you'll have to let me know if you've tried this or not, but there's something that they all go on and on and on about that you can find at Walmart over in like the refrigerated section next to the bakery where they've got like ice cream cakes and stuff. But this is Oreo mousse. And I finally ordered it, so I should be getting that today. And no, that is not calorie friendly. That is not calorie low calorie. No, 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 no. But yeah. I had to get it because I got to try it, right? So, oh well. You guys, have they decided to just take a daggone lunch or what? What is going on? Jeez. Let me run over to Twitter real quick and look and see if I can figure something out here. Crumbley. Uh, nope, no information. But this is getting annoying. Annoying. Yeah, I'm not seeing any like live tweets about what's going on with it. So, JB's mama says Oreo mousse is so yummy. Well, I can't wait to try it. Oh, Morgana, I haven't tried the Skinny Cow ones, but they popped up when I was looking today. I'll have to try those sometime. Exactly, Lee. That was the look I was going for. He says, yeah, I'd like a large fry, 2 Big Macs, and a Diet Coke. I'm on a diet. No, I haven't had that. Does it have cream cheese in it? I don't know. I don't know if it does or not. Brenda says, I can't stand Greek yogurt, but I'm going to try that. Yes. Yes. It's really, I taste zero Greek yogurt. It literally tastes like ice cream to me. I mean, I can't tell that it's Greek yogurt. That's what the ice cream story reminds me of. I know, Lee. I know. People always laugh and say, yeah, somebody will go through McDonald's and do that whole big thing, but then they'll get a Diet Coke, right? Morgana says, Lee, my mom orders a Diet Coke and then has a big dessert with it. Yeah. Life's about balance, right? Balance. Balance. Okay. I'm going back and refreshing the stuff on Twitter because if you weren't already aware, Twitter is where I find all the late breaking stuff. For sure. Someone on Twitter says, Nick, and they're talking about Nick McClelland again for Delphi. It says, Nick, you don't have a case, do you? This is from Coffee Beans on Twitter. It says, Nick, you don't have a case, do you? If you had the case, you claim you do. Why do you want protected medical records from the defendant? How did you get your hands on that ex parte information? Nick. People are definitely in an uproar over it. I don't blame them. I'm glad the defense took sort of a stand, you know. We're like, we're not going to let this go on till October because look, let's see. April, May, June, July, August, September. That would be 7 months from now. And that's a lifetime. I know it's not literally a lifetime, but I'm sure it feels like it when you're in the situation Richard Allen is in. Morgana said, I told her she's 86. Why is she worried about calories? Oh, Lisa, I like granola in my yogurt too. I do. I like granola. I love granola, period, but I like granola in my yogurt. I have an aunt who used to eat pretzels with yogurt. Like she was always like dieting, and she would always get up in the mornings and have like her breakfast would be yogurt with a very small handful of pretzels. JB says, for being someone who has been following true crime and trials for years, Jenny got me to finally get X, Twitter. I'm telling you, it's where all the good stuff happens. You just got to make sure that you follow only the things that you really want to follow, or else you're going to get your feed filled with a lot of junk. So, yeah. And I make sure to have my notifications set when certain people post on Twitter. That way I definitely get updated whenever they post things. So, okay. Looks like the camera's back. We got Mr. Crumbley coming back out. Headed back to his chair. Lisa said my normal breakfast consists of yogurt with granola, one piece of toast with avocado. That sounds good. Oh, yep, he's putting his tie back on. You're right, Morgan. Was it Morgana? Or who was it? I think it was Morgana that said, wonder if they just wouldn't let him have his tie when he's on the brake. That was a very smart observation. I didn't think about it. Morgana said it, and I agreed, said Lee. Okay. All right. Well, we have audio back, so. I mean, they've had enough breaks. I hope to goodness that they don't
Matter
plan
calling
on
people
taking a
over
lunch
James
break.
Crumbley, case number 22-279-989-FH.
Thank you. Good morning, Mark Keith, on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Murray Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Just trying to beat the arrival of the lunch.
This one, you're supposed to see these on. And the volume turned up as well.
Well, this one was,
Right, Lee? Very smart. Edward Wagrowski. That makes me think of Monsters, Inc. Morgana said she's never been accused of being smart before. Whatever.
be seated. Prosecutor, who's the next witness?
Edward Rogowski, Judge.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you may be seated. And then would you state for the name, your name for the record, and spell your first and last name?
Name is
That-
Edward Wogrowski, EDWARD, last name WAGROWSKI.
Go ahead, Prosecutor.
Wazowski. I'm thinking
Sure.
of Monsters, Inc.
How are you employed?
I currently work with the U.S. Secret Service.
What do you do there?
The title is a network intrusion forensic analyst. I do computer forensics, cell phone forensics, network intrusion stuff as well.
And how long have you been working with the United States Secret Service?
2 months now.
And prior to that, where did you work?
I work with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And what did you do there?
I was in the computer crimes unit.
So before, I take it you retired from the sheriff's office?
Yes, I did.
Okay, before retiring, how long did you spend there?
My entire time there was 28 years. I was in the computer crimes unit for 10 years.
Now, if you could tell us, please, what a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Computer Crimes Unit would do on a day-to-day basis.
On a day-to-day basis, our job was electronic evidence, whether it's a cell phone, computer, DVRs from a business, whatever it may be. We were the ones that handled that. We're the ones that had the training how to get the data from that or get the video from it or interpret call detail records.
So Exhibit 43, it's been admitted, it's your CV. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But is it fair to say that you've had specific training for your role there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us about some of that.
The main training that we go to with the sheriff's office was there's an organization called IASIS to become a certified forensic computer examiner. That has a 6-month testing process after 2 weeks of training at their training event once a year. On top of that, for cell phones, there's other agencies. Celebrate has training they do for the tools that we use from them, and other agencies as far as PACC.
Let me interrupt you there. When you say Celebrate, what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Celebrate's a company, and they develop software and have tools to extract data from phones and then interpret that data.
How often in your employment with the Sheriff's Office and with Secret Service would you say that you actually analyze cell phones?
Almost every day. That's what we do.
So you went through a lot of, just now, a very quick rendition of detectives' work with the Computer Crimes Unit. I didn't catch most of that. Can you simplify a little bit of that for me?
I mean, so we get the data from the phones, and then we have to take that data and put it in a format that an officer in charge of a case, an OIC, is able to look at easily. Instead of sitting there scrolling through the phone, potentially changing data, we put it in a format, we take it off of there.
When you say data, what do you mean by data?
Everything on the phone, anything. Text messages, call logs, pictures, videos, anything that's on the phone.
So the goal as a detective, when you take somebody's phone, I take it that's via search warrant?
Via search or consent, yes.
Okay, so if there's a judicial authority for you to look inside the phone, then what do you do with it?
Depending on whether the phone is locked or not, we use methods to obtain the passcodes and then extract the data or the call logs and the messages and all that stuff. And then that's, like I said before, we put in a format that is easier to look at.
And what's the overarching goal of a detective in the computer crimes unit? What's the goal to obtain that information for?
What you want to obtain is all the evidence, if there is any, for prosecution. You want to make sure you get everything that is possibly on that phone to turn over to either the officer in charge of the case who will turn it over to the prosecutor's office.
So you're with the Secret Service now.
Yes.
In this field, the specific field, do you work with other agencies as well?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that, please.
Same as with the sheriff's office, any agency that reaches out that doesn't have the means to have the tools to get data off of phones, we just help them with it.
So we started to talk a little bit about your training in computer forensics. Have you been qualified as an expert in the past in this field?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
14 times.
In what areas?
Cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and then call detail record analysis.
Okay. What's called detail record analysis?
Call detail records are what you get from your carrier. If you have AT&T or T-Mobile, via search warrant, you send it off, search warrant off to the carrier to get information with a specific phone number, what towers they used, where the device might have been, stuff like that.
Okay. You mentioned cell sites.
And yeah, cell tower locations.
What's that mean?
The cell site, the cell tower location is, it's an antenna for your phone, sort of like it is for your car. They're all over the place, wherever, probably within a mile of each other, half mile of each other, depending on the population of the area. But it gives us the exact location where that cell tower is.
Okay. So in your over 10 years of experience working with the digital extraction of data from cell phones, would you say this field has changed?
Yes.
Is your training continuing?
Yes, sir, it does.
Why is that?
Well, just because the information changes, where an app might store information within that, the program itself, the little program might change on every update. So we have to know where we can go to find it if the tool can't find it for us.
When you say the tool, what's that mean?
The Celebrate software, either the physical analyzer software or other methods to get the information off the phone.
So then would it be fair to say that as technology has changed and evolved over time, so is the training of computer crimes detectives?
Yes, sir.
And is that training continuing?
Always.
Judge, this time I'm going to move to qualify as witness as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics and historical cell site analysis.
Okay, he said computer forensics, cell phone forensics, car detail analysis. Are those the areas?
That's what he's been qualified in the past, called detail records, but in this particular case, he's going to be qualified as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics and historical cell site analysis.
Historical cell phone.
No objection, Your Honor.
You may consider this witness as an expert in your historical cell phone analysis and cell phone forensic analysis.
Thank you, Judge. Cell site analysis.
Cell site.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you mentioned that the overall goal is to extract as much information as possible. Would that be right?
That's correct.
Okay. So in a digital investigation, would you confine yourself to just the cell phone?
No.
Okay, so what else? What other areas would you look for information?
Outside the cell phone, that the call detail record isn't stored in the phone. We have to reach out to the cell carrier. A particular app, whether it's Facebook Messenger or Instagram or whatever, we can search warrant them to get information for somebody's account.
Now, if you could tell the jury a little bit, please, about what a cell phone does that might not be commonly known.
When you're not using it, when you're not interacting with it and swiping up and down and stuff like that, it could be updating your email, because you don't always tell the phone to update, it just does it by itself. Or it's talking to a cell tower to know exactly where you might be in case it needs to send you a message, or it knows whether you're not in range or not, so the carrier knows to hold on to that message. There's a lot going on in the background that people just don't know the function's happening, but yet it's continually happening.
Is that while a phone's powered on?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so what happens if the phone's powered off?
Nothing. It can't do anything. It can't receive information, can't send information.
Okay. And what about Android phones specifically? Have you had the opportunity to be trained in data extraction from Android phones?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same as Apple phones? iPhones?
Not entirely. How the operating system is written, it's a little different in the process in getting the data off of the phones.
What do you mean?
On Android phones, it's a little bit easier to get the data off of a phone than it is an Apple phone.
You said operating system. What does that mean?
The main function, when you look at the phone, the main screen, that's the like Windows for your computer, right? Or iOS for your Mac or whatever. The operating system is the base of that phone, whether it's Android or an Apple, which uses iOS, an Apple phone. That's the main thing that makes the phone function.
Okay, and I think you said that Android operates differently than Apple?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you explain that to me again, please?
It operates a little different on how it stores data, how it retains that data, whether it's a file-based encryption, whether it's even
Okay,
encrypted at all,
Henny,
depending
see you
on
when you
the
come back.
phone
We'll
that
miss
you have that
you.
manufactured that phone, and where it stores that data.
Now, are you able to obtain someone's locations based on a device?
You can, yes.
Tell me how that works.
The phone's always looking where you are. Obviously, it's talking with towers. The tower tells the phone where it's at. For advertising purposes, let's say Google, for example, they put those little cookies on your phone so it knows where you're at all the time, right? And knows that you like going to Burger King. So every time your phone knows that it's near a Burger King because the map app is being used, it's going to tell you, oh, there's a Burger King nearby, or it'll pop up in your Facebook message feed or whatever. So that's, yeah.
Cookies, what's that?
Those are little trackers, I guess, to make it simple. It's a little tracker that's embedded in however the phone interacts with either the internet or an application. It's a little nugget that just sits on your phone, waiting to be activated to tell either Google where you're at, Apple where you're at, and to give the user a better experience with their phone.
So if I'm on my phone, I'm looking at a website, for example, and I get that little bar at the bottom that says this website uses cookies, accept or yes or no.
Yep.
So if I either hit yes or I close out of that box, then it's tracked on my phone.
If you hit yes, correct.
Okay. What if I hit no?
Then the cookies, they're not installed because you're not giving permission for them to be loaded up to your phone, not installed, loaded to your phone.
So in order for me to look at the website, for example, though, I'd have to hit yes.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
No.
So this is something that, as an investigator in this field, you're able to use to help understand the location of the device?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and tell me how that works though.
Well, like I said, one of the main things that we use is what's called location services. Location services are what tracks where your phone is within either an Apple or an Android phone. Google stores that data, again, because it sells that data to like Burger King or like that, wherever the heck you might want to, you're in, whatever you're interested in. And it keeps track of where you have been, where you like to go to use that information in the future.
So I want to talk about specific to this case. We'll talk about some of the evidence that you reviewed in this case. First of all, were cell phones seized in the course of this investigation?
Yes, there was.
And you were the individual, you and members of your team had the opportunity to review those cell phones?
That's correct.
What about information from social media outlets?
Yes, we did.
Now, regarding the cell phones, I'm going to summarize this, and I want you to tell me if this is accurate, okay? So source of electronic information from the shooter, an Android phone, T-Mobile phone, last four digits, 1551.
Correct. Yep.
That's right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A Facebook account?
Correct.
An Instagram account?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, regarding Jennifer Crumbley, there were 3 cell phone seized, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So we have 2 from T-Mobile with the same identical phone number. Is that right? Okay. A TCL A509DL we refer to as a burner phone. What does that mean?
A burner phone is what we refer to. It's a phone that you can go to Walmart in the electronics section where they sell their TVs or any CVS or Rite Aid and just buy it in a packaging and activate it. The SIM card's in there, and there's really no account that's needed to get it up and going. You just activate the phone by putting money towards the account within it.
Okay. A Facebook account, jehn.crumbly.7. And we have, includes the messenger functions. What do you mean by that?
So Facebook Messenger and Facebook, separates two separate platforms. But you can search warrant Facebook for messenger information, or you just search warrant for messenger information.
And then we have certain emails account from Gmail and Yahoo.
Correct.
All right. And then Instagram account, JEHNC78.
Correct.
So regarding James Crumbley, again, 3 phones were seized, 2 of which were T-Mobile phones with the same phone number, and the third being the TCL 8509DL burner phone.
Correct.
1 Instagram account, James R. Crumbley. 1 Facebook account, which included the messenger function, James R. Crumbley, and Yahoo, Gmail, Charter Communications email accounts.
Correct.
Okay, and then DoorDash search warrant for James Crumbley. So was the search warrant issued to DoorDash?
Yes, it was.
Okay, was information received?
Yes, it was.
So we spoke about that very briefly early. A search warrant is when a judge or magistrate authorizes a document to a social media provider or a company, for example, and information is returned.
Correct.
Okay, and so what happens when you get that return?
Sometimes it's in an easy format. It's just a simple Excel spreadsheet. Other times it's multiple Excel spreadsheets that you have to compare different parts of that 2 spreadsheets to come up with the information.
Now, your role normally would be to talk about cell phones, computers, cell towers, things like that.
Correct.
So with your permission, I'd like to talk to you about November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
You were working for the sheriff's office
Yes, I was.
and you were computer science.
Yes, I was.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
12:50, 12:51 in the afternoon on November the 30th. Do you remember where you were?
It's probably driving pretty fast.
And tell me why.
We got news from our captain that there was a shooting at the Oxford High School. Prior to that, our sergeant who was off that day, reached out, texted one of the guys in the office and said there was a shooting at the high school, and nobody believed it. Like, we believed it, but we're like, man, it's just somebody nearby at a house, fired off a rifle or something, and the police are gonna go do their job. And then a couple minutes go by. The captain comes in and he said there's been a shooting at the high school, and he said all hands on deck.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
There's a shooting, like it was.
All hands on deck. You're not normally somebody who responds to active shooter situations, right?
No, it's for the nerds. No. When, for the captain to come to the computer crimes office, that was all due respect to the guys in there and the gals in there. That's not their job to deal with that. The fact that he came in there it was a really big deal.
Okay. And you mentioned you were driving pretty fast. Tell me about that.
I remember getting out to my car. At the time, I had a white minivan that had lights and siren in it. No one ever took it seriously when we turned the lights and siren on. But I remember pulling out of the parking lot, and I looked to my left, and there's, it didn't seem real. It didn't seem like this. Like I'm thinking in my head like this is just blown out of proportion, because I didn't have my radio on in the car. I couldn't hear the radio traffic at the time, and I looked to my left, and there's 2 patrol cars, not even from our agency, not even from the sheriff's office, come around the far corner on this complex by the medical examiner's office and the animal control. And they turned that corner on 2 wheels on each side, on the back, coming around that corner, their lights were shining, they were going fast. And I'm like, holy cow, this is real. So then I turned my lights on because I just thought we'd get there and do what computer crimes does, we would do our thing. And I turned my lights on, and siren, and I started going north towards Walton. Telegraph runs up to Walton, and it cuts over to M20, US 24. Telegraph cuts up to Walton, and it goes over to M24. And I had no idea where the heck I was going. I've been to Oxford for a half a second driving through. And I thought, well, I remember thinking when I get there, I'll just follow the crowd because it's going to be big. And going north on 24, and I see one of our SWAT vehicles going across the bridge from 75 down to 24, and the light was red for me. And I thought, well, I'm gonna have to slow down. Like, there's cars coming down the ramp. I remember getting closer and closer, thinking, how come nobody's going? Like, my light's red. This cross traffic should be going. Like, because as a police officer, obviously, when you run a red light, it's extremely dangerous. You don't do it haphazardly. And I'm approaching this light, thinking I'm gonna have to slow down. And as I get to the light, I look over and there's a patrol car just sitting. I don't know what agency they work for. And so I go through that intersection, and then I see them join up behind me, and then I see two other patrol cars from another agency coming up behind me. I remember, I don't know if it was Brown Road or what, the next major crossroad up the hill there. I remember that light was red and there were cars stopped in both lanes, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna have to go onto the shoulder. And so I'm looking at the shoulder thinking, I mean, it's part dirt. It's a small shoulder of asphalt and dirt, and my small tires on that minivan, it's not gonna handle well, but we're not gonna stop going, right? So I remember feeling the steering wheel shaking from the gravel, and I get around and keep driving north. Crowd still following me. I look up in the mirror every once in a while, and there had to been, I couldn't count them. They were so far deep behind me, and the ambulances and the SWAT vehicle. And we get up into town, up into Oxford, I think we were. And as I'm approaching the light, it just changes red. So obviously cross traffic doesn't know what's going on there. You might just have somebody that just goes straight, and again, it's dangerous. It really is. And so with the lead car, I've always been told the lead car in a situation like that, you always hold that intersection for everybody else behind you because they're coming. And so as I inched into the intersection, I stopped dead in the intersection with the lights and siren going. And I counted at least 16 vehicles just go screaming past me. And we start getting into town, and northbound traffic's blocked. It's dead stopped. I remember going against oncoming traffic, and now you see cars coming at you, and you're the whole way there. All I could hear on the radio was staging area on Ray Road in Meyer. That's what I kept on hearing. There's so much radio traffic. I heard bits and pieces of other things, but that really stuck in my head. And so we're just driving north, and finally I just see a Meyer, and I'm like, okay, well, we got to be far enough north. This is where I got to go. And so I pull up onto Ray Road, and I meet up with other deputies in the area.
If you could describe to us what you saw when you arrived at that Meyer.
That was tough. That was really tough. I got a daughter who, she's 17, 18 years old, and 17-year-olds, they wear those tight leggings and all that stuff and small shirts or whatever. I remember standing there on Ray Road, and I see these kids. One kid didn't even have a shoe on. He only had one shoe on, walking through the snowbank, going down to the Meyer. And I see these girls dressed like my daughter. And it was cold that day. I had two coats on, and I was shaking. I was shivering. It was so cold. I remember offering one of our lieutenants at the time. He didn't have a coat. I offered one of my coats because I was so cold, and he didn't take it. But you just saw these kids just coming down from where the school was. Like, it's hard to describe. They look like zombies. Like, they had no facial expression, nothing.
So there were kids there. Were their parents at the Meyer too?
Down by the garden center. The crowd was heading that way, and it was chaos. It really was. I really didn't know what to do once I got there. I didn't know where the school was, even though it was just up the street. So everybody was walking to the garden center, so I started going that way. And at first, we were told to start getting people to sign their name into notebooks. We were just grabbing them off the shelves in the mire and boxes of pens and stuff, and just write their names in the notebooks for whatever. I don't know why they needed that. So I'm trying to walk around and get this information from people. And then they start yelling. Someone starts yelling, get everybody inside, get everybody inside. So I go back outside to try to usher people in. And I remember just seeing like kids just standing there, and you put your arm on them. You don't want to, they just been through this, whatever happened up there. And I don't want to force them. I'm not going to grab them. I'm not going to make them do anything they don't want to do. So I sort of, like, if they didn't move, I just left them. They were okay. They weren't in harm's way. And I remember seeing parents just standing there, and because these school buses started arriving. And I remember thinking in my head, like, God, that is just crazy. Why in the heck are there school buses? I didn't know anything about the plan if something like this happened at the school. And so, and I just see the parents, like, you see them just almost praying in their head that their kid came off the bus.
After you helped with the names and the notebooks, did you go to the school?
Yes, I did.
And were you directed to go to school, or did you just know that's where you were needed?
No, one of the other detectives, Jeff Enger, he responded to the school, and he called me on my phone and said they were trying to get the video from the surveillance cameras in the school. And at the time, I was a little more versed in that side of the job. And so he just wanted a little help with that.
Okay. So tell me about, you arrived at the school. Where did you initially go?
I went to what would be the north side of the school. There's a big circle drive there, and it's the side that like the main office is on of the school. And again, there were patrol cars everywhere. There were everybody everywhere. I remember driving up over the sidewalk, thinking, I remember like the stuff I remembered, like the sidewalk being so high, I thought it was gonna rip the muffler off my car. I don't know why I thought about that. And I go up over the sidewalk, and I just stopped my car because that's what seemed like everybody was doing. And I walk in the door, and one of our sergeants is standing there, providing security just for that door so people aren't coming in, they shouldn't be coming in or whatever. And I asked him where the security office was, because that's where Detective Enger told me he was, and pointed me to the office, and people eventually pointed me back to the security office.
Okay. And who did you encounter when you went there?
As I walked in, I remember seeing the security officer, Jim Rourke, was in there. Deputy Jason Lewert was there. I didn't know him at the time. ATF agent Brett Brandon was in the room.
Right here behind
Yep. And Lieutenant Marsban was in the room.
And you said at that point you were called over to help with the security footage.
That's correct.
So tell me what your role was at
Well, obviously the bosses are going to want to know what happened, where it started, all that information. And I wasn't given any direction. We weren't given direction, but we just had to figure out when it started, where it started, how it started, as much as we can, because they're going to want to know that information. And so we just started reviewing video footage.
that. At that point in time, was the high school still being cleared?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And when I say being cleared, we haven't had another officer testify yet. What does that mean?
To clear something, you're going to look for more bad guys. You're going to look for maybe bombs that might have been placed. Someone hiding in a room because they know the police are there, so they're checking every room, every closet, everything in a high school, going door by door, checking it all.
So tell me how it is that you went about your job that you were called there to do that.
Jim Rourke, like I said, he was the head of security. And they had a system where you didn't actually interact with the DVR system itself. You interacted through a portal, a web page, to access the server where the video was stored at. And thank goodness he was very well versed in that. So I immediately, I told him, I said, well, you got to help me figure this out because I don't know what's going on here. So Jim and I sat there, went to the hallway that it started, and trying to determine at what time the shooter went in there.
So how many cameras approximately did Oxford High School have equipped for surveillance footage?
Well, they released 100 cameras.
And it was your responsibility to review that footage?
Yes, it was.
Judge, this might be time for a natural break.
All right. Well, the jury's lunch is here. So that is probably where. I'm not sure if I call you sergeant, detective, lieutenant, Mr. Hey, you, none of those? Okay, all right. You should not discuss your testimony because you're still listening right now, so please don't discuss your testimony. All right, so you can step down. If I give you till 1:15, is that? Okay, those who ordered lunches, your lunches are here, all right? Do not discuss the case with anyone, don't text anyone. All right? Okay.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you can take it back.
Is the court prepared for ruling on exhibits 133, 153? They would be through this officer's.
Okay, all right. I will take care of it. All right. I'm trying to hit, I don't want to lose the jury until these.
Yes, Judge.
Other way.
Yep, looks like they're going back on another break. Gee, yo. Okay, they're on a break. Again. Again. Again.
We were on a break. We were on a break. We were on a break. We really were on a break. We were on a break.
Mm-mm-mm. 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 Okay, so I sent myself a couple of things to my email from Twitter. Let me go grab those. Figured it would be good to look at while we are waiting. Let me go grab these. Okay. So let me open this one up. I don't know if you guys heard about this. This was something that happened yesterday, but hold on. Let me, gosh, everything runs so slow. Give me a second. Hold your horses, horses, horses. Come on and load, dear heavens. Okay. finally, now while I'm in the email, let me go grab this other link that I sent myself so I can have it ready too. I thought that I would have to play them during lunch break, but goodness, at the rate they're going with all of their daggone, I couldn't hear if they said they were calling a lunch break just then or not. So, I mean, they don't even need to be having no daggone lunch break today after all the breaks they've had. No. No, no, no. Mm. You guys, yes, my computer is moving this slow at this moment. Hold on. I'm opening up a different link. It's so slow. While I'm thinking about it too, if you haven't answered in the chat poll, answer within the next couple of seconds because I'm going to end that poll. And okay, I think I can exit out of my email for now. I'm going to X out of Twitter for now. Okay. All right. Now, let me catch back up in the chat. Lee says, I've heard of the wheels of justice turning slow, but this is foolish, right? This is worse than that Sidebar City with what's his name. I know. Girls, not crime related, but I just got my Wicked tickets. Ooh, well, the price is totally criminal. Oh no, when are you going to be going? That's awesome. Ah. Oh, Joanna, so happy for you. It's been so long since I've seen live. We have a wonderful outdoor theater in St. Louis. Oh, wow. Joanna says, 20th anniversary show, mezzanine. I don't know how to pronounce that. Mezzanine tickets. I don't even ask. I may have to sell a lung. Ay, ay, ay. Thanks for reminding me I have a poll to close. LOL. So whenever, it was pretty cool because Joanna had bought Grace and I tickets to see The Lion King when Grace and I went to New York, and Joanna gifted us tickets to see The Lion King, and oh my God, it was so amazing. And she bought those same tickets, the mezzanine, however you pronounce that. And yeah, the seats were amazing. It was so good. So good, so good, so good. Yeah, the seats were pretty awesome sauce. All right. So I have a couple of different things that we can look at. I'll let you guys choose. We'll save the other one for the next long break or lunch or whatever it is they decide they're going to do. So your options are we can watch and look at the story that happened yesterday in Philadelphia, where 8 high school students were shot at a bus stop. Or we can watch looks like Kayla's parole board hearing today. So you guys let me know, Philadelphia or Kayla, in the chat. And while you guys are letting me know in the chat what you want to do, what you want to see during the break, I'm going to run and check some other things out. So I'm just going to mute myself for a second. Okay. And I'll play a little bit of music for your entertainment. There's a poll in the chat, guys. I ended the other poll. We had, what did it end at? Let me go see. I screenshotted. Oh, there it is. So the question was, do you think James Crumbley will be found guilty just like his wife, Jennifer Crumbley, was. And we had 25 votes. 95% of you said yep. And 3% of you said nope. So, and I figured it'd be easier to get you guys to actually vote if I had to put another poll up. So, yeah, we'll go with the poll. If anybody needs to take a quick potty break or coffee break or snacky break, run and do that. I'm going to run and do that. And whenever we come back, I'll look and see what you guys voted, and whoever voted for whatever the majority vote is, we'll go with that. And then the other we will watch during the next break. And if for whatever reason we come back from our quick little coffee pee break here in a few minutes, then if they're like resuming, then we'll just hold off until the following break to watch what you guys voted for. Okay. Does that make sense? I hope that wasn't super confusing, but I will put the music back on for you while you go for your brief intermission. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Oh my goodness, you guys, the vote is split 50-50. Oh no. That's hilarious. You guys, the vote is literally split 50-50. Well. I'll just fix y'all's little red wagons because, hold on a second. I have to go to, okay. I found something else while I was going to the potty. So we're gonna look at something real quick. Hold on. Let me go back up here. Gail says send the jurors back to their room. I paused the stream while I ran to the bathroom because I didn't want the music to like play over top of the stream if they did come back. And I knew that I wouldn't be gone too long, so. Okay, so now we're back live. They're still on their break. But I found something over here on Twitter. I'm going to share this back. I know, right? Let me go back and see if anybody has voted. No. Oh, wait. We have our 11th vote. And we have a winner. For now, I'm going to give it a couple more minutes because there's something I want to share with you guys. There's another trial that's going on right now. It's the Robin Howington trial. I think it's in Tennessee. But apparently the defense got a little bit saucy and the judge got a little bit saucy back. And Kathy Russin on Twitter, I follow her. If you don't follow her and you're on Twitter, follow her because I like her. She shares some little snippets of this trial that happened a while ago today. This is funny. It's funny, not funny, Hey, good morning, Billy. Good morning. Billy, we are on a break. We really are on a break in the James Crumbley trial. That's what we're watching today. But because they're on a break, we are just taking a few little field trips, looking at some other things. But I wanted to share this because this trial that's going on today, this is apparently the defense, like I said, gets a little bit upset with the witness that's on the stand. And let me go find where I wanted to. This one was earlier. This one was a little bit earlier. And then there was this one. So apparently someone says, we ain't the dope police, we the murder police. Very contentious cross-exam in Robin Howington trial with police officer on the stand. So I want to play this and
Find out who killed your.
I'm going to turn the audio up. This is probably going to be loud, so make sure to turn your AirPods or headphones accordingly. So we'll play this real quick.
your daughter. I don't know how else you can look at that.
Well, can you understand how she might not think you give a damn about her daughter when you yell and scream at her?
Let me restart it.
Find out who killed your daughter. I don't know how else you can look at that.
Well, can you understand how she might not think you give a damn about her daughter when you yell and scream at her in the interview?
I never yelled and screamed at her, sir.
But you think it's okay because you think that her conduct deserved that.
Sir, for the fourth time,
Let him answer the
for the
question.
fourth time, I told you I didn't yell at her, and I didn't say that it was okay to yell at her. I said what she had showed us was that she was more worried about that phone. And at that point, the most important thing that night was a dead 5-year-old. We ain't the dope police. We the murder police. We worry about dead bodies. I don't care if she had sold dope to everybody in Knoxville in that phone. That was not my concern. My concern was why a little girl was dead and why we weren't getting answers from the only witness. That was my concern that night. Find out who killed your daughter. I don't know how else you can look at that.
Well, can you understand how she might not think
Okay, wow. So this is a cop. He's basically one that showed up at the house because apparently on this trial, this Robin Howington, I don't know how to say her last name. She's charged with killing her little 5-year-old girl. Okay. Yeah, he said, we the murder police, not the dope police. He said, I don't care if she's selling dope to everybody in Knoxville. So then the next little segment that we get was this one. Hold on, let me rewind it.
And when she tells you no, you don't. You just told this jury that if it wasn't Antoine, all she had to do was tell you no. And when she tells you no, you don't care.
Sir,
she told you no, didn't she?
At which point in the interview does she tell me that? At which point in the interview did she tell me that, sir? She told me that.
Answer his question, then move on.
She told me that before.
Multiple times. Answer his question, then
She
move
said-
on to the
she
next
said no.
topic. Answer his question.
She told you no, didn't she?
At the beginning of the interview, she said no.
The hell, Judge, it's not as natural.
We're gonna take 5 minutes. All rise.
He said, we're going to take 5 minutes. But she quotes that defense. He says, what the HULL? It's not asked and answered. But the judges, I love the judge's accent. Love the judge's accent. And then here, the last little snippet that she posts is it says defense attorney Whalen gets snippy with the judge. Oof. Gonna have to listen to this one. I'm gonna turn the volume all the way up and start it over.
In the transcript at the second,
But this topic has been covered. So when I bring them back in here, move on to something else.
Judge, I was well.
I
I understand.
have
I'm not
ruled.
asking you to rule on anything, Judge. I'm trying to build a record here. I asked the question. I couldn't find it in the transcript at the second. It took 15 minutes for us to locate it, so I had to come back to it because I didn't have the question answered, and I had to ask it in the proper way.
He has answered the question. Move on to a different topic. But this topic has been.
Wow. All right. So let me go back to her page and see if there's anything additional. No. Okay. That was that. I just thought that was kind of funny because I was like, Yankees. Billy, we don't mind her lawyer, actually. I mean, but we haven't really gotten a big chance to hear a lot from her. So, Yeah, I mean, they've really only had a couple witnesses. The second witness is on the stand now, and they took a break. So, they're on a break. Let me see what you guys voted. We have 12 votes, and the vote is, let's see, it should be showing up in the chat now. Out of 13 votes, you guys, 53% voted for the Pennsylvania shooting involving 8. So that's what we are going to watch. Let me share this screen. I think this is from Headline News, or no, Crime Online. Which I think used to be Headline News, or I don't even know, but I have the stream for the trial still going, and the volume is up. So if by chance they start while we're watching this, I'll hear it. So let's check this out. So yesterday I was literally just lounging around, and I got this tweet notification on my phone about this breaking shooting. And this says 8 high school students shot at Philadelphia bus stop. 8 Philadelphia high school students were shot at a transit bus stop in the city's northeast. Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel said 3 gunmen got out of a vehicle near a Dunkin' store and opened fire as students from Northeast High School were waiting for a bus, WPVI reported. A 16-year-old boy was shot 9 times and was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. The other 7, 2 were 15-year-olds, 4 16-year-olds, and a 17-year-old were all listed in stable condition. Thank God. Bethel said more than 30 shots were fired. Investigators said the 3 suspects and a driver fled the scene in a dark blue Hyundai with paper tags. They were all wearing masks and were last seen headed in the direction of Cheltenham Township. School District Superintendent Tony Watlington said that counselors would be at the school on Thursday. In quotes, it says, "We are just absolutely heartbroken and angry that innocent children walking away from school will be impacted by gun violence." Bethel said that investigators are looking to see if the shooting might be related to the fatal shooting of another high school student on Monday in the nearby Ogance neighborhood. That shooting also took place at a bus stop. Goodness gracious. Damon Taylor, 17, was among a group of teenagers waiting for a bus on Monday when 2 gunmen walked up and opened fire. Taylor was a student at, I don't know how to pronounce that, Institute Charter High School. 4 other people were wounded. Wow. I wanted to watch this. This is looks like some sort of a press release or a press conference related to the situation. Let's see what they say.
Ready? All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sergeant Eric Grip. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Philadelphia Police Department. We're out here on the 7300 block of Rising Sun Avenue to talk about a mass shooting, which happened shortly before 3 o'clock, 2:59. We're going to hear today from our Mayor, Sherelle Parker. It's going to be followed by the Superintendent of School District of Philadelphia, Dr. Watlington. We're going to hear from our Police Commissioner, Kevin Bethel, Chief of SEPTA Police, Chief Lawson. Then we're going to hear from our District Attorney, Larry Krasner. I just ask that you hold all of your questions until the end, until our last speaker has gone. Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Philadelphia. Over the past 2 days, we have seen 11 juveniles shot. Over the past few days, we have seen these senseless acts of gun violence occur in and around schools and public transportation, mass transit, SEPTA. The purpose of our being here on today is to inform you all that enough is enough, that every law enforcement partner that we have here in the city of Philadelphia is actively engaged and working together to ensure that every resource that is needed is readily available so that the work can be done to solve the crimes. Now, this is what's extremely important to me as mayor of this city, that the people of this city know that we will not be held hostage, that we will use every legal tool in the toolbox to ensure the public health and safety of the people of our city. We know that we have to ensure that we have access to economic opportunities, quality public education, year-round opportunities, out-of-school time opportunities, and we're going to work on that. This simply further strengthens our resolve to get this done, but we are going to ensure that every partner that we have, every resource that we need to solve this crime, to ensure that those who are responsible are held accountable, we're going to make sure that we do that. But I want Philadelphians to know that on our streets, and you're going to hear from our police commissioner, he will give you details about the Philadelphia Police Department's role, but you need to know that we are going to do everything that we can to ensure your public health and safety, and we don't apologize for using every legal and constitutional tool in our tool belts in order to get that done. Today, you're going to notice when I say partners, I'm referring to our school district of Philadelphia. I'm referring to our police department. The ATF is here. SEPTA is here. Our Office of Emergency Management, our managing director, our public safety director, and our district attorney. Everyone is here tonight. This further strengthens our resolve and the need and the sense of urgency regarding why we have to work together to ensure, one, that anyone held accountable, we make sure we let you know that we have worked together in a unified way to ensure that that is what occurs. But we want no one in the city of Philadelphia concerned about whether or not they can come out and go to the store, go to the supermarket. We don't want you feeling captive in your homes. And our police commissioner is going to talk to you about what our public safety actions formally will be as a result of this all. Thank you so very much. We're now going to hear from our school superintendent, Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of all of our children and families in the school district, we are just absolutely heartbroken and angry that innocent children walking home from school will be impacted by gun violence. And we agree with the mayor, enough is enough. Our parents and students are working so hard in the school district of Philadelphia to improve outcomes. And just so happy that the mayor and the team is here together to stand in unison. Certainly, we will have trained crisis professionals at the Northeast High School tomorrow to provide support to our students and families as they process this horrific, unconscionable act of violence. Again, we're going to do everything to work with the mayor, under the mayor's leadership, with Commissioner Bethel, and all the partners here in the city, because we absolutely are committed to improving outcomes for our young people and make sure that they're safe, and that when parents send their children to school, they can expect them to return safely to them. And so thank you, Mayor. We look forward to working in partnership. Thank you.
Police Commissioner.
So today at 3 p.m., around 3 p.m., in the 7200 Rising Sun Avenue We have juveniles or students from Northeast High School who are waiting for the bus across the street. We see, based on the video evidence we have so far, we see a car that's parked along the side of the store, of the Dunkin' Donuts. At some point when the bus is pulling up and the kids are converging to get on the bus, 3 individuals exit that vehicle and then discharges multiple times, at least over 30 times they fire into the kids that are getting onto the bus. As a result of that gunfire, we now have 8 students who have been shot, ranging in the age from 15 to 17 years of age. One of the kids is in critical condition. He was shot multiple times. This is an ongoing and active investigation. I echo the words of the mayor. It is hard to sit here and see in 3 days that I have 11 juveniles shot who are going and coming from school. The cowardly acts that we've seen over the last 3 days are unacceptable. The fact that we have this situation where I've talked about it multiple times. The downstream impact, when we do not address gun violence, and we do not address guns, is what we see today. And we are going to take a press hard each and every day to deal with this issue as the mayor outlined. As a result of what we've seen over the last 3 days, we're going to be ramping up our resources significantly. I want parents and families to know that we're going to be along our corridors across the entire city of Philadelphia until we can figure out exactly what's going on in this situation, whether it's linked to the situation on Monday, or what do we need to do more moving forward. We'll be working with Chief Lawson in that effort, but we will do everything in our power to bring those individuals who are responsible for this shooting today, as well as Monday, and any of the shootings that we have, to justice. But we cannot ignore what we're seeing over the last 3 days. I will not sit here and people call me and tell me what I should or should not be doing. This is what we see when we give guns in the hands of juveniles and what they do with them. Telling kids that they should not, carry guns because they're scared. Really? This is the end result of what we see. So we are going to work hard, and we're going to continue with the men and women behind me and my team to get these guns off the street and stop this from happening. I'm passing out over to, I think it's
Lawson. Lawson here.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, I had a larger press release earlier today. I will let those comments stand on their own. But much of what I said stands, and you're seeing the effort of that now. We talked about strong partnerships in this city. We talked about the things that we're going to do together, and you're seeing that right now. Our attention at this time turning to how we can effectively police school dismissal, the influx of school kids for the remainder of this week, and we're working closely with Commissioner Bethel's staff to be able to do that. That's all I have at this time.
Obviously, this is a horrifying event. I want you to imagine for a moment a parent receiving a call saying your child is in the hospital. Your child's been shot. We don't know the condition. I want you to imagine a parent waiting for their child to come home from school, and that parent hears that something happened at the bus stop where this child is going to wait. This does not just kill and harm the people who were struck with the bullets. This is a devastating, disabling, horrifying event for every child who was out here, every child who goes to that school, every parent whose child goes to that school, every person who rides public transit. And a city lives by its schools, and it lives by its public transit. I want you to know that we are all here united. We are all here together. We have been and will continue to be working together vigorously. I know that with the help of the Philadelphia Police Department's excellent detectives, with the help of ATF, with the available help of FBI, with the help of the Gun Violence Task Force in my office, we will catch the people who did this. We will hold those people in custody. We will charge them, and we will vigorously prosecute them, and we will give them the consequences that they absolutely deserve for this devastating and horrifying act.
Commissioner, can you just talk to what parents maybe, I mean, obviously parents, and you have worked in the school district before, but parents are obviously not only frightened, but some of them may also be not thinking my kid couldn't possibly be involved in this. What would your advice be to parents or families now that we have so many kids shot in so many days?
You talking what parent? You talking about parents or
both sides?
I mean, there's two sides, and that's been described here. I mean, the reality that the trauma that inflicted on our young children today who have been shot in the school community is significant. You know, this has been a continuation of violence that we saw last year at our schools. And we thought, you know, we had worked diligently and worked hard with the school district at the time I was there, and even now with Chief Craig Johnson, to really work in those areas. And we thought that, so it is very traumatic for families today. I've said this before. I'm a graduate of John Bartram High School. Going to high school was the safest place I could ever imagine going. I never ever thought that anyone would shoot me walking to school or kill me at the doorstep of a school, or let alone getting on the bus 2 blocks down. So those parents and those children, yeah, it's very traumatic. And I know the school district and Dr. Wallinson will be deploying their teams to be able to deal with those issues as they always do. For the shooters, I mean, they come from their parents need to get engaged. We said this multiple times. I asked every parent today, go in those rooms and look under those tables and look under those closets and get those guns out of the house, right? Because at the end of the day, many of these kids are coming from the same communities that they're shooting at, right? And they know who they are, and the community knows who they are. We can't do this by ourselves. Like, we need the community, we need parents to get engaged and engage in what their young people are doing. They're looking at drill rap, they're looking at TV, they're doing all these things and on putting themselves on social media, and then getting fired up and engaged, and then come out here and shoot. Small beast on social media. You said something wrong, you looked at me wrong, and now we're having young people out here taking them in their hands and putting guns in their hands and killing people. Yesterday we had a gun with a trigger mechanism on it, fully automatic. I mean, able to fire multiple rounds in seconds. That's not acceptable.
Mayor, can I ask you? Like you are going to wonder, do I send my kid to school? They're going to be scared. They're going to say, let me just let him learn virally because I'm afraid for him at a bus stop. What kind of message do you have for those moms like yourself with a kid?
Relative to the scheduling, I'm going to ask our superintendent to address the scheduling portion.
Absolutely. We know that kids learn more. If we didn't learn anything else from the pandemic, is that kids, most of them, learn more with in-person instruction than in remote learning. So it's so important that we work together to win this war on gun violence so that kids can be in school.
But a lot of moms and dads are going to be like, they're not going to learn anything when they're shot in the hospital or they're dead.
Absolutely. We're going to be very sympathetic. We're going to be very understanding of parents' positions. I'm a father of 3 young men myself who are in public schools. And to the extent possible, we want students to be in school and to be safe.
Well, let me just go back to your question, particularly as it relates to the 2 schools in question, Northeast School and Imhotep. Parents of children who attend those schools should get specific. They will get specific instructions from them on exactly what the operating procedure will be at both of those locations. But as it relates to going to school and going to work tomorrow, I have the full confidence of our police commissioner and every partner that you heard me reference here today, that we are working together to ensure that your travel to and fro, whether or not that's school, that's to work, to the doctor's office, to the supermarket, we're going to be doing everything that we possibly can together, is the key to ensure the safety of our streets and our very valuable partner with SEPTA. It's extremely important that they be front and center here with us on today, because this is very much a collaborative approach.
Mayor, I just want to ask you about, you said everything under the law, or everything you're going to use to combat this. Stop and frisk. Is that something that you want to?
Is this the moment? Is this the moment in time to talk about that?
No,
literally, is this the moment in time? Like, we're talking about the work we need to do to deal with the issues we have. We have 11 children shot today. This is not about stop and frisk. This is not about that right now. It's about what we're going to do as a city to address the violence that we're seeing now. I'm not cutting you off, but that's just the reality of the work. That's the reality. So we're going to end it here. I think it's time for us that we have work to do. We have a lot of work to do. We got to get back and deal with these kids that we have to deal with, and our team will be following up with you. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate all of you coming out.
Is there a possibility that they're linked Mondays?
We don't know yet. We're looking to see that, but we don't know yet.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steph comes in. She's like, wait a minute. What is this? So, yeah, they voted in the poll. I had a new poll that popped up earlier. they decided to take. I did find out that they are on lunch break. So just FYI, in case those of you were wondering, they're supposed to be back at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So about what, 12 minutes from now, 10, 15 minutes, something like that. And then the other thing that we have is the Kayla Montgomery parole board hearing. But that one is like, that video is like 30 some minutes long. So I hate to start that now. We'll wait for that one. Unless you guys want to start it. I don't know. Because I'd say today, after they finish with their lunch, I don't see them taking another long break, but that seems like that's all they've done today is take a break. So they've been in a very breaky mood today. Right? Steph said I did. I got in bed with Kitty and listened and woke up 2 hours later. 2 hours later. That's okay. That's okay. Joanna says, just in case you were away, just saying, I was glad you enjoyed Lion King. You have to brag me up, honey. Oh, Joanna, honey, that was like a highlight of my life. It was amazing. It was so much fun and so emotional. Oh my goodness, it was so good. So good. Yeah, they are treating breaks like sidebars, Steph, for sure. Their breaks are taking forever. I'll give you a little peep of Miss Kayla, though. Hold on, and I'll open this up. And hold on a second. Let me share the screen again. Yeah. There she is. I don't know what kind of top knot she's got going up on top of her head there, but yo. I need to borrow that box of Kleenex, ma'am. Can I have that box of Kleenex? I need that box of Kleenex for myself. Dang it, you know what? I should have put those on the Walmart list too. Daggone it. But yeah, there's Kayla. I guess we can start it. Just kind of get the vibe of what's going on there, and I don't know, kill the next few minutes. Let's do that.
The record, and then we can begin your hearing.
Okay.
This is a parole hearing for Caleb Montgomery, number 92912. Present today is Chairman Roger Phillips of the New Hampshire Adult Parole Board. Also present today are parole board members Horace Enriquez and Tricia Thompson. Let the record reflect also in Tennessee representing Victim Services is Lauren Avery, and representing Victim Services from Attorney General's Office is Amy Van Hawken. This is hearing number 1. And we'll begin our questioning with board member Dr. Horace Enriquez.
Okay.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
Busy day for you.
Yeah.
Sure.
You were here under the charge of perjury and making false statements.
Yes.
And we'll come to the details of that in a moment. But why might it be important to tell the truth?
Because being honest is the best thing to do. Because if you're not, other actions happen, and being able to tell the truth takes a lot of weight off of you, and it's better to tell the truth and be honest so that everything else can come to light.
So by not telling the truth to the grand jury investigation, what do you think happened or didn't happen?
What didn't happen was I didn't tell the truth about where I was during that time, and not being able to cooperate with the detectives. I got all caught up in the situation, and if I just was honest from the beginning, they could have done their job sooner.
And what was their job?
To find Harmony and know what happened to her, and that's it.
So what did you actually tell the jury that was untrue?
That I got dropped off at my work, which was Dunkin' Donuts, and at 6 a.m. and Adam brought Harmony to meet her mother. And when he came back to pick me up at 2 p.m., she was not in the car, and that was the lie.
I guess the comes to the question was, so Harmony was your stepdaughter, correct?
Yes.
Was she part of your family?
Yes.
So how were you protecting your family by telling this lie?
I didn't protect them at all.
Because that's what, your personal statement talks about that is that you were, the justification for lying was that you were protecting your family.
Yeah.
What were you protecting them from?
From losing our other children, from our family falling apart, even though it was falling apart. And
Yeah, I know she does. She sounds she don't look high to me, but she sounds high. But I kind of feel like, I don't know. I feel like she's just medicated, and I don't know. Hey, Ween baby, I have missed your face. How are you? I've missed you. Brenda says, Jenny, what will I ever do with you? I know. I literally just used more toilet paper to blow my nose again. I know. Joanna, forgot to tell Brenda I will reveal the recipient of the auction tonight on my live at 5. Hope it's okay to say so. Not trying to self-promote. Whatever, Joanna, stop it. Brenda, did you hear that? Yes, she did, Ween baby. Yes, she was paroled. They said they're going to let her out in May. Where is Barbecue? Barbecue may be listening, but she's out of the chat. She had a procedure yesterday, so she's just trying to recuperate. Hey, Kel, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. And Henny's back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, Queen Baby's like, I think she's just like that. I know, right? Oh, you have to tell me something. What you got to tell me? What you got to tell me? I have to tell you something. Mickey said that's partially the after effects of drug addiction and brain damage. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Steph says, Missy, she's been in and out. She had a procedure yesterday and the medication is affecting her sleep. Yes, it is. My boo being salty. Who's being salty? JB's here. She had to do a small grocery run. Oh my God, Ween Baby says, I found the biggest jar of instant coffee I've ever seen in my life in my pantry. Blech. That makes me want to hurl. Lisa's had set out the catering table and then picked it right back up again. Right? I know. I know. I can see a little bit of movement over here in the live feed. So we'll ixnay Kayla A and switch back over to the live feed. But we'll keep Kayla in our back pocket. What am I being salty for? Oh, because I told you to stop, not be like that. Uh-huh. Kel says, speaking of groceries. Kel says, do you have groceries? I must tell you all that when I got my grocery order delivered last night, it was not my order. It was someone else's completely. Oh, no. Well, we never do get, Steph says, hi, Gail. I don't think you were here when I fell asleep. Somebody else said something a while ago when I was going to say something, and I can't remember now what comment it was. I saw a comment that, let me go back and see if I can find it. Oh, Joanna says, what's that thing in her hand? It looked like a debit card, right? Maybe it's just like an ID card or something. I don't know. Yeah, you are the favored one after all, Joanna. Yeah, did you get anything good? Oh, they're back. They are back. Yeah, Billy, it's over. But tonight's live, we'll have the grand prize winner giveaway. In my live tonight, Mindy will be with me, so just a heads up. Nose is running again, y'all. Hold on while I go catch it. Goody. That's okay, Billy. Gail said, OMG, that happened with our grocery order over the summer. A 50-pound bag of sugar. You got a 50-pound bag of sugar? What in the world? Ween Baby said, my pharmacist told me to take Claritin for a runny nose. I used to take Claritin all the time, and then it just kind of quit working for me. And my pharmacist did tell me, too, then that, told me then that whenever you take allergy medicine, that after you take it for so long, you kind of like become immune to it. Is that the right word? Or your body like adjusts to it or something, and to switch to a different allergy medicine. And I did that, but I have kids Zyrtec in there in the medicine cabinet. Henny said, I was TG. What's TG? I caught her before she pulled away. The sugar was how I noticed it so fast. I would imagine 50 pounds of sugar? Sheesh. Try again. You had to detox from it. Claritin did that to me too. Well, I might do that then. Because I used to take Claritin all the time. And it was like the Zyrtec, I think. That's the one that I did switch to. And Henny says, I was thinking, what's running by me? Jenny's nose, LOL. Yeah, you could open a bakery with 50 pounds of sugar, right? Ween Baby says, my son has been on allergy medicine since he was an infant. We have to switch up his meds. Yeah. That's pretty much it. JB said, my doc told me to switch brands about every 3 to 6 months. I feel like that's what my pharmacist told me, was like every 3 months, switch to something else. Yeah. Sinus infections from your allergies. Absolutely. That's a thing. 100%. But the Zyrtec, I felt like made me a little bit sleepy. I don't know if it should do that, or if it's supposed to do that, or if it's common for drowsiness to be a side effect from Zyrtec, but one of them did make me a little bit sleepy, and I don't remember if it was Zyrtec or something else. Another one that I took was that Zysol brand. Joanna says, don't. Oh, God. Yeah. Sorry. You mentioned nap time, and instantly my brain went. Okay, they're back. Let me double check and make sure I got the audio on, because I'm not hearing nothing. Yep, audio is all the way up, and we're live, so.
22279-989-FH.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of people.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mario Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
We previously had our argument yesterday evening about numerous exhibits. A number of exhibits were allowed in, some were excluded this morning. There was a question remaining about People's Proposed Exhibit 133 and People's Proposed Exhibit 153. People's Proposed Exhibit 153, we heard the argument about. It's the court's ruling that this exhibit does not qualify under
You
any
would think
exception. It's the same.
after 5 hours that they would have told that judge to speak into a microphone.
And then as it pertains to Exhibit 133, broke this exhibit down into 2 parts. The first one is the Tuesday 10 a.m. I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called. This is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30 to 12, the latest, with a picture of the math homework. And that was a text between co-defendant Miss Jennifer Crumbley and her friend. And I don't find this text relevant to the case of James Crumbley. So I'm going to exclude it, except the prosecutor may raise it if it's necessary for some reason in impeachment, such as chronology or a knowledge issue. So if it's necessary to impeach some other evidence that's admitted, I'd reconsider that issue. With regard to the bottom part of this exhibit, again, plaintiff's exhibit 133 on Tuesday at 1:23 p.m. As an offer of proof, and prosecutors indicated they'd be able to demonstrate that there was an active shooter alert, and that subsequent to that, the defendant is calling his wife, Mrs. Crumbley, from their home, and that while Mrs. Crumbley is on the phone with her husband, she is texting her friend, presumably under the influence of the startling event, that there's an active shooter in the school, that Mr. Crumbley is at the home. She's on the phone with Mr. Crumbley, and contemporaneous with her conversation with Mr. Crumbley, she texts, "The gun is gone, and so are the bullets. And OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself, and he must be the shooter." So I'll be allowing those text messages in pursuant to 8032.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
I think what she's going over, and the same thing she did earlier, is there's been some question into what text messages they were going to allow and not allow that were either allowed or disallowed in Jennifer Crumbley's trial. So, absolutely, Lee, it's a crash class in judge lip reading. Somebody really needs to tell her to talk into a microphone. I'm just saying. I'll give her my microphone if she needs it. Period. Somebody drop some microphones into the chat.
All rise for the jury.
I mean, I can hear the toilets flushing in the bathroom much further away than I can hear the judge's voice. Sheesh. Yay, QB's almost caught up. Yay. Hold on, let me tap in the chat and tell the QB that Ween Baby was looking for her.
Mr. Nicolaski, you are so girl. Okay. All right, go ahead.
So we were talking about when you arrived at Oxford High School on November the 30th and you went to the security office.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us again, what was your primary responsibility at that point in time?
Was to try to secure the video of what had happened in the hallway where the shooting started.
And you said that there were a number of cameras operational at Oxford High School at that
Yes,
time?
yes, there was.
So in securing the video, what specifically were you asked to do?
We weren't really asked to do anything. I assumed what the bosses, the sheriff and the undersheriff, all them would want to know is where it started. We knew it started in the 200 hallway, and we saw as the shooter came out, but we were trying to figure out when he went into the bathroom.
So what did you do to accomplish this goal?
The shooter came out of the bathroom with a black coat on. We kept on rewinding 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and watched all the way through looking for him to go into the bathroom. And we didn't know the shooter's name at the time. Then we could never find somebody going into the bathroom wearing what the shooter had when he came out. Somebody told us what his name was. And so we knew that he was in the counselor's office earlier in the day. So we went all the way back to the time he was coming out of the counselor's office to determine what he was wearing before he went to the bathroom. That's how we were able to figure out when he did go in.
Okay, so you were able to eventually identify the shooter?
Yes.
Now, are you the person who actually synced together the camera footage for other investigators?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and tell me, how is it that you were able to do that?
With over 100, at least 100 cameras in the school, you just take clips of each one As they move from one camera, you go to the next camera and save that section. And then there's software that I use to just thread them all together.
And then you testified earlier that you were aware that the shooter was in his counselor's office. Were you also aware that James and Jennifer Crumbley were at Oxford High School that day?
At that time, yes, I was. Yes, I'm sorry.
And eventually, were you requested to obtain as much surveillance video footage from that point in time? Is it good?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to leading.
It's just foundational. Now, in the immediate days after the shooting, what was your primary responsibility with regard to the video?
Different things came up. There was a rumor going around that the shooter had actually tried opening doors, and identifying himself as the police. Well, that was actually the police, but I had to go up there and get more video footage just to determine how far he went completely down the hallway before he turned around. And then what had happened in the surrounding hallways and such like that.
And as the investigator had to sync together the video, did you have to watch the video of the shooting itself?
Yes, sir.
All told, how many hours of video do you think you watched to put this together?
Too many.
How many different angles did you have to see this from?
Every angle, every camera. There's some cameras that pointed back in one direction from where it started to, I don't know, 7 different angles maybe at different times.
And part of putting that footage together, were you aiding in the identification of the victims?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw in the video.
Started at 12:51. The shooter came out of the bathroom. I'll never forget it. He came out of that bathroom like what I've referred to before in my life, like a proud chest, like his shoulders were back. He comes out of the bathroom and there's Phoebe and her boyfriend just standing right there. And he takes the gun as he comes out of the bathroom, and he turns and levels the gun and fires at Phoebe and hits her in the shoulder and fires at her boyfriend, hitting him in his hand as he raised his hand from seeing the gun, I would imagine. Then to his right, immediately, right there, was Hannah St. Juliana and Kylie and Riley. And he started shooting at them, and they fell on top of each other. In the distance in the camera, you can see a far end of the angle. You see what I found out to be was Madison Baldwin, and she crouched down, like I don't know why she did it, but it was in the fetal position. And the shooter ran right up to her, and he put the gun right on her head. She just fell over. He rounds the corner into the longer part of the 200 hallway. Prior to running towards Madison, he had just fired down the hallway, just trying to hit anybody that was running out of there. He rounds the corner and starts shooting. You see a whole bunch of kids, and you see a whole bunch of teachers standing at doors, just grabbing kids as they ran by and just throwing them into a room. And then there's 2 girls. One, you see, she runs up to a door and tries pulling it open, but the people inside had already put the safety latch at the bottom of the door and she couldn't get it open. Meanwhile, the shooter's still walking towards, and another girl comes from the right side of the frame and grabs the other one by the arm and just tears off down the hallway. Meanwhile, the shooter is shooting at them. The shooter keeps walking down the hallway past 200. I think it was a 400 T intersection, I think is what that was. And he levels the gun. And he fires 2 rounds, and at first I didn't know what he was shooting at. And when you go to the section of video of that time was when Tate Neer just comes in, and unknowing to him, he had no idea what was happening. The shooter leveled the gun, and just as Tate turned the corner, the shooter fired a round. And Tate fell instantly. The shooter took a couple steps and then leveled the gun again. And just to shoot Tate again, laying there, shot him. And you see Tate's body flinch. He then walks over Tate. At the top of the frame, you see his feet stop, the shooter's feet, and he turns towards a room that, looking at the frame, would be on the left, or would have been his left. And come to find later on, he had fired into a classroom where a teacher was. He continues on down the hallway, almost hunting for more victims or whatever. And he gets past a certain point, and there's no one else to shoot at because everybody had ran out of the school. Every door, every possibility, every door locked, whatever. And you see him turn around, and he stops at a classroom that, based on where the door is, you can't see deep into the room. It's like the room goes that way, but he can only see straight in. Well, as he's walking back this way, he can see the kids, I'm imagining, hiding in that corner, because he stops and fires off a few rounds through the glass. He then comes back, walking towards where Tate was lying. At this time, an assistant principal was laying there, or standing there next to Tate. And the shooter just walks past her with the gun in his hand, and she said something to him. I'm not sure what she said, but you could tell, like, he turned his head, like almost didn't even look at her, turned his head like in shame. I don't know. And then he keeps on walking down the hallway to the bathroom where the other Justin Schilling was. And he just, as he gets to the bathroom, he just stops and turns right and just goes right to the bathroom.
Did the shooter eventually exit the bathroom?
Yes, he did.
Before he did somebody else exit the bathroom?
Yes, another student.
Tell me what you saw there.
That student, he was, I don't know how else to say it, but I've never seen somebody actually run for their life. And that kid was running for his life.
Did the shooter eventually exit the bathroom himself?
Yes, he does.
Tell me about that.
Comes out of the bathroom and he looks around a little bit, see what's going on. Turns around, and the bathroom, the doors sit back in like a cubby type area, so they're off the hallway. The main hallway you really can't see, but he turns back around. Eventually now, the 2 first responding deputies had gotten to Jason Lewert and Jens, were coming down the hallway. And Lewert was a little bit faster than Jens was, just because he was trying to cover more ground. You can see Tate laying on the ground. And Jens is walking a little bit slower. As he's walking up to him, the shooter just puts his hands up in the air and then goes down to his knees. As he's doing that, Jens realizes he sees something, and he yelled gun, from what he told me. And the shooter then lays down on his stomach. Jason Lewert come back, and that's where they take him to custody right there.
Based upon your video review, and you said you've had to watch hours of this?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that the entire incident was about 9 minutes long?
Yes, sir. Yeah. was taken into custody at 1300.
That's
1 o'clock, I'm sorry, what, started at 12:51, he was taken into custody at 1 p.m.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go through some of the evidence that you recovered in your forensic investigation. You talked about different information that you were able to draw upon from James Crumbley's phone, Jennifer Crumbley's phone, and the shooter's phone, as well as their social media accounts and emails.
Yes, that's correct.
So you've seen all of the bits of every exhibit in this case you've seen, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've seen the demonstrative portions of those exhibits in this PowerPoint portion.
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware, and everyone's aware, we have a citation with the evidence number on that slide, as well as a citation to where from these sources of electronic information was pulled from.
Correct, yes.
Now, from what you reviewed of the exhibits, do they fairly and accurately depict the information that you extracted from the social media accounts and from devices themselves?
Yes, it does. They do.
So we'll start in late winter or early spring of 2021.
Mr. Keys, can I just ask you, this source of electronic information, which exhibit is this specific?
This is not an exhibit, this is just a demonstrative aid for everyone.
All right.
Thank you. So we'll start with March 8th, 2021. Before we get into that, a little bit of background, you were able to obtain a Facebook Messenger chat between James and Jennifer Crumbley?
That's correct.
Tell me how you were able to obtain that.
Like we were talking earlier, you can send search warrants off after authorization from a judge to obtain information on someone's social media accounts or phone numbers.
Okay. And did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 44. Sir, what are we looking at here?
That's a Facebook chat from between James and Jennifer, and the green would be James Crumbley and the blue would be Jennifer's.
Okay, so we won't do this with every slide, but just so we are on the same page here. It says from Facebook 69114734442 JC Rumbley. What is that?
The numbers is the ID account that is signed by Facebook. And then the JC Rumbley is the screen name that was chosen by the user.
Okay. And then we have in the bottom of the text bubble, we have the date. So this is March 8th, 2021. The time, 3:09:50 p.m. And then it says UTC-5. What is that?
It's just to tell you that it's been adjusted. So the normal information is captured in UTC time, -0. And all time starts in the point in Greenwich. It used to be called Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. Well, now it's UTC, Universal, like whatever it means. Anyways, all time starts there. And depending on which way you go from that point on the globe is whether it's plus hours or minus hours. And we're 5 hours away from where all time starts.
So let's go through this conversation. Blue from Jennifer, Ethan going to bowling. What's in green is James.
Correct.
What's the response there?
IDK, or I don't know.
Jennifer, what do you mean? I don't know. What was James' response?
James says, I don't know, period. Exactly what I said, period. We'll know after he gets home.
Okay. And Jennifer's response, 3:12 p.m. Does he have his phone? Again, 3:12 p.m. Why isn't he home yet? 3:12 p.m. He should be home by now.
Correct.
Okay. And Jennifer at 3:12 p.m. and 56 seconds says freaking out. What was James' response?
He does not get home till 3:16.
So March 8th, 2021, that was a weekday. From the combination of the digital evidence that you reviewed, patient history, are you able to tell where James was when he was sending this message?
Yes.
Where's that?
He was at home.
And Jennifer's response, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit.
Correct.
That's March 8th at 3:13 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and James's response?
Dude, period, chill, period. He is fine, period. And I'm trying to fucking work.
I'm gonna move on to, again, March 8th, 3:13 PM. What does Jennifer say?
Jennifer replies with, does he have his phone? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
And James' response?
Yes, but he won't answer while he is walking. I will let you know the minute he walks in.
Okay. And Jennifer at 3:14 PM says what?
I'm serious freaking out. Then she says, is he home yet? And that was 3 minutes later.
That's March 8th, 2021. It was a Monday. It was 3:17 PM.
Yes, correct.
I'm going to move on to Exhibit 61. Again, James and Jennifer Facebook messages. Blue will always be Jennifer, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. March 19th, 9:37 AM. Tell us what Jennifer writes, please.
Jennifer writes, Ethan awake?
Okay, James' response.
Yeah.
Jennifer?
Replies with, how is he?
And what does James say?
James then says he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
That's March 19th, 2021, 9:40 AM. What does Jennifer write?
She replies with, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. She continues on with, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, and not complain. Then he can get his stuff back. And that was at 9:41 AM.
Okay. And 10:15?
Jennifer says, you respond, I didn't get a call. I didn't get it.
Okay. And James's response?
He responds back with, one text says Jesus, another one says yes. He
Okay.
said, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guys' room? LOL.
That was at March 19th, 21, 10:17 AM.
Correct.
And Jennifer's response?
OMG. Oh my God.
What did James write?
James responds, I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night.
Jennifer's response?
She responded with, does he seem better? Then a second response, no melatonin.
Okay. And what did James say?
He responds back with, I know.
Jennifer's response at 10:18 AM, please.
Jennifer said, but he hasn't had one before, should have only given him half.
What did James say?
He is just doing his school, says his head hurts. He took Tylenol.
Okay. And Jennifer wrote, is he okay to work?
Correct, she did. And then James responds back with, yeah.
Okay. And what did Jennifer write at March 19th, 21, 11:38 AM?
Does he remember what he did?
And what did James say?
James responds back with, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him and he is doing school.
Okay. Jennifer's response?
She responds back with, okay, then, geesh.
Now you've reviewed the entire phone seized from the shooter.
Correct.
Okay. Did one text message conversation stand out to you compared to the rest?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me, why did it stand out?
Just the volume of text messages back and forth, the amount that was in just one chat.
Okay, now without telling us the person with whom the shooter was texting with that volume, can you tell us if you came to learn that the person he was texting was the same age?
Yes,
Okay.
he was.
And he went to school with him?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about the approximate number of text messages between the shooter and his friend.
There was over 20,000 text messages between the two from January to the middle end of October.
So that sounds like a lot to me, but I'm not an expert in computer forensics. Give us an idea of what that scope is.
20,000. I mean, that printed is over 5,000 pages of text. I've examined phones that someone's entire chat conversation with everybody they have is less than 20,000. So it's just a large volume.
To put it in comparison between, let's say, James and Jennifer's Facebook conversations, what's the scope and the difference in size there?
I believe James and Jennifer was 10,000 text messages back and forth.
Okay.
For that same time frame.
So same time frame, we have double the amount of text message communication between the shooter and his friend as James and Jennifer.
Correct.
Okay.
You said January to October, is that both 2021?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge. That's 2021.
Yes.
No, there were also without going into detail, video shared as well?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And were some of the content of the conversation of highly personal nature?
Yes, it was.
Now, in comparison to any other conversation on the shooter's phone, what's the difference in size between that particular text thread with everybody else's on the shooter's phone?
He had over 20,000 text messages with his one friend. And in comparison, there was, between anybody else, there was a combined, I want to say less than 1,000 between anybody else that he had chatted with.
So combined, less than 1,000.
Yes.
And then that one friend was over 20,000.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to show you just a very small portion of that, specifically April the 4th and April the 5th of 2021, which would be right about 2 weeks after the messages that we just saw between James and Jennifer Crumbley. This has been admitted as Exhibit 67. Names are redacted, obviously. Green is the shooter?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what the shooter wrote April 4th, 2021, 11:56 at night.
He types, like, I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance, and then he appears to try to correct the spelling of the word distance.
Okay. And April 4th, 2021, 11:56 and 50 seconds, what does he write?
I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to suck it up.
And 11:57 p.m., what did he write?
He continues on with, like, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. And then he says, my mom laughed when I told her.
That was again 11:57 in the evening, April the 4th, 21.
Correct.
April 5th, 2021, this is just after midnight. What does he write?
He tells his friend, but I'm having bad insomnia right now, RN, and paranoia.
And then what does he write?
I need help.
So I paused it just for a second. I completely forgot until this text thread between Ethan and his friend just popped up here and he's reading them. I forgot the Jennifer Crumbley's trial wasn't very long ago. I mean, that was just a few weeks ago, right? And I've already forgotten until just this minute how much my heart hurt knowing that Ethan was literally crying out and begging for help and he didn't get it. And it's just hit me like a ton of bricks all over again. So I didn't know if anybody else was feeling the same way, but yeah, it was like a splash of cold water in the face. Anyway, I'll go back to it.
That's at 12:11 a.m.
Correct.
And then at 12:12 a.m., what does he write?
I was thinking I calling 911 too, so I could go to the hospital.
Continuing on, April 5th, 12:12 a.m., what does he write?
But then my parents would be really pissed.
And finally, 12:38 a.m., what does he write?
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctor's tomorrow or Tuesday again. And he continues with, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
And finally, he writes at 12:39, 20 seconds, what?
Like I am mentally and physically dying.
Now, you discovered, we just mentioned some videos on this text message thread between the shooter and that friend. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I'm going to now direct you to August the 19th of 2021. First of all, did some of those images that he shared depict firearms?
Yes, they did.
So this is exhibit 70 and 71. 70 is the text message itself. But what are we looking at here?
That's showing a video was sent to his friend.
Okay. This is the same friend we're referring to at all times.
Correct, yes, yes.
August 19th, 2021, 9:31 p.m. And the video is 71. I'm going to play that now. That's August 19th, 2021. Do you know what he was handling in his hand?
That was a handgun.
This is exhibit 72 and 73. They've both been admitted. This is 8:20 a.m., 12:30 in the morning. So we're carrying over past midnight from the last video. 72 is this text bubble. So what are we seeing here?
Again, it's a text to his friend that he's been communicating with of another video of the gun.
Okay. And this indicates that video was sent to his friend?
Correct.
I'm going to play 73 now. Sir, do we see a round in that chamber?
Yes, there is.
Okay, when I say round in the chamber, what does that mean?
A bullet and a shell.
And that was August the 20th. Now, were you able to tell if the defendant or Jennifer Crumbley were actually inside the home when the video was taken?
Yes.
I'm going to go through. We talked earlier about how you're able to find certain location history.
Correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you were able to do that for the specific date?
That's correct, yes.
So this is exhibit 74. Green, so we're aware, green will always be James Crumbley's location. Purple will be Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay.
What are we looking at here in exhibit 74?
That's a GPS location that was captured by Google as the Gmail account, jamescrumbly8@gmail.com in the upper right corner. And on August 19th at 9:21 p.m.
Okay, so that's on East Street. Did you come to learn that the Crumbley family lived at 112 East in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So that indicates at least that his device is at the location approximately the time of the first video on August 19th.
Correct.
So this is exhibit 75. This is purple again. So this would be Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Tell us, please, what you see here.
Again, it's using the same Gmail account that they had. Her GPS location from Google was at 9:29 p.m. on August 19th.
Okay. Again, that's the first video that we saw.
Correct.
This is exhibit 76, specifically August the 20th, 2021, 12:32 a.m. What do we see here?
Again, another green circle indicating the location of James's device.
And this is approximately the same time the video of the loaded gun was sent.
Correct.
There's 77. What are we looking at here?
That's the purple, which is Jennifer's on August 20th, and that's at 12:21 a.m.
Now, this is exhibit 72. This is part of that same conversation between the shooter and his friend.
Yes.
Okay. And this was August 20th, 21 at 12:32 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. So would that be right after that video was sent?
That's correct.
What does the shooter write?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL.
During the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that this friend the shooter was communicating with abruptly left the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And did you learn if that was done without notice to the shooter?
Correct, it was not.
Okay, what do you base that belief on?
James had reached out to the father of the shooter's friend, asking if everything was okay, and then the father of the friend told what was going on.
I'm going to show you exhibit 79. This is a text message from, you recovered off of James Crumbley's phone.
Correct.
Okay, and again, names are redacted here. Did
Correct.
you come to learn that this is the father of the shooter's friend?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the date here?
This is on October 30th, 2021.
Okay, at 9:52 p.m. What did he write?
He wrote, "Hey, Mark, sorry for the late text. Hope the family is well. Just wanted to check in and make sure everything is okay with the shooter's friend. Ethan's been trying to get a hold of him for a few days. Did not know if his phone was taken away, maybe, but just checking in. Ethan wanted to be with his friend for Halloween if he is okay."
We have this in the same conversation for context. This is October 30th, 21, 11:01 p.m. This was in response to that text?
Correct.
Okay. And what does he say?
He says, "Hey, James, thanks for checking in on him. Unfortunately, his friend is in a bad place with the OCD, unable to go to school most of this week. We are taking him out to Wisconsin tomorrow to put him in residential treatment. He'll be gone for 60 to 90 days. by far the hardest decision we've had to make. So he probably doesn't know how to approach it with Ethan or what to say. I think he is probably embarrassed about the situation and is the reason he is not answering. Let me talk to friend. I wasn't aware that he wasn't talking to anyone.
And then there was another text after?
Yes, he responds, sorry for the delayed response.
Okay. And 10:30:21 and at 11:03 p.m.
The father of the friend says, let me talk to him and see how he wants to approach it with Ethan.
Okay. And then when was James' response?
James responds with, Mark, please let me know if there's any way at all we can help. He is a great kid and always great over here and very welcome at all times. Please let me know if we can help.
So that's October 30th, 2021, 11:10 p.m.
Correct.
Now I want to talk to move into November of 2021. Did you find any information regarding James Crumbley's employment status?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us specifically regarding November of 21, what did you find?
That he had lost his job on the first of the month.
Okay. And did he subsequently find another job?
Yes, he did.
And do you recall when that was?
Shortly thereafter, started door dashing.
Okay. This is exhibits. I'm sorry, we're still on page exhibit 79. The response to James Crumbley's text was what?
Always, the dad of the friend says, thank you. He loves you guys. Hopefully we can get him better and Ethan can spend some time over here too. He has to voluntarily go, so there's a chance he may not be admitted. If you don't mind for now, if Ethan asked, tell him he had to go out of town unexpectedly. If he gets admitted, then we can give him full disclosure. Is that all right?
So here's exhibit 81. This is the, you mentioned he was door dashing?
Correct.
Okay. And you executed, well, you were part of the investigators who obtained information from DoorDash via search warrant?
Yes.
And DoorDash, if you are a driver for DoorDash, you install an application on your phone?
Correct.
Did James Crumbley have that on his phone?
Yes, he did.
And so what is this in 81?
That's just from one of the things that is pulled out when we extract data, pull data off the phone. It's installed applications, and it just tells us that that app was installed, the Dasher app was installed on his phone on November 9th.
Okay. So that's when he would have put the application on the phone to start receiving orders to be a DoorDash driver.
Correct.
This is November 9th, 2021, 8:35 p.m.
Correct.
All right. Did you come to learn that he also received messages when he logged in and began picking up orders?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence to suggest that he worked anywhere else but DoorDash in the month of November of 2020?
No, I did not.
And based upon his location history and other information you obtained from his phone, did you come to learn if when he did work beforehand, he was away from the house or in the home?
He was in the home.
Now, what about the shooter's digital footprint in the month of November 2021 after his friend left? When you reviewed the phone, the shooter's phone, for that month in particular, did you find any evidence of the shooter being in contact with anybody else, any other peer?
No, he did not communicate with hardly anybody at all.
Any evidence, either GPS pings, pictures, social media posts, text messages, anything to suggest that he met up with anybody outside of school?
No, if I remember correctly, there was, for the whole month of November, there was only 48 total text messages from the 1st to the 30th.
Okay. And what did those text messages include?
A combined 6 of them were to James and Jennifer. And then the rest were, I remember seeing, he was accessing some app, maybe doing homework or something, trying to find, it appeared like you would text it, maybe a math problem or something, it would send you the answer. I'm not entirely certain, but that's what it looked like.
But no evidence of plans to meet with a friend outside of school or?
No.
Or anything
Objection,
like
Honor,
that?
asked and answered.
I asked that one. Okay. No, sir, when I talk about cached data, what does that term mean?
Cache data is data that's stored in a temporary file for your device, whether it's a phone or a computer, to pull that information back up again quickly. Whether it's recently viewed or something you look at a lot, the computer can do it quicker because it knows it has to go to this one folder instead of re-downloading it.
Okay. So so I understand it, does that mean if it's, does that phone, every phone have a certain area of storage of cache data?
Yes, and every app, just if, depending on what the app is, it would have its own folder of cache data, yes.
Okay. So if there's something, for example, an image in cache data, what does that indicate to you as a forensic examiner?
It would imply that someone had to, it would have had to have been on their phone, they would have had to have seen it.
Now, what does it mean if two people have the same cache data on their phone for an image?
One either would have sent it to the other one, or they randomly looked at the same picture.
When examining the phone of the shooter and examining the phone of James Crumbley, did you find any images in common in cache data?
Yes.
Now, I want to specifically take you to exhibits 82 and 83. This is the extraction report and a screenshot. So first of all, 82 is the extraction report. This is a snippet of that, please. Tell me what that means.
On 82?
Yes.
Where the file info is and stuff, that shows the name of the image. When either you take a screenshot of something, it's going to name it real quickly, or if you receive it, it'll name it real quickly so it can track it within your device. And then where it says path, that's the file path that often tells you what happened, how something got on a computer, on a phone, is by reading the file path.
So let's talk about file path for a second. Now, anytime you, as an expert in computer forensics and cell phone forensics, you're looking to find how a piece of data got on the phone. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And so how does a file path aid you in that?
It just tells, that right there, it tells us what they, like this one, for example, on the screen, it says Android messaging. I know this was done using the Android messaging app.
Okay, so this is from the shooter's phone, and the file path you said had Android messaging?
Correct. At the second line from the top, it says tar archive and then data / and then com Android messaging /.
Okay. Now, if something is found in cache data as opposed to just scrolling through the phone to find the image, what does that mean to you?
That they would have had seen it on their phone before.
Okay, but why wouldn't you be able to find it just in messages?
Probably, if it was deleted.
Okay. So this is on the shooter's phone, and we have the, I guess, the forensic footprint of this image.
Correct.
And the image itself in exhibit 83.
Correct.
Okay, so what is the exhibit itself in 83?
That tells you right there, that's a screenshot, because at the top of it, you can see the top part of your phone. Usually it has a time up there and the battery life and the antenna strength that you have, and you can see that on the top of that image.
Okay, so the screenshot here is 12/39.
Correct.
And we have the extraction report on 82 to verify. It's Monday, the 8th of November, 2021, 12:39 p.m. So that matches the screenshot?
Correct, it does.
And because exhibit 82 has the actual time and date stamp with the UTC -5 that matches the screenshot, what does that mean to you?
That image, that's the image that was sent with that.
Okay. And this is on the shooter's phone?
Correct.
All right, so this is, this also has the file path here at 12:40 p.m. Tell me what we're looking at here.
This one, so this file path is a little different. Again, starting where you see the word path on the screen there, and then going over, second line from under tar archive, it's the tct.cs.rcs. And the RCS tells me that is rich content, and that's Android's way of being able to either share large files, to know, a lot of people have an Apple phone, you can tell when someone's texting you back. That RCS feature allows Android phones to do the same thing.
Okay. So as a forensic examiner, you can tell us that that screenshot was sent by the defendant's phone by the shooter's phone based upon the file path?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now here's exhibits 85 and 86. This is from James Crumbley's phone. What are we looking at here?
On the right side is, I'm sorry, the left side, I apologize, is the extraction information that was given, the name that was given in the file path, and then the screenshot again on the right side.
Okay, exhibit 85, the extraction report here. It has the date and time. It's November the 8th, 2021, but this is 12:40 p.m. So that's later in time than what was found on the shooter's phone.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct, about 1 minute.
But it's the same screenshot?
Correct, it is.
Now, did you find either screenshot of the 9mm price, $299.99, used Smith & Wesson SD9VE in very good condition. Comes with two 16-round magazines and cleaning kit with an image of a firearm. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find that screenshot in either messaging from James Crumbley or the shooter?
From James Crumbley?
Yes.
No.
Okay. But did you find it anywhere else on the phone other than the cache data?
No, I did not.
Okay. Have you seen reference to SD9VE 9mm elsewhere in this case?
Yes.
Where?
In the shooter's journal.
And again, because it's found in cache data and nowhere else, what does that mean to you?
That it would have had at one time been on the phone. As you're opening the text message, your phone's gonna say, I gotta save that image so I can look at it if they want to open it up. So the fact that it's in the cache data tells me that they had opened it up to see it.
Now, is it possible to recover deleted content from a phone?
Potentially.
Tell me why.
Each Android phones are different. So depending on the manufacturer of the phone, whether you have either a high-end phone or a simple throwaway phone that you buy at Walmart, the Android operating system can be changed to suit the manufacturer's or the reseller's specifications. So if you want to sell a cheaper end phone that doesn't have all the functionalities of a higher end phone, usually doesn't have the features to be able to store longer content or retrieve deleted content.
Okay. So it's nothing to do with your forensic tools per se, it's just on the manufacturer?
Correct.
Is it more likely to recover deleted messages after both users delete the message?
No, no. Is it more difficult?
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So the fact that this was found in cache data and nowhere else, that's significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
That it was on the phone at one time and now it's not there.
Did all the Crumbleys have Androids?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to direct your attention now to the days before the shooting. We'll start with November the 26th, 2021. Okay. Now, sir, given the tools available at your disposal and the information you're able to pull from, I'm going to ask you to build as best you can a digital footprint of the Crumbleys from the 26th to the 30th.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the firearm purchase of the 6-hour 9mm on November the 26th, 2021?
Yes.
But based upon data locations and other information that you were able to retrieve in your investigation, are you able to tell us approximately when that purchase occurred?
Yes.
When?
It was between 1 and 2 p.m.
Well, I'm going to show you Exhibit 87 here. This is data location from 12:08 p.m. on 11/26/21. So what are we looking at right here?
I apologize. It was between 12 and 1 p.m. They were at the gun range there, or the gun store there.
Okay. So this location here verifies that James Crumbley's device was at that firearm store where the 6-hour was purchased that day?
Correct. Yes.
And this is Exhibit 88. This is 12:57 p.m. And we can see East Street as far as where we're oriented towards the map. What are we looking at here?
That shows James Crumbley's location relative to his house at 112 East Street.
Okay. So what can you surmise from these data points?
That this one in particular, the larger the circle is, the more, I don't want to say less accurate, the larger the range where the device could be. This one in particular is 62 meters from that point. So he could be anywhere within 62 meters of that point there near his house.
Okay. So because we have a more narrow point in Exhibit 87, we can be reasonably assured that the device was at the firearm store from 12:08, and then at 12:57, he was getting within 62 meters of his house?
Correct.
Okay. Now, to the extent possible, I'd like us to go through what the Crumbley family did after the purchase of that firearm on November 26th. Tell us what you saw on their phones, what they did after the gun was purchased.
They went Christmas tree shopping. There are pictures of it.
Sir, when someone takes a picture of something, is there a way to tell where and when that picture was taken?
Usually, yes.
Tell me why.
So a picture that you take with your phone or even a camera that you might have, a Canon camera, captures what's called metadata. You usually tell your phone to do it. And metadata is data within data. It's so that the main information here that you see on the screen is of a map. Well, embedded in that could be how that map was made by the camera that took the picture, maybe the computer that took the picture, how even the screenshot was made. That's information that you don't see. That's the metadata.
So we're looking at exhibits 89 and 90 here. So 89 is the metadata, 90 is the photograph itself. Tell us what we're looking at here.
That's was taken from the shooter's phone, and he's holding a handgun that was purchased on the 26th.
And the handgun on the grip there says 6 hour.
Correct, it is.
And so when and where was this picture taken?
This was taken at the Crumbley home on November 26th.
And what time?
At 1:03 p.m.
Okay. So we saw from the location history that James Crumbley was almost at his house at 12:57 p.m. And this photograph was taken 6 minutes later?
Correct.
Now, did the shooter post anything on Instagram with regards to this firearm?
He posted pictures of him holding the gun, and then telling people, ask questions, they'll answer.
So here's exhibit 95. What do we see here?
That's the Instagram post where the shooter wrote, "Just got my new beauty today, heart eye emojis, 6 hour, 9mm. Ask questions, I will answer."
And when was this post made?
In the bottom left corner, you can see it was November 26th, 2021. And it says 1806, which is 606 UTC. And that's what I was talking about. We're -5 or 4 hours. So in November, we're -5 hours. So it's taken at 3:06.
Right. Here is also exhibit 95. What do we see here?
106. I apologize. It was 106 that was taken.
106.
I
I was
-5
going to
from
correct
the
your
18.
math, but
Yes, I apologize. Another picture of him holding it in his hand. And that was taken shortly after at 1:06 p.m. on the 26th.
same caption with post, different photograph.
Correct.
All right. Here is again same time, same caption.
Yes, just looking down the sights of the gun.
We see 3 dots at the top of the firearm. What is that?
Those are the sights of the gun. The two on the outside in the front post. If you don't know, you line those up. It's called your sight picture. You get those 3 dots in a line. If you have equal light on either side, it's where your round's going to go. And he's just practicing lining up the sights.
And that's lined up in a way where it would fire the way you would want it to. Right?
It put a round right below it, yeah.
And same caption. Just got my new beauty today. 6 hour, 9mm.
Uh-oh, what happened to the audio? Did my internet poop out? It don't look like it. Hold on, guys. It says we're live. And now the screen's gone. Something happened to the audio. Retro Raggy. Hold on. Let me go see if I can. Yeah, it must be them because they've turned it off and put it on this live view, whatever that is, little thingy. Let me go look and see if I can figure out what's going on. Technical difficulties is all I'm seeing. So give them a minute to figure things out. Somebody tripped over the plug and pulled it out. Yeah, probably Margaret. Probably. Mm. We're on a break. Even when we're not on a break, we're on a break, right? Come on. Lordy Lord. Hold on, youngins. I gotta blow my nose again. Hold on. I'll tell you one thing, after blowing my nose for 2 days with this toilet paper, Angel Soft is not where it's at for your nose. No. If you need nose stuff, toilet paper for your noses, go with Charmin, the Ultra. You know what I mean? The Angel Soft 2-ply ain't where it's at. Tell you that. And Viva paper towels ain't no bueno either. Someone tripped over the plug. Oh, okay. I thought I saw my comments jumped. Yeah, Charmin is plush for sure. That's what you need for your nose holes. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. We are waiting. We're waiting patiently. What in the world? Come on.
Yeah, okay,
Oh.
so that's approximately the same time those photographs, those posts were,
We're back.
those images were posted?
Correct.
So the fact that they were posted on her device, or her social media accounts through her device, and we have a device location here, what does that mean to you?
That she was at her house when she made that post.
And were you able to tell if James Crumbley saw these images?
Yes.
Here's exhibit 103. What are we looking at here?
This is data information from the cell phone extraction. And again, back to the file path that I talked about, you can see the third line down in the second column. You see tom.facebook.katana/cache showing, indicating that it's in the cache folder.
Okay. So like the screenshot of a Smith & Wesson 9mm sent by his son to him, these images were also found in the cache folder?
Correct.
Now, we will obtain data locations from James Crumbley's Gmail account for November the 27th, 2021.
Yes.
Okay, did that help you identify where he was that day?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go through exhibits 104 through 107. Here's 104. What do we see here?
It shows James' location. It's near the gas station of the Meyer, at Ray Road in 24.
Okay, we already talked about at this point in time he was working for DoorDash.
Correct.
And we already
Right,
identified
Joanna.
the fact that when there was an order ready,
It is butt
he would
friendly,
receive
just not
text
nose
message
friendly.
from the DoorDash app.
Correct.
Okay, so were you able to tell what he was doing that day?
Yes.
What was he doing?
He was door dashing.
So 9:37 a.m. indicates one position where he's at, and looks like he's back home at 5:32 p.m.
Correct.
Here's exhibit 106. It's about 6:03 p.m. He's out of the house then?
Correct.
Okay. And 6:33 back home.
Correct.
Now, what about Jennifer's locations from that day? Were you able to obtain any idea where she was that day?
Yes.
This is exhibit 108. What do we see here?
It's the purple dots indicating Jennifer's locations.
Okay. So we have 2:29 p.m. to 3:32 p.m. in locations outside of the home that would indicate what to you?
She was at home. She was out and about.
Okay, just to make sure I'm clear, on the 27th, we see James Crumbley leaving home around 9:37 a.m., returning at 5:32 p.m., leaving again at 6:03 p.m., home again at 6:33 p.m.
Correct.
And the same day, Jennifer's gone from about 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Correct.
Now, Sunday, November the 28th. This is exhibit 109. Tell us what we're looking at here.
That is GPS location for Jennifer on November 28th at 12 p.m.
So she's obviously away from her home. Do you know what's at this location?
Yeah, that's where the horse farm is.
Okay. Now, you say horse farm, you went through all of the digital evidence in this case.
Correct.
Okay, including the Facebook messages between James and Jennifer?
Correct.
The messages from James to anyone else or Jennifer to anybody else?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of James and Jennifer spending time at that horse farm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me how you're aware of that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
We addressed this, Judge. You addressed it in your earlier opinion as well.
I think we did. Yeah, I'm gonna allow it. I think your objection goes to weight, not admissibility.
Thank you, Judge. How are you able to know that, Judge?
By how many times they talked about whether I'm going to the barn to do this or work on this horse or take care of that horse. Yes.
Okay. Give us an idea of how many times they talked about it.
They talked, it was mentioned within their chats 86 times of going to the barn.
Oh, I'm sorry, over what period of time?
That was from January to November.
From that conversation, we're able to tell if they would go together or if they had a plan to do it.
Both. They would go take care, one would go take care of a horse or they'd meet up there together.
Here is exhibit 110. This is Sunday, the 28th at 2:07 p.m. This is at the Crumbley family home?
Correct.
Okay. So these last two pieces of the exhibit indicate that Jennifer Crumbley was at the horse barn from approximately noon to whenever she left, arriving home at 2:07.
Correct.
And that's the Sunday after that firearm, the 9mm, was purchased.
Correct.
Now let's talk about James's data location points. Here's exhibit 111. What do we have here?
It shows his location at the Meyer gas station again.
Okay, and tell us what he was doing that day from your review of the digital evidence.
That day he was door dashing again.
So this is a data point at 8:56 a.m. Exhibit 112 is 12:45 p.m. Here's he's back at the house.
Correct.
Does he leave again?
Yes, he does.
Okay, here's 113, exhibit 113 at 12:52 p.m. What do we see here?
It shows him going away from the house.
Okay, and exhibit 114, what do we have here?
At 5:13 p.m. he's back at the house.
Okay, so all this tells you that James left at 8:56 a.m., returned at 12:45 p.m. He left again 7 minutes later and returned 5:33 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to move on to Monday, the next day, Monday, November the 29th. I'm going to talk about a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley from that day. So this is exhibit 115. Jennifer Crumbley at 8:23 a.m. on Monday, November the 29th. Are you at the barn? And then follow up just a question mark at 9:02 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So again, blue is Jennifer, green would be James.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you mentioned like those 86 times they talked about the barn, is this what you were referring to?
Yes, it was.
Was this a portion of what you were referring to?
Correct.
James's response was what at 9:05 a.m.?
Working on Billy.
Okay. And did you come? Who's Billy? Did you?
It was one of the horses.
This is also part of 115. What did James send to Jennifer?
He sent a photo. It's the horse's legs.
Okay. And Jennifer's response?
Do the fronts too.
So that's 9:21 a.m. on Monday, November the 29th. What did Jennifer write to James after that?
She asked him, "Did you call the vet yet?" and then tell us to make sure you get back in between his heel bulbs.
And James's response was, I did at 9:34, then fronts two right after.
Correct.
And James wrote what at 9:35?
He says, what exactly should I tell the vet? Type out for me, leaving the barn now.
Okay. And Jennifer's response was what?
Billy looks to have scratches / mud fever. He's starting to stock up on all fours and concerned about infection. He's not lame, sensitive to the touch, and they go down when he moves. Is there an antibiotic I can get him on? We just put Desitin, an antibacterial, on his legs today.
Okay. And then she wrote what?
She asked, was he stocked up this morning?
Okay, so that was 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
And James's response at 9:43?
He responds back with, he was stocked up more in the back than in the front. In fact, the front didn't really look stocked up at all. So I launched them for a few minutes before. I put the stuff on it and it took the swelling down a little bit. But I got that cream all over, in between the seal bulbs and stuff like that. I'll call the vet here in a minute.
Okay, and then you wrote talk to tax FYI, so I have no idea what I really just said.
Yes.
Jennifer, it made sense, LOL at 9:58, and then James's response at 9:59.
James responds with, I just talked to the vet, Carrie. Said she's going to talk to the vet once one of them get back in and she will give me a call back. I explained everything exactly how you wrote it down. Good thing you wrote it down like that, LOL for me.
Okay, your response was okay, good, LOL.
Correct.
Okay, so this conversation regarding the barn and the vet started at 8:23 a.m. and it went until 10:15 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you come to learn if a message was left for Jennifer Crumbley while this conversation was going on between James and Jennifer?
Yes, there was.
Okay. This is exhibit 116. William, can you have the volume?
Hi, Ms. Crumbley. My name is Pam Fine. I'm calling from Oxford High School, and I'm here with Mr. Hopkins, who's Ethan's counselor. I was just calling to let you know that we just spoke with Ethan, had a really nice conversation. One of the teachers had sent an email to the office that she was concerned because Ethan, when she was walking around the room checking assignments, that he was on his phone looking at bullets and that sort of thing. So she just wanted us to have a conversation. We did. We said he had been to the shooting range with you this weekend, and we were like, yep, guns are a hobby for a lot of people and shooting ranges, and that's perfectly normal. And that we just wanted to make sure I had a conversation with him about the things he searches at school, and things versus searching at home. Like Mr. Hopkins gave a good example of like if a teacher makes beer at home, perfectly normal and healthy, but can't be using searches for making beer at school. So we had a conversation. He was great. He's like, yep, I get it. So I just wanted to let you know that we did have that conversation with him, and I don't know, about 5 minutes, and he went back to class. All right, if you have any questions, you can give me a call. Otherwise, it'll be a great holiday. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that was November the 29th, 2021. Did you find evidence that Jennifer Crumbley accessed that voicemail?
Yes, she did.
Is that depicted here in People's Exhibit 117?
Yes.
Could you find from the messages between James and Jennifer who picked their son up from school that day?
Ethan did. I apologize. James did. Father.
Here's Exhibit 120. This is Jennifer Crumbley. You still working to?
Okay, looks like they got their pool camera back fixed, because what was going on earlier was the court's like main camera.
What does
So.
Jennifer write to James?
Yay!
She asked you, did Ethan tell you what happened today?
And that's the same afternoon that the voicemail was left?
Correct.
Okay, and James' response?
Was yeah.
Now we're gonna move on to November the 30th. We'll go step by step from what you were able to discern from all of the evidence that you had to review at your disposal. So in the morning, November 30th, were you able to tell what time the shooter was dropped off at school?
After 7:30 p.m. What a.m.
So you able to pull surveillance video for that?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 122. 7:46 a.m. on the 30th.
Correct.
Tell us when you recognize him, please.
He got out of the car a second ago. He's the last one walking up.
Right there.
Yes.
He was dropped off by his father.
Correct.
Exhibit 123, tell us where James Crumbley went after that.
At 8:04 a.m. he was at home.
Okay. And then exhibit 124, where was he?
At the horse farm again.
Okay, so 9:04 a.m. So 7:46 a.m. he dropped off his son. He was home at 8:04 a.m. He's at the horse barn by 9:04.
Correct.
Do you know what time that Jennifer Crumbley got to work?
About the same time, 9:04.
So this is what we're looking at here.
That's Jennifer walking into her place of employment.
This is exhibit 125.
Yes.
And this is November 30, 2021 at 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
Do you know if she received a phone call shortly after arriving?
Yes, she did.
So exhibit 126, what do we have here?
That's from the call log obtained from her phone from the school.
Okay, so we have a missed call at 9:24 a.m. on November the 30th.
Correct.
And then we have a return call at what time?
9:27 a.m.
How long is that phone call?
That's 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes.
That 5:43 is 5 minutes and 43 seconds?
Yes, it is.
Now, next in the timeline, 9:31 a.m. What are we looking at here?
That's the screenshot or a picture of a math sheet homework that the shooter had.
Okay. So this was sent to whom?
To Jennifer.
Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 128, what's this?
That's the full-size image of it, of the math sheet.
So did you come to learn there were actually two different math worksheets?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be referred to as the altered one?
Correct, it is.
So this was sent to Jennifer Crumbley at 9:31?
Correct.
Right, it's exhibit 128. Exhibit 129 is what?
That appears to be an email of the math worksheet.
Here's exhibit 30. This is what contained in the email?
Yes, that's the original.
So this was emailed to Jennifer Crumbley at 9:32 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
And the scratched out version was texted to her at 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
Now this is exhibit 131. This is at 9:33 a.m. So this is 1 minute after that original drawing was sent to Jennifer Crumbley. What are we looking at?
Jennifer telling James, call now, emergency.
Okay.
And then she says again, emergency, 2 minutes later.
And then at 9:38 a.m., what does she send?
She sends the two pictures of the math worksheet.
So the one that's scratched out in the original, the
Correct.
both that were sent to Jennifer?
Yes.
And James's response at 9:44 a.m.
James responds with, my God, WTF.
And then what?
Vet not here yet. It's McElmurray for Kira's horse, still waiting on vet.
Okay. So we saw earlier that his location indicated he was at the barn by at least 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
And this was at 9:45 a.m.
Correct.
And what did Jennifer write?
Responds back with, he said he was distraught about last night.
James?
James says, we talked about it this morning. Then he asked, you talked to him, question mark.
And what did Jennifer respond?
Responds with, can you call?
That's 9:57 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. What does Jennifer write at 10:04 a.m.?
She says, heading to a school, I'm very concerned.
And that's at 10:04 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021.
Correct.
Did you learn that they both arrived at Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
And did you learn approximately the time they arrived at?
Yes.
What time was that?
About 10:30, 10:36.
This is exhibit 132, 9:36 a.m. We see James' location history that's still at the barn.
Correct.
And 134, this is the same surveillance footage that we saw Jennifer Crumbley arriving at work at 9:04 a.m. This is at 10:06 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. And this is consistent with what we just saw in those Facebook messages when she wrote heading to school.
Correct.
Okay. This is exhibit 126. What do we see here?
It's a call to the school, to the counselor from Jennifer.
Okay, so she left at 10:04, then at 10:07, she called the same counselor who called her.
Correct.
And exhibit 131 headed to a school at 10:12. So that would be the timeline for that period.
Correct.
So do we have an idea of, you said about after 10:30 a.m. that meeting occurred?
Correct.
Okay, and so is this what you base that opinion on?
Correct, yes.
All right, so what do we see here at exhibit 135?
What you see at the top of it is the horse barn, and then he takes a path down Gardner Road and then heads to the high school.
So if I'm correct, what we just saw, the Jennifer arrived at work. First of all, the shooter was dropped off at school at 7:46 a.m. by his father.
Correct.
He went to the horse barn at 9:04.
Correct.
Jennifer arrived at her place of employment about the same time, 9:04.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she received a phone call at 9:24.
Correct.
Then we saw the messages sent from her counselor and the phone call from her counselor and the messages thereafter with those two drawings.
Yes, sir.
And then the Facebook messages at directly after to James with those two drawings.
Correct.
And this shows when he left the horse barn and about the time he arrived at Oxford High School.
Correct.
And did he stop by his house before he went to the meeting?
No.
Jennifer stopped by the house before she went to the meeting.
No, sir.
Did they go in one car or separate cars?
They were in separate cars.
We had discussed this particular aspect of the case in a separate hearing some time ago, and there was an original belief that they arrived in one car.
Correct.
Okay, you came to learn that they arrived in two different cars.
That's correct.
Leading.
Again, it's just foundation. Tell me what happened.
When I originally was watching the video, the system that the school has, it's not continually recording. It only records when there's enough movement in the frame. So if they're too far of a distance away, it's not going to record, even though there might be somebody walking across the parking lot. The sensors don't pick it up. And it didn't, once I saw the second car, what I thought was the first car, pull into a parking spot, the next thing I saw was just two people standing in front of it. So I assumed that they'd come out of that car together.
So keeping with our timeline here, 10:29 a.m. We have a call log of what we see here.
James calling Jennifer.
And how long was that phone call?
7 minutes and 16 seconds.
And based upon what you found on the video and the messages and data locations before they arrived at school?
Yes.
Now, you were able to pull the surveillance footage of both vehicles arriving and their movements while inside the Oxford High School, at least that were contained on surveillance video, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so this is exhibit 137. I'm going to play this. And just so we know, at the bottom of the screen here, we have a description of the camera, what it's looking at with the time.
Correct.
So this is 10:36 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021.
Correct.
And this, what are we looking at right here?
That's the parking lot of the school on the north side of the school.
Sir, whatever you're able to, give us some context of what we're looking at.
I come to find out that that's Jennifer pulling up right there in that car. And then there's James and Jennifer walking up to the school.
Right here?
Yes.
Sure, this is James and Jennifer Crumbley in Actor High School that day.
Yes,
Okay.
that's in the office there, and they're being directed around to counseling.
At the bottom of the screen there is 10:39 a.m.
Correct.
So it just might actually be a good time for a short break if the court would inclined to take one.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm gonna let you sit down for the special testimony. So just about a 10-minute break, okay?
All rise for the jury.
You guys, these breaks are too much. Sheesh.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm going to say, too, that his lawyer speaks in 2 times speed. Yeah. His lawyer speaks in 2 times speed. Yes, yes, yes. Um, mm-mm-mm. Yeah, they're not ready for another witness yet, but they're ready for another break, that's for sure. Why? Oh, and sorry if you guys heard me blowing my nose a while ago. I was like, I didn't realize didn't mute myself. Was listening to or watching Joanna and Morgana talking about court candy. Oh, Lord. Court candy. You guys crack me up. Court candy. Court candy. Yeah, a while ago, whenever the pool camera, the media pool camera, like, stopped working for a little bit, then they ended up putting the feed onto the like the main court camera, which is never good quality. So yeah, everything was like bleached out and way far away and ugh. So I'm glad that the media pool dude got his. Well, I say dude, I don't know if it's a he or a she, but whether they got their I'm glad that they got their camera back working. It is weird, Henny. I don't know if maybe it's just like trying to get in the groove or what, but man, it's like, well, you got to take a break every 5 seconds. Annoying. Annoying. I'm going to have to catch your live, Joanna. Usually I miss it because usually it's a couple of different reasons. One, I've either conked out, took like a late nap, or it's crazy in the house, with the kids and stuff. It's a crazy time of the day anyway. And usually the only reason I would ever get a nap that time of the day is because Dale's gotten home from work and I'm like, dude, you got the kids. I'm going to go crash. Especially on the days when I get up at 5:30 in the morning. So I get up at 5:30. And by the time 5 o'clock rolls around, I'm like, yeah. Yeah, they fixed it. Court candy, says Morgana. It's so weird being up here by myself. I'm used to having company with me, and it just feels weird being here by myself. JB's not feeling great, and QB's probably asleep, and Morgana's been grabbing groceries today. Ooh, Lee's placing out some yummy snacks. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee. He's like, it's time for a break. Time for a break. When it's time for a break, that means it's time to snack. Oh, QB's here. She says, sleep? I don't know her. Who is that? Who is sleep? I don't know her. You guys, my nose. I should not say anything about my nose stopping running again because that's all it has done this afternoon. Oh my God. I'm just going to be the one that sits here with toilet paper. Like, you know how you'll see people with like, what do you call it? When you wake up, hold on, I'll show you what I'm talking about. When you have people who are literally like this, hold on, let me turn my camera back on. Oh, this is how I should be. I should stay like this, right? Just leave it dangling, right? Just leave it dangling. For sure. Oh my goodness. Crime joke time. Oh my God. Thank you, Kel. Thank you, Kel. Kel says, oh, hold on. I lost the comments. Wait a minute. I got to put the comment up on the screen. Come on, computer. All right. Kel says, crime joke time. Where do bad rainbows go? Where do bad rainbows go? Where do bad rainbows go? Lisa's Skittles. Where do the bad rainbows go? I'm not seeing. Has she answered and I've missed it? I'm not seeing Kel's answer. Oh, okay. Okay. Where do the bad rainbows go? I don't see it, Kel. She says she answered. Excuse me, you guys. To Prism. Oh, because it's a rainbow. Okay, they go to Prism. Lord have mercy. One more time. That was cute, but I don't know why it wouldn't give us. Why did it? Wonder why. I'm telling you, YouTube is being stupid lately. I don't understand why it's like eating people's comments. I don't understand that. But that was a cute one. No farting rainbows, Brenda. It's not showing the rest of the answer? What do you mean? Well, I'm not looking at my YouTube. I'm looking at my StreamYard. And all of them come through there. Mm. Let me look. Yeah, it still wasn't showing up. But like on StreamYard, all of them come in. Oh, hold on. We got QB. Oh, wait. She says they go to Prism because it's a light sentence and gives them time to reflect. Well, that's cute, but why wouldn't it give you me the whole answer? I don't know why it did that. Lee says, I'm in live chat and did not see it at first either. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Hey, QB.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. Why?
Just checking. I was
Why
already
is it?
planning on coming on like during when they broke for lunch, but clearly they're going to be a while, so I thought I would jump on and say hi because I missed you guys.
Hi.
Hi.
And she's gone. I'm so sorry.
I do not have the social spoon or the wherewithal to mess with this Wi-Fi today, y'all. I do not have it in me. I do not. I do not. I had like an hour's sleep. I am not okay. I am not okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's Morgana. Hi, Morgana.
Hi. Hey,
I
Morgana.
heard somebody else freaking laughing at me.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
That was so good.
It was
She's
not
here and
good.
she's not.
I hate it here. Look, Kel said it. I hate it here.
I did. She did.
Can y'all hear me? Because I'm unpacking an order. I got Happy
Hey,
Mail.
Oh, I hear you, but I don't hear anything in the background.
Yay, then it's working. Ooh, what's that?
Hey, Sherry.
Ooh. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
I'm not looking because I'm doing things. I'm sorry. Oh, StreamYard, it may be, well, no, because they were coming in through StreamYard, but not through YouTube. But StreamYard won't let me, it might be YouTube. StreamYard is not letting me connect, or YouTube is not letting me connect StreamYard so that I can type in the chat. Look, listen, Morgana, you abandoned me last night. You were there. You were the last one there.
QB, every time I go in there and I'm talking to you, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to bed. And so then I think, okay, she's going to bed.
I lied a lot last night.
I was up till 3:30, so I was up.
I went to bed, I think, at 7, and I was back up at like 8:30. Yeah. I'm like out an hour and a half. I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. So.
Exactly. Jenny,
But
exactly.
What did Jenny say?
I didn't say a word.
She didn't say
Did
nothing.
you? Oh, look. What are you pointing at?
I feel like we're on the
I
Brady
do
Bunch.
hate it here. I do hate it here. I hate it here.
Oh my God.
Anyways,
don't make me turn
Morgana,
my
just so
camera
y'all
on.
know, Morgana, look, and JB, I don't know where JB at, but I know, okay, JB gets a pass because she's sick. Normally, I can count on JB to be in and out as much as I am because we both have the insomnia. Morgana, I know I can pretty much count on till about 3 to 4. Jenny, I don't know about her. She pops in all hours, all the time, like in and out. Like some days we don't see her after like 10 o'clock. And then some days, like 2 o'clock, she pops in. I'm like, where Jenny came from.
Yeah, where's she been?
But last night when I needed all of them, they all decided to sleep. And I will tell y'all that I had a whole conversation with myself.
You did.
And they woke up to 457 messages because I was talking to myself.
She was sending herself memes and gifs.
I was laughing too. Oh, yes.
In my defense, though, for a while there, I had a cat that was on my chest, bunting up against my face, rubbing constantly all over my face.
Oh,
I understand that actually because
pheromones or whatever.
I've had that the last few days.
I'm like,
Nace has been like not even 2 inches, like an inch from my face. And I'm like, hi. And they're
like,
both,
I can't breathe.
I know, I'm putting I've got the recliner up. And so right this minute, which is how they've pretty much been since Monday, is Maxie's on the recliner foot part and Nays is over on the right-hand side, but only because I just sat back down and she is currently coming to be in my face. Hi.
Yeah, I get it.
Hi. They can't hear you because I did noise reduction. I did. They can't hear you. No. Hi, ma'am. Anyways, she says hi.
Hi.
You can't hear her, but she's going. She's chittering.
Yeah, I don't hear her.
Yeah. Hi, they can't hear you. Anyway,
What's rude? What did Joanna say was rude? I missed that. What did she say was rude?
What's rude? Because it's rude. She hates it here.
The answer used a colon, so maybe that punctuation mark isn't allowed. Okay.
Huh? The answer used a colon, so maybe that punctuation. No, it's been froggy for like over a week because I just want to bring up, I've been in the background for the last couple of days, but I've been here and I hear y'all talking about, oh, it's deleting my comments. I said like a week ago that my comments weren't showing up. Remember? And then they all showed up at one time.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all laughed and y'all like, ah, ha, ha, QB's home. Hear her Wi-Fi. Look at that. Yeah, y'all all got it. All of y'all got it.
She's
All y'all
passing it
got it.
around now.
I gave it
It's
to
like her
everybody.
Wi-Fi.
I gave it to everybody. Y'all could all have it. Hey, Sherry. So, anyways, and I'm
Yeah,
sniveling
that's
not because I have a cold. I'm sniveling because I had an hour and a half sleep last night. And I do that for some reason. I don't know. It's weird.
I was going to say, what does not having sleep have to do with
I don't
sniffling?
know.
That
It's something
really
about
confused
being
me.
tired. And look, listen, this is my
You're
world,
just
okay?
you are a whole QB mess.
I more than usual, but I'm entertaining.
You sure are. Even you even entertain yourself at 3 or 4 in the morning.
I did, and thank God Gypsy lives in Arizona. No, Nevada, because she's 3 hours behind me. So when y'all ditched me, she was like, "Girl, ain't you in bed?" I was like, "No, I'm in bed. I'm not sleeping, but I'm in bed."
Well, now wait a minute. You need to let people in the chat know that you're not talking about Gypsy Rose.
I am not talking about Gypsy Rose. Yeah, we not friends. No, we not friends. No, I have my own gypsy. I actually have 2 gypsies.
Wow.
I know, right? I'm lucky. Oh, the cat just ran across my face. And y'all know I can't there's a break. I don't know. I was gonna say a moratorium, but that's kind of like it's too soon. So but I can't get mad at none of them right now, right? Like there's a time frame where they can pretty much do anything, and
They
I'm
can
like,
do
oh,
anything. Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, they can do anything. It's fine. So she just ran across my face. It's fine.
It's okay.
It's fine.
No problem.
Anyway, so what are we doing? Did they go to lunch?
No, they're just on a 10-minute break. They had lunch a
It's
couple
been
hours
47
ago.
minutes.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, they did have it's 3:00. It's 3:00. Y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, and see, they didn't say earlier that they were having lunch, or if they did, me and everybody else missed it. And the only way I knew that they were having lunch was because I went into the Law and Orders, not Law and Order,
Long
Law
crime.
and Crimes chat and saw that one of their moderators had said that they were on a lunch. So
They're literally on a break. It's 3:00. Is it 3:00? How is it 3:00? How am I awake? What am I
That's how
doing?
time works, QB.
Look. Not how it works.
It is.
Not
I
good.
got it early. I know that.
I'm not okay. I thought when I went to bed at 7 that was the crash.
No.
It were not. It were not.
So here you are.
So here I am. Jay was like, "Why are you up?" And I'm like, "Well, why should I lay here and stare at the ceiling? Like that's no fun. I'll go play with my friends."
They're back.
Oh.
They are back.
JB was in here earlier, right?
Yeah.
She was
Yeah.
she was doing she was short ordering, and then I think she was smart. She went to bed. I'm just sitting here.
Yeah, she had taken some cold medicine, I think, or
Oh,
allergy
good.
medicine. So yeah.
Good.
I bet he gets tired of putting that tie on and off.
Yeah, I know, right? Somebody needs to just get him
I
a clip-on
mean,
one. Daggone.
facts. Or alternatively, let's give him a pass and let's just not wear a tie.
Yeah.
I mean, we understand, dude. They're making you take it on and off every single time. That's just
insane.
It's not okay. It is not. Yeah, it's. Y'all really can't hear me because I'm making all kinds of noise. I love
I
that.
don't hear anything other. What did you use for your noise machine off
I
thing?
changed the settings in StreamYard.
To reduce
That's
background
why,
noise?
yep. So that's why y'all can't hear me in StreamYard, but you can hear me in Discord because Discord don't have the same settings. I lost my vape. How did I lose my vape?
I tell mine to knock out background noise, and I don't feel like it does a great job. I don't know. Do you guys ever hear Eli's TV?
Mm-mm.
Oh, well,
No.
maybe then it does do
I
a
think
good
the
job.
only thing that you can really hear is like a certain pitch or like a certain, not pitch, like level. So like
Uh-huh.
when Jolie comes in and goes, "Hi,"
Yeah.
it's to a certain volume that it picks it up.
Well, and not to mention that she always heads straight for the microphone because she knows that she's
Well,
supposed to yell
yeah.
it, you know?
Yeah, because we want to talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
It's her
Yeah.
stream. You're just
Mhm.
running it.
That's
Right.
right.
I know. I know.
She's the
I'm
boss.
just saying. I mean,
She's the
just
boss. I work for
I mean,
her.
let's just get it clear, okay?
Okay. You guys are saying no, no good. Okay.
Yeah, no, we can't. No, we can't hear it.
Okay, good.
And Steph, I think, took the cat and went to bed.
She totally did. What are you talking about, Lee? About plenty of friends to play with.
Because I said I was coming in to play with my friends, and he's
Oh.
saying, I guess, I'm assuming, I shouldn't assume. I can't be trusted right now.
No, you can't.
Where's my vape, y'all? Oh, there it is. Don't get up. I found it.
I'm gonna say, are you laying on it?
No, I went and got my packages because let me walk in this other room before he hears me and gets his little feelings hurt because my man child can't never find daggone packages right in front of him. Okay, let me come back out here. So I came back in and I apparently set it on the counter. I mean, because, that's where I'm going to be. Oh, anyways,
Right.
I may have shopped my feelings. I got a couple packages.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Shopping
There's
therapy.
nothing wrong with that.
Last night I was just adding to cart because fundage is not available. So we just added to cart. And it somehow makes me feel better. I don't know.
Right. That makes sense, though. I mean, oh, did you see him?
What?
Did you see what he just did?
I missed it.
Hold on, let me rewind it. Let me
I
say
see him laughing.
Yeah,
And then
watch.
covered his mouth.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hold
it's
on,
funny? You think this is funny, dude? Yeah, see, I can't be trusted. I may have to go back down in the chat. I got 0 tolerance today. Jenny, I have quickly become obsessed with doing my nails.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and so most of what I got is doing my nails stuff.
Oh.
The package coming for vision purposes. Not me.
Well, I
That
want
was
to
Lee.
see him laugh again. Where is
No,
it?
you don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna get big mad.
Close your
I
eyes.
don't think he's not laughing at the situation, I'm sure. I'm sure
I'm
she
sure
probably
he's not,
said
but then he
something funny,
covered his
but
mouth like, oh, that's inappropriate. Yeah, you think?
well, I'm thinking I'm being Devil's clavicle here, probably because he
Whatever.
laughed
I
a
got
little
no
too
clavicle.
loud. And he's like, whoa, I'm in a court. This is like a library. I
She's
should not
out.
be like he probably like guffawed.
She's gone.
Oh my God, there she is.
Oh, she's back.
And she's back.
I thought she was left because she was like, no, I'm out.
She thought I really went out.
Yeah, like I'm mad. I'm out of here.
Why do I feel like she's a little, I mean, I know she's trying to cover her mouth so that nobody can see, but I feel like she's a little too close up on him. And then he guffaws and laughs and hee hee. And then now he looks like he's kissing her. I'm behind on the TV. I need to watch on my phone.
I went ahead and
Okay.
put it live again. I couldn't get it. I couldn't find the spot.
2021. This is 10:39 in the
There's
morning.
court candy.
Identified.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lee, those art dot magnifiers are super
This is
cool.
surveillance video
Sorry, I
pulled
know
from
we're
that
doing this thing. Let me
morning
mute
at that time.
myself.
That's correct.
Okay, they're starting back at the where they're where they're going in for the meeting.
Yeah.
On the
Okay.
clock there that says 12:42. That's incorrect.
Correct. It never changes. Correct.
So the actual time is in yellow at the bottom of the video. It just turned 10:40 in the morning.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you come to learn who this person was that greeted James Never Crumbley?
Yeah, it's a school counselor.
It just skipped now from 10:41 to 10:52 a.m. Same view, same exhibit. Who do we see leaving the office?
That's the shooter.
That's 10:52 a.m.
Correct.
That's 10:53 a.m. Who do we see?
It's James Jenner Crumbley leaving.
Okay. This is James Never Crumbley.
Yes.
They're walking out of the counselor's office.
Correct. Back towards the front office.
At one point in time, James Crumbley was holding a white piece of paper. Now it appears Jennifer Crumbley's holding that. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And he just took it back from her.
Correct. He did.
So they leave the building 10:54 a.m. on November 30th.
Correct.
Oh, Lord Kell, don't give him any fuel, honey.
So this is 10:57 in the morning.
Correct.
Let me know when you see James Crumbley's vehicle leaving.
Here it starts right there. It turns to its left.
Okay, did James Crumbley stop by his house after that meeting?
No, he did not.
We'll move on to, we'll go to exhibit 140. This is a location data at 11 a.m. Where at?
At Meyer.
Okay. That's November 30th, 11 a.m. And that Meyer is where?
To the west of the school, just down the street.
Is that the Meyer you told us about
Yes,
earlier
it is.
today? Okay,
That is
so
it.
that's the Meyer you went to on that same day.
Correct, yes.
And do you know what he does there?
I know he sits there for a while, for a little bit. I think he starts door dashing.
Did he log on to DoorDash yet at that point?
Yes.
Here's 141. This is 11:24 a.m. And this is the same surveillance footage of Jennifer Crumbley's employer.
Correct, coming back to work.
So she's back to work at 11:24.
Correct.
Okay, so this is exhibit 142. I'm going to go to a Zoom version here. This is November the 30th. This is the DoorDash search warrant return.
Correct.
Okay, so
Part of
you
it.
can, I'm sorry?
Part of it, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so this is just depicting the November the 30th date.
Correct, yes.
And so he logged on to DoorDash at what time?
11.
Okay, so
AM.
that's the time he actually logged on.
Correct.
Correct, okay. So going back to this version on exhibit 142, there are no logons prior to 11 a.m. that day.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and in fact, we see his first message was 11 a.m.
Correct.
Exhibit 80, exhibit 143.
Ladies, I'm gonna
The time
go.
here, the top corner, it's
Hold on
11
just a second.
a.m. to 11:19 a.m. And this is a map that's been created.
Morgana and QB, I'm gonna run and grab the kiddos a quick snack,
Okay.
but I'll be right back. I just wanted to let you know in case they like go on a break and you can like chit chat if you want to. So, but I'll be right back.
Okay. All right.
Picks DoorDash pickups. Is that right?
Correct.
Pickup and delivery.
The route he took, yes.
Okay. And if you refer back to that DoorDash search warrant return, exhibit 142, you were able to tell that he had 4 different orders that morning until the shooting?
That's correct.
Okay. So this location history depicts what?
Again, that's the path from the Google search warrant return we used to follow the path down to where he picked it up to where he dropped it off.
Okay. And at any point, did he stop by his house?
No, he did not.
This is 11:19. That's when he got his second delivery?
Correct.
Okay. And exhibit 44, 11:19 to 11:46. What do you see here?
It shows where his first drop off was to where the second pickup was, and then where he dropped it off.
Did he stop by his house then?
No, he did not.
Next DoorDash order is 11:58 a.m.
Correct.
Exhibit 145 here. This is the GPS locations.
Yes, it is from Google, yes.
What do we see here?
His second drop off in the bottom part of the picture to where he went back up to the Meyer at the top side of the picture and dropped it off.
Did he ever stop by his house?
No, he did not.
This is 12:51 for a DoorDash order, November the 30th. 12:51, that's what you told us was when the shooting started.
Yes.
Exhibit 146, what do we see?
Where his third drop off was at the bottom of the picture and the pickup and of the fourth trip and the drop off of the fourth trip.
Did you ever stop by his house?
No, he did not.
And what's the first relevant events in either James or Jennifer's devices after the shooting occurred at 12:51?
An email was sent out.
This is exhibit 141 or a portion of it. This is what?
That's the email header from the Oxford Community Schools at 1:09 p.m.
Your Honor, I believe this is exhibit 147.
Oh, what did I say? I'm sorry. Thank you, 147. So this email was found from a search warrant return on James Crumbley's email?
Correct.
Okay. And it was sent from Oxford Community Schools to James_Crumbley@yahoo.com.
That's correct.
Subject line was active emergency at OHS.
Correct.
Okay. And this was at 1:09 and 52 seconds in the afternoon.
Correct.
Now, were you able to tell from his data locations where he was when he received the email?
He was he was going to the Meyer, yes.
Okay, so this is 1:11 p.m. So 1:11:38, about a minute and a half later, his GPS pinged at that same Meyer that you went to?
Correct.
Okay. That's exhibit 148. Now, after that email was received at about 1:09, 1:10 p.m., who did he call?
He called Ethan.
Okay. He called the shooter?
Yes, the shooter.
And that was at 1:13 p.m.?
Correct.
And at 1:17 p.m., he tried to call him again?
Correct, he did.
Okay. Neither phone call went through, is that right?
That's correct.
It's exhibit 136. Does he leave the Meyer parking lot?
He does for a little bit, yes.
Okay. So at 1:17 p.m., we see a lot of different green dots here. Is this the first data location that shows that he left the Meyer parking lot?
Yes, it is.
So that was after he received the email and after he called his son twice?
Correct.
Okay. That's exhibit 149. And does he call anybody else at that point in time?
Yes,
1:15.
he tries calling Jennifer.
Okay. That's exhibit 136. And do we know Jennifer left her work that day?
That's correct, she did.
Okay. I'm just going to show a clip here. This is exhibit 150 at 1:18 p.m. So this is after he had that 57-second phone call with Jennifer.
Correct.
Okay, we saw that James left the Meyer parking lot at 1:17. Did he go home then?
Yes, he did.
Now, first, did he receive a phone call from Jennifer?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so this is 1:19 p.m. and how long was this phone call?
10 minutes and 19 seconds.
Exhibit 151 is GPS location from 1:20 in the afternoon, November the 30th?
Correct.
Okay. So that's right after he received that phone call from Jennifer Crumbley?
That's correct.
Okay, and this indicates that he was at the home.
On East Street, yes.
Now, at this time, do we know if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, but she wasn't home yet.
She wasn't home yet? No, she was not.
All right, so this is exhibit 152. Where is she at from 1:18 to 1:20 p.m.?
That's her employer. She, Square Lake and Telegraph, south of here.
Now, while she was on that phone call with the defendant, with James Crumbley, did she send any text messages?
Yes, she did.
This is exhibit 133. What did Jennifer Crumbley write to Andrew Smith? First of all, did you learn who Andrew Smith was?
Yes, I did.
Who's that?
That was her boss at work.
So this is at 1:23 p.m. According to the records that you reviewed. Was she still on the phone with James Crumbley?
Yes, she was.
What did she write your boss?
She said, the gun is gone and so are the bullets. He replies with, I'm praying everything is okay. She says, OMG, oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
And that was 1:23 in the afternoon on November 30th.
Correct.
Now, did the defendant receive another phone call from his wife after they hung up from that 10-minute phone call?
Yes.
Okay, going back to the phone log. This is at 1:30 in the afternoon. It looks like a 3-minute phone call between the two.
Correct.
Now, this was at 1:30 p.m. with a 3-minute phone call, so it lasted about 1:33 in the afternoon.
Correct.
What did James Crumbley do after he hung up with his wife?
He called 911.
This is exhibit 154.
What's the location of your emergency?
Okay, I'm not really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please.
Okay, I'm not gonna be able to send anybody to your house right now, so they're on the active shooter situation now.
I understand that. There's a million guns here. I have a missing gun and my son is at the school. And we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because something that he wrote on a test paper. And then I was in town and I saw a whole bunch of cops going somewhere. And I made sure that I wanted to get to the hospital since I was going to the high school. And then somebody told me that there was an active shooter. And then I raced home just to go find out. And I think my son took the gun. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm really Ethan Crumbley, C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y.
E-L-E-Y. All right, sir, I'm gonna put you on hold for just 1 second, okay? Let's talk to Goodman Cummings and see if I can do anything for you, okay? We're on hold.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Crumbley?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna get your name and phone number, and I'm gonna have my lieutenant that's out there dealing with the situation. He's gonna contact you, okay? What's your first name?
My first name is James.
And last name, Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. And what's that phone number for you?
248-760-6483.
Okay, do you know what your son was on when he left the house this morning?
He had on a pair of sweatpants and like a gray shirt, a gray like sweatshirt.
Okay. All right. All right, somebody's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because they're right in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call as soon as possible, okay?
I'll do that.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
The call was made at 1:34 in the afternoon on November the 30th.
That's correct.
And sir, if you know, that was before the name of the shooter was made public.
That's correct.
Now, at some point, was James Crumbley contacted by law enforcement?
Yes, he was.
Okay, you know, both James and Jennifer Crumbley went to the Oxford or Oakland County Sheriff's Office, Oxford substation.
That's correct, they did.
This is exhibits 155 and then 156. These are location points. 1:58 p.m. for James Crumbley. Where is he at?
That's the location of the substation.
Okay, so he made the phone call from his house at 1:34, and he's at the police station at 1:58.
Correct.
Right. And this is Jennifer Crumbley. She was there at 1:59.
Correct.
Now, sir, we talked in the beginning of your testimony about the multiple phones that were recovered and that you conducted analysis on. You have a chance to review the forensic downloads of the other phones as well.
Yes.
During the course of your forensic investigation, did you find that on a phone associated with Jennifer Crumbley, what we refer to as a burner phone, and an alarm set for December the 4th, 2020?
Correct, it was.
That's 157. Oh, they're back home at 2:30 in the afternoon at 1:57. Exhibit 157, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so Jennifer Crumbley, 2:30, James Crumbley, 2:30 afternoon.
Correct.
Okay, so now moving ahead to December the 4th. This is exhibits 159 and 160. What are we looking at here?
That's the screenshot on the left side, and then showing the alarm set on the right side.
Now, from your review of all of the forensic evidence that you had, did it appear that Jennifer Crumbley would leave her phones on throughout the night?
That's correct, she would.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about how the cache images were found of that 9mm handgun, but the message wasn't found, and how you have an ability to occasionally obtain deleted content.
That's correct.
Were you able to obtain a Facebook thread between Jennifer Crumbley and somebody named Brian Walsh?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to obtain any particular messages that were deleted?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 161 and 162. These have been admitted. 161, what are we looking at here?
The first box indicates that the message was unsent. And the second one from Jennifer Crumbley is, "We're on the run again. Helicopters not sure where to. I'll message you," on December 2nd at 1:31.
You say unsent. Why is this significant to you?
It says she recalled the message back.
And this is from a Facebook message?
Yes.
Okay, so this is after the shooting. This is Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021. And she wrote, "We're on the run again. Helicopters not sure where I'll message you."
Correct.
Exhibit 162, later on Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021. Did you find another deleted message?
Yes.
And tell us what that is, please.
The original message was, "We're fucked," and then that was also unsent.
And because it says you unsent a message in the red X, does that indicate to you that it was deleted?
Correct.
Now, sir, you reviewed all of the defendant's phone call history. Is that correct?
Correct.
At any point from the time that James Crumbley left that piece of paper on November the 30th, 2021, to the time the shooting occurred, at any point in time, did he call any doctor, hospital, or medical provider?
There was no indication of that, no.
Now, you reviewed his entire web history as well, James
Correct.
Crumbley's. At any point, did you see him researching 9mm handguns?
No.
So the screenshot that was on his phone that was deleted, that was sent from his son to him on November the 8th.
That's correct.
Now, earlier, you described the video that you put together of the shooting.
Yes.
And you spent, I asked you earlier, and I think your response was too many as far as hours. Could you, for context though, to lay a foundation for the jury, could you give us an idea of how much time you actually devoted to this?
To that particular video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object
40 to 50
relevance.
hours.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to relevance.
Judge, the jury is going to see the actual video in a few days. This witness was the individual to put over 100 camera angles together. To do that, he had to watch an awful lot of footage, and he also had to parse out certain activities of students before, during, and after the shooting. The video itself is synced together. There's portions where it skips, and we have to explain why. There's no sound in the video.
Okay, we can answer that. It's not one complete video going from beginning to end.
No,
Like,
it was
it's not,
a series of different camera angles.
So it follows the shooter's movements?
From the different cameras, correct.
Okay. But you also had to aid in the identification of the victims?
Yes, I did.
Okay. But how is it that you did that?
By where they were
Your Honor,
standing
I'm
and
gonna object to this as well. I don't know how this is relevant either.
Judge, this is a homicide case.
well, it is a homicide case.
Thank you. Go ahead.
by where they were standing, I was asked what they were doing just prior to the shooting, the victims were.
So how are you to put that together though?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
How is it that you used that information to help identify the other investigators who was who? Let me ask you, did you learn what certain individuals were doing directly before the shooting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the group of students you identified as Hannah, Kylie, and Riley, did you know what they were doing?
Yeah, they were just standing there dancing and laughing, it appeared, and joking.
I think that's correct.
Can we approach her? Sure. Microphone here.
Yeah, could you guys turn the mic on?
Well, here we are. QB dropped off. Jenny's gone. Just me and you, chat. Anything you want to talk about? Steph. Jenny's getting a snack for the kiddos. Oh, QB might be here. Oh,
I'm back.
Jenny.
Sorry.
They just went off.
I heard you say that about Morgana, and I was like, about QB, and I was like, oh, crap.
She dropped off a while back, but it was just the court thing, so we were fine. She's muted, though, so I don't know if she knows that or not.
Nope, I did not. I was just having a whole conversation.
That's
Appreciate
what I
you.
figured.
Appreciate you. Much appreciate. Thank you.
Kel says, I'm curious to know what everyone's thoughts are in regards to the parents going to the police station so quickly. Do you think that was the right thing to do?
Which You mean after they arrested Ethan?
Ethan.
Is that what you mean?
I have to be honest, I was busy juggling 2 kids' snacks and food, and Jolie was throwing a massive hissy fit in the kitchen over something, and I was
Look, that
jumping on
baby is an
her.
angel. She would not
Yeah,
never
okay,
do
okay.
that.
Okay, I was telling
She's gonna
her
ship her to me.
I was telling her that she is not the boss of me, okay?
She is not. But she is. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, but
They're
good
tyrants
stance,
at
Mom.
that age.
Good stance, Mom.
You
What are
know
they
what?
Stand your
saying?
ground.
What are they saying?
Oh no.
Oh, they're talking about coming back tomorrow at 9:00.
Let me rewind it back. Hold on.
Yeah, they said something about him coming back at 9:00.
No, it's almost 4, so it's probably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she cut it at 4:00 every day so they could do whatever they needed to do, so they weren't like
Mm-hmm.
taking court time to do
Right.
anything.
Anything? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute and listen and see what she's saying for sure.
for
Okay.
sure, for real.
Hold on. Okay, for real. Hold on.
We're gonna continue tonight at 9:00 in the morning. The reasons I'll explain to you more later. So, much like I said at lunchtime, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone because you're in the middle of testimony right now. So I'm gonna have you come back in about 8:45 tomorrow, and we start right at 9:00 tomorrow morning with cross examination. All right, so you can step down. When we excuse you, we are doing work. We were here quite a while last night. I don't like to make you wait while we're doing other things. So there's a lot of moving parts. So I want to let you go. All right. I need to tell you that during the trial, you should not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not post, don't do research, don't discuss the case with anyone. We're going to start up at 9:00 tomorrow morning. Does anybody have any questions about the schedule or anything in general? We'll start at 9, 5 to 9.
Not either.
No, but we'll start at 9. So you guys are really good to me about coming on time. I appreciate that. So sometimes they want to set their camera up and there's all. I'm here. We're moving a lot of people around. All right. So and the court and we go through security. There's all those things. So it takes some time. So we'll go all day tomorrow. We're making really good time. I can tell you that. Anybody have any other questions about the schedule? Any other questions about the schedule? Oh, I forgot to order you to stay healthy. Right? All right. And we'll start again tomorrow at 9. All right.
All rise for the jury.
Mr. Williams is on the way to court to address the issue of this.
All right. You need to see. Right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they can go. I'm not the jurors.
Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like they've got something to address. I see what you're saying, Kel. You mean, was it the right thing to do in general or the right thing for them to do for their own benefit?
Yeah.
I'm going to see what they're going to be chatting about. I don't know what's.
There are no jury instructions issues anymore, right?
No, we agreed a few months ago.
I think they said they were waiting on somebody to come and
Kel,
address.
Kel, I hope it will. I hope it will. And I hope, Jay and I were talking about this earlier, when we were talking about how they failed him and stuff like that. And, how I felt my own personal opinion does not reflect any other person's opinion, is that they absolutely should be on trial for this. But my concern is the can of worms that it opens up, in that it could easily be abused. And so, but I think my issue with them showing up at the police station within 2 hours was that they showed up and they didn't have an attorney for their son. And yet when it came to them, they had an attorney. They didn't go to, I don't know. I feel like they went to the police station to find out what the deal was, and were they culpable? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think, I don't know. I don't think they went there for him, but that's just my personal opinion. Absolutely my personal opinion. So, they didn't know at that time they were going to be charged, but, I think they knew that they made a mistake, numerous mistakes. So, and when I say, it could open up to abuse, what I mean by that is we can't go after every single parent whose child does this at a school or vehicular manslaughter or anything like that. You can't be accountable for every minute of your child's day, especially at that age. Okay. You can't be accountable for what they do when you're not around. You can raise them. You can try to bring them up the way they should go. But, oop. Are they talking? I feel like they're talking.
Judge, I think
Yeah,
it is normal.
Your Honor, before we get started, I'm just going to place my objection on the record that this is being handled. Yes, especially in front of the media in the middle of a trial, when this is obviously very likely going to be put out in the public, Your Honor.
Judge, I was not certainly asking for it to be in front of the media, but I don't know how to make a record without that. Madam Judge.
Well, I guess I'm wondering, during the course of the trial, if there's any kind of stipulation that could be agreed to.
Certainly, I'm happy to discuss what my request is, Judge.
Well, Ms. Lehman, would you be willing to have a discussion with the prosecutor's office? I can't, I have to hold the public courtroom.
Correct, Your Honor.
I do not want to impact your client or your case in any way by doing so. So I'm weighing the rights of the parties. So
I would be more than happy to speak with the prosecutor's office about this.
Just very brief.
I think the situation could be temporarily taken care of with a stipulated order, but I don't know if that's satisfactory or not. I'm reluctant to impact the rights of the parties during the jury trial.
I mean, Judge, my request is pretty straightforward and it's pretty time limited.
Well, I know what your request is, but I'm concerned about statements that might be placed on the record, right? Aren't I concerned about that?
I am, Your Honor.
I mean, Judge, I think it's appropriate for the record, and obviously the jury's not present, that's why they're not here. But I understand what the court's raising. I'm not.
All right. Well, I know you do. I know you do. I know you understand my concerns as well.
I do. Hold on just 1 second, Judge.
I'm asking if there's another method during the duration of the trial, which is about the next week or so.
That's exactly it, Judge.
Okay, so I'm asking if you, defense counsel.
I
could
provided
enter into
a draft order, Judge.
There was a draft order provided, Your Honor. It is not time specific. It appears to be kind of a blanket
So,
time period.
Judge,
I can set this for a motion second.
You
Judge,
could, Your Honor.
in fact, Judge, I think we'd be willing to have the order expire by its own terms of comfort. We're just talking about during the pendency of the trial.
I'm shaking his head. I would like to. In theory, I can ask the prosecutor to file a written motion, but that doesn't help me either.
And Judge, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, Your Honor, my client is not willing to agree to the order.
Okay, so.
It's basically restricting his ability to speak to people, Judge. I mean, it's a complete revocation, except for counsel.
I'm most concerned about him being able to talk to you.
Right, and absolutely, that's not part of what we're asking. I mean, Judge, if the order gets entered, we're asking that the communications be limited to only counsel and legitimate clergy during the rest of the trial. That's my request. We're talking 7 or 8 days. You can talk to his attorney, you can talk to legitimate clergy.
Okay, so if he doesn't agree to it, then the prosecutor is going to make the motion.
And I have advised Mr. Crumbley of that, Your Honor. I would propose that there could be a different order with a restriction and not a complete revocation. Obviously, the prosecutor's office is reviewing communications. They would know whether or not the order was violated. And at that point, if the court needed to take action, then the court could take action.
Judge, it's not just about violations going forward, it's about the conduct that's already happened.
Well, I understand that. I understand that. It's so hard to understand. There's a big old sign right there. Right?
Every call. Every single call.
Yeah,
Judge, if there's not an agreement, I'd like to just make my motion. It's fairly brief, Judge.
So let's find what's his position.
Your Honor, he is not agreeing to the order.
Okay, well, does he know that in 10 minutes, there's going to be an article about it? Does he know that in 10, maybe 8? I can't, I'm not permitted to have a closed courtroom unless you're proceeding with a closed hearing under 8.119. And as I sit here right now, I don't know if this qualifies, so.
May I speak with Mr. Williams for 1 moment? Yes.
You know what? I can hear QB filing her nails, and it's giving me that meme vibe of the black cat filing its nails like it's waiting for an answer. I don't know what in the world's going on, but I do know one thing. This dude is obviously deaf pretty much because he whispers loud enough to hear, although I couldn't hear what he was saying, but he whispers super loud.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. There's obviously something.
It's something they don't want the media to hear. My thing is though, how can he say I don't agree to the order? Like an order is from the judge. So I mean they could do a motion, the attorneys can do a motion, but an order comes from the judge. You don't get to agree.
Oh, they're back.
Is her name Shannon?
No, I don't know.
No, it's the other attorney. What's the other attorney's name?
Shannon, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Judge, I think I can just briefly make the record. This is obviously the order is going to become public. The agreement is going to be that Mr. Crumbley's communications will be revoked, but not his ability to do research or otherwise participate in his own defense. So not just communicating with counsel, but his ability to read or get other information.
Okay.
Simply communication.
And
So
that's gonna be a stipulated order between you and Ms. Lynn.
correct.
All right, and did you say that order would expire upon a verdict?
Yes, Judge. And,
Okay.
and
And
perhaps it should go
what if there
without
isn't
saying.
one? What if there isn't one?
Well, I think,
Would you
I
like
mean, we can address it at the time.
Okay.
I think the issue is, once there's a verdict, a lot of the issues just fall away. And Judge, it should go without saying, but I hope the court will encourage Mr. Crumbley that the conduct that got us here.
I think I already did through his attorney.
Okay,
on several
thank you.
occasions, both in private meetings that we conducted. I say private, I mean with both the prosecution and the defense.
And for the record, I've also addressed you.
I know you have. I gave out free legal advice this time. So someone can take it or not take it. Right? So I'll sign the stipulated order.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
I didn't sign it.
May I approach clerk, Your Honor?
All right, my staff is going to e-file the order, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That isn't your fault. All right, so we'll start right at 9 o'clock tomorrow with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Everyone, please have a seat.
leaving stuff in the closet or?
No, no, I actually, I could, if you don't mind, yeah, I can.
I have zero idea what is going on. The only thing I can figure or assume is that he's had some kind of communications that he's not should have had here recently, and
Mhm.
they're cutting off his communication, although he can still use his devices for research, etc., but not for communication.
Yeah, sounds
Other
something like
other than his attorneys or something. That's the only thing I can make out of it. I don't know. QB, anything?
Yeah, I don't, yeah. Sorry, I got sidetracked. I heard it, but then I got sidetracked. Cause I felt like initially they were saying it was something that they didn't want the media to hear either. And
Uh-huh.
so I was thinking it was something, and then I heard them say redacted, that the message should be redacted or something like that. So I'm not quite sure. I know there's some question because she is allowing some things to come into this trial that she did not allow to come into Jennifer's trial.
Mhm.
So I think as we go on, there's going to be more Shannon jumping up.
Mm.
Because not Shannon, but you know what I'm saying, like Shannon-esque.
Right.
Because I think they're angry that some of this stuff is being allowed. So, but yeah, yeah, I don't know. I heard redacted, I heard message redacted, I heard clergy, um, and I heard something about they wanted the media to have to leave too, and the judge is like, well, that's not really how the trial works. Like,
Mhm.
we've
Mhm.
allowed media in here, so they're gonna be in here. Like, I mean, that's how it is now.
Mhm.
So I'm not quite sure. Maybe somebody on the Twitter will know something. I don't know. Like I said,
Yeah.
I couldn't hear all of it, and I agree. Let's get her a new microphone and let's get me some Wi-Fi. Okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
Mhm.
exactly. Please.
Yeah.
Please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Somebody on Twitter states both state and defense have gone outside the courtroom to negotiate on motion about calls from jail. So I'm assuming, and I did hear them say something about something needs to be done about his conduct.
Hmm.
I
Well,
heard that
I heard
too.
clergy, so maybe they're saying they don't want the calls from the jail, like to talking to his clergy, but I'm sorry. It's clear. I mean, like, it's clearly shown everywhere that those calls are recorded. You need to have a conversation in person then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't want it recorded. I don't know. And I agree, like his discussions with his clergy should be, I mean, let me not judge lest I be judged. I'm just gonna be quiet. But
Well, okay, I'll say for me, if any discussion with his lawyer or clergy should be private.
it should be, but he also shouldn't be having it on the phone.
Yeah.
It's recorded. They can't just record some of it and not other of it. They can't turn
Yeah.
it off.
Right.
So if he needs to have a private conversation with his clergy, then it needs to be done in person.
Right.
That's
Mhm.
just my personal opinion. You can't, he's not the only inmate. You can't, I mean, it's not how it works.
Well, and two, another thing, like Lee said, something to do with his disabilities affecting his participating in the trial. I don't
Yeah.
know, but I do that did the hearing issue did bring to mind, he probably shouldn't be having phone conversations anyway because it's obvious the dude can't hear.
Facts.
Mhm.
Facts. So my comment was more, I just find it interesting that both of them all of a sudden had clergy but there was no talk of them having clergy prior to this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they didn't talk about they went to church together on Sunday and they did this on Sunday and they did, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I get you go to the clergy when you're in trouble. I get it. I'm just
Right.
saying. So much for less GB judge. So yeah.
Well, I was going to say something else too that I thought about earlier during the trial today was when they were talking, and I think this may have been brought up in Jennifer's trial, but when they were talking about how the the horses was having issues, medical issues, and they were like jumping and breaking their necks and bending over backwards to make sure that horse saw a doctor, yet they're not gonna get their son to a doctor, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Well, and that was the thing too. That's one of the things that came up. And I don't know if Morgana watched it or not. I watched the trial. I know you didn't watch all of it, Jenny. Because there
mm-mm.
was something else. Wasn't it Treehouse that was going on?
Yeah, I think so. Something was going
Yeah.
because I didn't watch all the trial.
Yeah, I didn't get to
Oh.
Not
watch
all of
the
it.
vast majority
I
of it.
watched it at night.
I think we were doing another trial or treehouse trial or
Yeah.
something. I don't remember what it was, but yeah.
But
Patricia says that feels violating to use his clergy calls, and I'm not even religious.
okay, so Patricia, I have a question though. I agree. It should be a private conversation. But how do they do that on the phone? It's a recorded line. I mean, there's no secrecy in that. There's signs everywhere.
Unless they're wanting to let him use his tablet.
Phone.
His
Oh,
tablet.
tablet, yeah. Well, the
But
tablet's recorded too.
right, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. The tablet's recorded too. So how do you not record? And how do we know if you're not recording, how do we know that he's not calling Joe Schmo or you know what I'm saying? Like he's not the only inmate.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I agree totally that it should be private and it shouldn't be able to be used against him. But he also shouldn't be better than anyone else in that facility in that his calls aren't recorded or, I mean, it's just my personal opinion. It does not reflect the feelings of this live. It's all me, and I've had an hour and a half of sleep, but I still would feel the same way with 8 hours, so.
Well, I think though that I don't know that they want to use it, Patricia. Patricia says I just don't think the judge should allow it in. I think what their motion was today had to do with from here on.
Yeah.
Some
Seemed to
because
be.
they were talking about how they wanted to cut off his further communication until the trial is over or until there is a verdict
Oh,
reached.
yeah, see, I couldn't hear everything.
Yeah, they said
either.
they wanted to cut off communication. From what I heard, they wanted to cut off communication only, except for his lawyers and his clergy. But he would still be able to use his tablet for other things other than communication, like reading or
Right,
research or
yeah.
whatever. But I don't know that I don't know that they were trying to say that they want calls that involved clergy talk, gossip. Lord have mercy. Let's gossip with the preacher man.
Look, you'd be surprised.
You never know.
Oh yeah. I know, but you know what I'm saying. So I
Yeah.
think I don't know that they're wanting to put in, but I could be wrong. I mean, maybe that has something to do with it. It was
No,
so
I
hard
didn't
to
hear
hear.
all that you were saying. That makes sense, what you're saying. If they're trying to and I mean, it makes sense that they wanna cut off communication. So,
Yeah.
not cut off communication from the clergy or the attorneys, but additionally,
Mhm.
that they, or like him to Jennifer.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Yeah.
can talk jail to jail, you know? So that may be,
Part of it.
mhm. That would make sense. That would make sense. So, and I was thinking you were looking through my window when you said that about me filing, because that's exactly how I was filing. Because
Oh, I could hear it. I could
I'm
hear
in the
it.
middle of handling something, and I got my answer back, which was I was right and she was wrong, and so I was filing my nails.
Mhm.
You heard it right. You heard it right.
I don't know, young'uns. But people are asking questions on Twitter. Somebody's messaging Kathy Russin on Twitter and says, "What happened at the end of the day in the James Crumbley trial?"
Nobody could hear it.
No.
Get
Yeah,
some
no,
better.
Patricia, I agree. I don't think they should allow it in. I'm sorry. I'm rude.
No, you're fine. I was just saying, get some better microphones, people.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. And dude kept telling everybody to in the Montgomery trial, y'all make sure you lean forward and you speak clearly, and then he'd walk away from the thing, and I'm like, yo,
Mm-hmm.
you do this every day.
Yeah, but you
They
married
do
him.
not. I did marry him. I did
In your
marry him
dreams. In
because
your
he was
dreams.
hot that last day.
Only the last day.
It was the twist for me. It was the twist for me. I mean, I kept saying the whole entire trial, look at, he's so sweet, and he's this and he's that, and he come out F this, F that, and I was like, yo, wow, that's kind of hot.
That just flipped QB's switch.
It
that
did.
day.
It really did. It really did. It really did.
Right.
Anyways,
It was
I
court
agree.
candy for them.
Court, yeah, that's gonna need to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna need to. Who got a cricket?
Oh Lord. Oh,
There goes Morgana.
Oh, hold on.
I got a towel, put it on that.
Sorry, it automatically switched over to the next.
Oh, she needs to stop.
Yeah, that was the mom. She actually looked like Beavis right then.
Right there. Right there. She
Mhm.
needs to sit down. Take
Did
several
she not
seats.
look? Did she not
She
literally
did.
look just like Beavis from Beavis and Butthead?
Or Butthead. What? Sorry.
Wait, which one is it? Which one is?
I don't
Is
know.
Butthead the blonde one?
I can't remember.
I think Beavis is the. We didn't allow that in my house, Jenny.
I
love
loved Beavis and
Butthead.
Me too.
My boys always wanted to watch it, and I was like, nope. That and Ren and Stimpy. Nope.
I didn't watch Ren and Stimpy too much, but I watched Beavis and Butthead.
I loved Beavis and Butthead, but it was only because my mom would have never allowed it in the house either. So
yeah.
But we didn't have cable growing up, and so anytime I got to go stay with my cousin or my friends, I was like, "Let's watch MTV. I want to watch Beavis and Butthead."
Wow.
Hmm.
It was that face she made.
It was the face and that blonde hair. It looked
I
just
think
like
Beavis.
him.
I think Beavis had the blonde hair, but I don't know for sure because I never really watched it.
Do his
Yep,
laugh.
I'm still filing. Not so aggressively now.
Patricia said the mic sounded like it was in the toilet bowl. 100%.
Definitely. And somebody was flushing it too. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chaloon says it seems like they need media training of some sort or just invest in mics. Ugh, they need something.
They need lapel
They need
mics with a switch to turn it off.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
And I
ain't
agree.
hard. It ain't hard. Why am I
No,
getting
they wear
old
me out.
news?
We mean old news.
The guy on the docket said, "Turn the effing microphones up."
I saw that.
Same.
I saw that tweet. It made me laugh. I was like, "Oh my god!"
And I read it out loud. Sorry, I
Lee,
didn't
are
say
you
the
fighting
word.
with your keyboard or what? I think Lee's fighting with his keyboard.
What?
Mm.
What?
What is
He
it?
said, that's what he said. That's what she said.
Mm.
Sheesh. Well, you
Sheesh.
guys, the husband is home, and we have been streaming 3 minutes shy of 8 hours, and
What?
I'm
Well,
tired.
you've been busy.
You have been busy, and you need to take some meds and rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find me some of my children's allergy medicine is what I'm gonna do.
Well, I tell you, the trees are budding
They are here too.
big time, just
Mhm.
overnight almost. So
I'm
yeah.
waiting for the pollen drop. I'll tell y'all. I won't say it on here. I'm waiting for the pollen drop. Uh, it's coming. Where like one night you go in and you come out the next day and your car is yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But I mean, I'm just today have really noticed. It's like it
Mhm.
just happened. But they
Yeah.
said on the news it was supposed to be bad, Jenny. So
Yeah.
that's
Well,
it.
I can feel like right now, it didn't start till maybe about a half hour ago, but like right on my eyebrow bone, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
some pressure. So,
Don't be sniffing. Don't be sniffing. No, get you some Mucinex and blow it out. Blow it out. Blow it out.
yeah, I've got Mucinex in there. I think I'll take that. I can't do Flonase, Margaret. It gags me every
No, there's
time.
a way you do it. I have to look it up. I can't remember. It's either like you put your head down when you
I
do
do,
it,
I
so it
do what
doesn't
it
slide down your.
says, but it
Yeah, but they
still
don't
just
sell.
runs right
No.
down my throat.
Yeah, it's no. You have to put your head down to close that gap between your nose and your throat. I'm doing it like you can see me, but you
Yeah,
like
I don't know
put your
what you're
head.
talking about.
You put your head to your chest,
Mm-hmm.
okay, or your chin to your chest, and then you do it because then it goes straight up the nasal passage and it doesn't slip back around into that gap. I think that's it, but
Well,
I'll look it up. But I know what you're talking about, but you can fix that. But Flonase is the bomb. Even the Bobo Flonase is the bomb.
what's Bobo?
Sorry, I forgot. Y'all don't speak QB. Bobo is like the Walmart brand
Oh,
of
great value?
anything. Yeah, so it wasn't always great value. It wasn't ever Bobo, but we called the generic of anything is like the Bobo brand. It's the Bobo brand.
Oh, okay.
So even the great value, it's not great value over
Well,
in the pharmacy.
I'm
It's
gonna
something
let you
else.
know. I'm gonna let you know something right now.
You
You
ain't
said
doing it?
something. No, you said something. Well, that too, but you said something in that chat earlier last night when you were in there entertaining yourself, and you said something about Bobo chocolate covered peanut
Mm,
butter cookies.
mm,
And
mm.
honey, I will have you know when I was making my Walmart list,
Did you order them?
I looked up Bobo cookies because I didn't know what in the crap you was talking
I
about.
said the Walmart in in there. I said the Walmart brand,
No, you just said Walmart
ma'am.
or Bobo.
Mm-mm. I will go
Well,
find it. We text way too much. Bomb will find it. Don't make me
well.
find it. Oh, oops! I wrote a whole message in that Discord and I didn't never send it.
Mm.
Let me send it now.
Chaloon says, "Oh, that's something I want to say now." Right, Bobo.
It is. It's
Bobo.
the Bobo brand. It's like because back in the day, okay.
Well, first of all, wait. Let me just tell you that there are Bobo something. Look it up now. Go
No.
look at it, and it is chocolate peanut butter, but it's some kind of a protein cupcake or something.
Well, you know I don't know nothing about none of that.
Well,
But
I was
Boba,
like,
okay,
surely to God, that's not what she's talking about.
back in the no. They're so good. So back in the day, the generic brand was terrible. None of them were good. Walmart, they usually came in a white and black labeled thing.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't
I
even
remember that.
afford colored ink.
Yeah.
And And so we call it the Bobo brand because it's like the knockoff, the not as good, and it stuck. So that's what it is. I'm gonna go find it. I'm searching for it now.
Uh-oh.
Margaret.
Margaret's going to be bringing it up in the, she's going to be bringing Bobo up in the next staff
There it is
meeting.
right there. There it is right there. I found Bobo, parenthesis, Walmart brand, parenthesis, chocolate covered peanut butter cookies. Bam.
Well, okay. I need to know, are they the generic Girl Scout tag-alongs?
I think that is exactly what they are. They're great
Okay.
value, but they're chocolate covered peanut butter cookies. What had happened was, who was talking about getting the wrong order earlier from Walmart?
I think it was Gail. It was Gail.
Okay, so I don't know how y'all's Walmarts are, but our Walmart don't take no food back, whether they delivered it wrong or not. So they brought me my order the other day and someone else's order.
Oh my Lord.
And I called the Walmart and they're like, well, we don't take food products back. And I was like, well, then you can just give them to the other person out of your stock. Yeah. And so most of it wasn't anything that we would eat, but there was some chocolate covered Nutter Butters in there. Y'all.
That sounds
y'all, first of all, Nutter Butters are the jam. Second of all, Nutter Butters are expensive.
Yeah.
Unless you find them on sale. The chocolate covered ones, y'all, they brought them for free. So free. And so when I was eating my feelings the other day, they were really good. And so I was like, well, we know that QB ain't buying no QB ain't buying no Nutter Butters, and she sure ain't buying the chocolate covered ones. But we'll get some Bobo chocolate covered peanut butter something. And so I think it is the tag along.
Probably.
But them chocolate
those are so good. The ones from the Dollar Tree are good too.
Yeah, so but you don't get many. You don't get enough. See now, and Dollar Tree, $1.25 Tree is my jam. That's my place. That's where I shop. But there are things that are just not a good value, and I feel like the foodstuffs, other than the movie candy,
yeah,
is really not a great. Other than I will say this: Mongolian barbecue, no, Korean barbecue, ramen noodles. Them things
sounds weird.
No, they're so good. So good. So good. Anyways, it's always food. It's always food.
Oh, by the way, Jenny, that Alfredo sauce last night was the bomb.
Is that the Bertolli? Right? Is that what y'all were talking about? The Bertolli sauce? Bertolli is they're the jam.
So good.
Now, I will tell you, they think a lot of it, but that Rouse, RAO, see, y'all don't have Publix, do you? Do y'all have Publix?
No.
Y'all don't have Publix. See, we have Publix, which is kind of expensive, but if you do their BOGOs, it's cheaper than Walmart. So I get the Rouse when they do BOGO, and that's good. But that Bertolli is some good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't watery. It's thick.
Yeah.
It's thick and cheesy, and
we put some shredded Parmesan on top of that.
Yeah, I was listening to. So I was listening to Zabi, get out the chat. Get out the chat, ma'am. Just slid in like she ain't been here all dang day. She ain't said a word. I am secondhand offended and then firsthand offended because I had something in that box. So anyway, we gonna let that go.
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't know what. I was listening when I couldn't sleep. I was listening to the live from yesterday, and I was so glad to know that I was so entertaining, even though I wasn't there, because y'all were talking about the bouncy ball and playing the "I Hate It Here." I wasn't even there. Y'all playing it. I was laughing. I was like, "Why I hear my voice? What is that?"
Uh-huh. We
Mhm.
miss you when you're not here.
I miss y'all. I was there. No.
In spirit.
Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I was there in spirit. I wasn't doing nothing. That was bad. It was bad.
Well,
It
no,
was
no, no, no,
bad,
no,
y'all.
no, 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 no. You were there off and on. Like,
I was
cause
in the
you
back
were
chat
you were
though. I
sending
wasn't.
me
Yeah.
yeah, you were sending me messages and I'm like having to I don't remember what it was. You said something. I don't remember what it
Oh.
was, but
Oh.
that was so funny.
I was trying not to jump in the chat because one, I didn't want to be like dumping all my stuff, and two, um, I was having to go in and out, because like they would come up and they would say something and they would, yeah. Anyways, I
Steph,
was
we're
trying to
still here.
confuse you. Hi,
Yeah, we're
Steph.
here.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah. But we're fixing to not be because I'm going to go and I'm going to get me something to eat. And I'm going to go see what the husband's doing because he's home now. He came home with a Walmart order. I got food. I got Oreo mousse in there I'm going to go get into.
Oh, that's in my cart. I heard you say that yesterday too, or earlier today. I don't know. I have not tried that. It's in my cart right now. And I'm going to get some chocolate graham crackers to dip it.
Yum.
Yeah. I'm eating my feelings and the steroids. It's ridiculous. I got the munchies so bad.
That's all right. The steroids will do that to you, though.
So bad.
Munchies. All right, I'm going to get off
Munchies.
here.
All right, me too.
All
Do your
right. I
southern
love you,
goodbye.
girls. Love you,
Love
girls.
Love you.
I'll talk to you
Love
later.
you.
Bye. Bye, chat.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, bye.
Jolie said bye.
I'm not on the thing. I'm trying to get. Am I in? Wait a minute. Sorry, I'm trying to drop out, and for some reason I can't find it. There it is. All right. Bye.
Oh my God, I love you so much.
I love you. Bye.
Bye. She cracks me up. What's Steph say? I'm gonna make some cheesecake pudding with Oreo and Cool Whip mixed in. Ooh, yum. It sounds really good. It sounds really good. I'm not like a big Oreo, like I never buy Oreo cookies. But I like Oreo desserts, like Cool Whippy cream cheesy desserts with Oreo. My niece makes this a bomb, like Oreo Cool Whippy cream cheesy thing for the holiday, like for Thanksgiving and Christmas. And oh my God, it's so good. So yeah. Oh, I know he is, Lee. I know. I'm a whole hot mess normally. Steroid sleep deprived QB is on another level. She cracks me up. It's good to see you, Elizabeth, though. I love you too. I will give you my review, Steph. Yes. All right. I think that's it. So I'm going to get out of here, but we will be back in the morning at 9:00 Eastern Standard. And I will probably go on about 8:45. Just so we can hang for a few minutes before we get started. So anyway, hopefully we'll have better mics tomorrow in the courtroom. Make sure to give the video a thumbs up. And if you're new here, I would love for you to subscribe and hit the notification bell, all those things. And if you're watching on the replay, be sure to put hashtag replay in the comment section down below. All right. I'll see you guys in the morning. Bye.